Have you ever wondered what really happened in the past? Beyond the pages of textbooks lies a world of fascinating tales, extraordinary figures, and incredible events. Join me as we explore them on Exploring History in Sleep. Uncertain Poison and the Traitors focuses on the protagonist, Elias, a man thrust into the dark world of medieval assassins. The narrative opens in a dimly lit tavern, where Elias receives a mysterious offer along with a vial of an unknown poison. Torn between a past he wishes to bury and a chance at a different life, he's forced to accept the task of assassinating a cruel baron. His initial missions reveal a complex web of political intrigue and betrayal within his own organization. Elias is trained by a seasoned assassin, learning to survive but also confronting difficult ethical choices. Gradually, he uncovers that traitors lurk in the shadows, turning every ally into a potential foe. As the story progresses, Elias delves deeper into exposing the conspiracy, facing dangerous situations and uncovering dark secrets about the mysterious poison. He forms unexpected but risky alliances, and is compelled to make tough decisions, sometimes betraying others to ensure his own survival. Confrontations, assassination attempts, and narrow escapes follow one after another, placing Elias at the heart of a conflict that could reshape the entire kingdom. Ultimately, all threads of the story converge, leading to a climactic showdown between Elias and the traitors. Elias must use all his skills and cunning to expose them. The story concludes with the immediate threat resolved, but Elias faces the profound consequences of his life in the shadows and the betrayals he has witnessed. His future remains uncertain, but he has survived, albeit at a very high cost. Story 1. The Serpent's Call, a Shadowed Bargain. Ah, hello there. Lean in close, if you will. The hour is late, and the world outside the warmth of your hearth is, as ever, a place of shadows and whispered secrets. Tonight, we journey back, far back, to a time when the flickering glow of a single candle could hide more than it revealed, and a man's destiny could turn on the chance encounter in a place no respectable soul would ever admit to frequenting. Forget your grand feasts and valiant knights for a moment. Tonight, our tale begins not in a lord's opulent hall, but in the grime and clamor of a medieval tavern, a place aptly named the Serpent's Kiss. Picture it. The air, thick and cloying, a pungent brew of stale ale, unwashed bodies, and the ever-present sting of wood smoke from a perpetually sputtering hearth. Laughter, coarse and guttural, mingled with the plaintive whine of a fiddle fighting a losing battle against the cacophony. The floor, perpetually sticky with spilled drink and generations of unidentifiable detritus, swallowed the sound of heavy boots, while above, the low-slung beams groaned under the weight of years and the echoes of countless drunken confessions. It was a place of last resorts for some, of fleeting pleasures for others, and for Elias it was merely another Friday night. Elias. He wasn't a man who drew attention, not outwardly. You wouldn't glance at him twice in a crowded marketplace. His clothes, though clean enough, spoke of practicality rather than prosperity. Sturdy wool, worn at the elbows, a simple leather jerkin that had seen better days. His hands, though, were something else. Long, slender, with calloused fingertips that hinted at intricate work, they moved with an almost unsettling precision when he wasn't consciously trying to keep them still. His eyes, the most striking feature on an otherwise unremarkable face, held a weariness that went beyond mere fatigue. They were the eyes of a man who had seen too much, or perhaps deliberately chosen not to see. He nursed a single tankard of thin ale, nursing it less for the taste and more for the illusion of belonging, a silent observer amidst the drunken revelry. He was a man, you see, who tried very hard to be invisible, to fade into the background, to erase the whispers of a past he desperately wanted to forget. But fate, as it often does, has a cruel sense of humor. He was contemplating the virtues of an early departure. The cold night air, though biting, was preferable to the suffocating warmth of the tavern, when the shadow detached itself from the darkest corner of the room. It wasn't a sudden movement, more like a slow, deliberate materialization, as if the darkness itself had decided to take human form. The figure was cloaked, of course, the hood drawn so low that only a sliver of chin and the hint of a grim mouth were visible. Their approach was silent, a testament to finely crafted boots or perhaps a practiced art of moving unnoticed. Elias, despite his efforts to appear oblivious, felt the subtle shift in the air, a prickle on the back of his neck that had long been his only sentinel. The cloaked figure paused beside his table, a silent challenge in their stillness. Elias did not look up immediately, instead taking a slow, measured sip of his ale, the bitter liquid burning a familiar path down his throat. He waited, his senses acutely aware of the stranger's presence, the faint scent of something earthy and metallic clinging to their robes, a scent that prickled memories he preferred to keep dormant. "Elias," a voice finally cut through the tavern's din. It was a low voice, almost a whisper, yet it carried an unnerving clarity, a voice that seemed to vibrate with unspoken power. It was neither male nor female, simply authoritative. "We have heard of your particular talents." Elias finally raised his gaze, meeting the deep, shadowed abyss beneath the hood. There was no warmth there, no malice, just an unsettling emptiness that swallowed the light. "My talents," Elias replied, his voice carefully neutral, betraying none of the sudden tension that coiled in his gut, "are limited to mending broken pots and drawing a passable ale. You mistake me for someone else." He tried to project an air of polite dismissal, the kind that might send a drunkard on his way, but he knew instinctively that this was no drunkard. The figure merely shifted, a movement so slight it was barely perceptible, yet it conveyed an unmistakable sense of knowing. "We speak not of pots, Elias, nor of ale. We speak of solutions, of quiet resolutions to inconvenient problems." A gloved hand, pale and surprisingly delicate, slid across the rough wooden table. It pushed a small velvet pouch towards him. It clinked softly, a sound that, even amidst the tavern's noise, seemed to echo with the weight of consequence. Elias's eyes flickered to the pouch, then back to the shadowed face. "I am a simple man," he reiterated, a lie he had clung to for years, hoping it would one day become true. "Simple men do not possess the knowledge of the earth's hidden venom, Elias," the voice countered, a faint, almost imperceptible hint of amusement in its tone. "Nor do they possess the steady hand required to deliver it unseen." The air around them seemed to thicken, the tavern's noises fading into a distant hum. Elias felt a cold dread seep into his bones. They knew. Someone knew. The past, the one he had painstakingly buried beneath layers of anonymity and mundane existence, was finally clawing its way back to the surface. His training years ago, under a master who believed that knowledge was power and that the greatest power lay in understanding the subtle destruction of life, it was all coming back. He had tried to forsake it, to live a life free of its shadow, but the shadow, it seemed, had a very long reach. "What do you want?" Elias asked, his voice barely a whisper, the pretense of ignorance finally abandoned. The cloaked figure leaned in, a fraction closer, and Elias caught a fleeting glimpse of something truly ancient in the depths of the hood, a glint that was not quite human. "Justice," the voice breathed, the word a silken caress, yet carrying the weight of 1,000 unspoken grievances. Or perhaps merely order. "There is a man, a baron, Lord Caelan of Ravenswood. He has grown troublesome. His ambitions threaten the delicate balance. He must be removed. Quietly, without fanfare. A natural passing, if you understand." Elias understood perfectly. He had heard whispers of Lord Caelan, a grasping, cruel nobleman whose greed knew no bounds. Tales of peasants starved, land seized, and loyal knights mysteriously vanishing. The man was a cancer on the land. Yet, to be the one to wield the scalpel. And the means? Elias inquired, his hand unconsciously clenching around his tankard, the wooden handle digging into his palm. The gloved hand pushed another item across the table, sliding it silently to rest beside the velvet pouch. It was a small, ornate vial, no larger than his thumb, crafted from dark, polished glass, stoppered with a wax seal that bore no recognizable crest. The liquid inside was a swirling, opaque green, almost iridescent in the dim light, promising both beauty and oblivion. Elias felt a jolt of recognition, a familiar, unsettling pull. This was no common concoction. This was a craftsman's work, a deadly art. This, the voice explained, is the instrument. Its nature is subtle. Its effects unpredictable to the untrained. A slow decay, a creeping illness. It leaves no trace a common physician would recognize. It is swift enough to achieve its purpose, yet slow enough to distance the hand that wielded it. Unpredictable. Elias echoed, a flicker of professional curiosity mingling with his dread. And the dosage? A single drop, the figure replied, their voice chillingly calm, is all that is required for a swift end. More, and the suffering will be prolonged. Less, and it becomes a lingering affliction, a torment that withers the body and mind over weeks, even months. The choice of suffering or mercy is yours, Elias. The weight of that choice, the cold, stark power of it, settled upon Elias like a shroud. He, a man who had tried to disappear, was now being offered the power to dictate the suffering of another. It was a dark, seductive offer, wrapped in the promise of a reward that shimmered tantalizingly before his impoverished eyes. The velvet pouch, he now knew, was filled with gold, enough to buy him years of peace, to truly disappear this time. Enough to start anew, far from the shadows. The risks are considerable, Elias murmured, his eyes fixed on the green liquid, a miniature swirling storm of death. He was thinking not just of the Baron's guards, but of the unpredictable nature of the poison itself. He had seen unstable concoctions before, volatile and temperamental, capable of turning on the user. The risks are proportionate to the reward, the figure conceded. And your skill, Elias, is said to be considerable. We have observed you. Your past is known to us. Your aversion to this path is also known. But necessity, alas, makes strange bedfellows. And we offer you a chance to escape your current predicament, to truly vanish. This is your last chance for true freedom, Elias. The words hung in the air, a potent mixture of threat and promise. They knew his past. They knew his desire for freedom. They were playing on his deepest fears and his most desperate hopes. Elias felt a cold anger flare within him, anger at whoever had dragged his past into the light, anger at himself for ever believing he could truly escape it. But beneath the anger, a pragmatic voice began to stir. This was a chance. A dangerous one, certainly, but perhaps the only one. He looked around the tavern, at the faces blurred by ale and lamplight. None of them knew the silent, deadly drama unfolding at his table. They were oblivious, caught in their own fleeting moments of joy or despair. He was on the precipice, teetering between the life he had desperately built and the darkness he had tried to abandon. Elias slowly reached out, his long fingers closing around the cold glass of the vial. It felt strangely heavy in his hand, heavier than its size suggested, perhaps with the weight of the lives it would affect. Then he picked up the velvet pouch. The gold clinked softly, a siren song of freedom. "The Baron's residence is Ravenswood Keep," the figure stated, as if sensing his acceptance. "You will find opportunities." He is a creature of habit. The details will be delivered to your lodging by dawn. Do not fail us, Elias. Failure, in this line of work, has a very unpleasant consequence. And remember, the less you know of us, the safer you will be. We are merely the facilitators of order. With a final, almost imperceptible nod, the cloaked figure melted back into the shadows from which they had emerged, dissolving into the swirling smoke and drunken bodies as silently as they had appeared. Elias was left alone at the table, the metallic tang of fear in his mouth, the weight of the gold pouch in one hand, and the chilling cold of the vial in the other. The green liquid shimmered, promising both liberation and damnation. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that his life had irrevocably changed. The path he had chosen, or perhaps the path that had chosen him, stretched out before him, shrouded in uncertainty and danger. He was a pawn, yes, but a pawn with a deadly weapon, and a past that refused to stay buried. He could feel the cold breath of the coming winter, a season of long nights and hidden deeds. The serpent's call had been answered, and as he rose to leave the tavern, the clinking of gold in his pouch felt less like a promise of freedom and more like the rattling of chains. The first step had been taken, and there would be no turning back. The details, they had said, would arrive by dawn. He wondered what new horrors the morning light would bring, and how many lives would be irrevocably altered by the contents of that small, enigmatic vial. He had a target, a baron, and a poison whose full power and dark intent remained a terrifying mystery. His hands, once skilled in healing, were now destined to deal death. This was only the beginning. Story 2. Whispers of Treachery, the Baron's Demise. The chill that greeted Elias as he stepped out of the serpent's kiss wasn't merely the bite of the late-night air. It was a cold that settled deep in his bones, a premonition of the path he had just irrevocably chosen. The clink of gold in the velvet pouch felt less like a promise of freedom and more like a heavy burden, each coin a silent witness to the chilling bargain he'd struck. He walked, not towards his humble lodging, but aimlessly at first, needing the biting wind to clear the tavern's stench from his lungs and the stranger's words from his mind. Yet the voice echoed still, "Elias, we have heard of your particular talents." Talents he had sworn to abandon. Talents he had hoped no living soul remembered. His lodging, when he finally arrived, was as he'd left it, a cramped, sparsely furnished room above a cobbler's shop, smelling faintly of leather and desperation. A single, guttering candle on his small table cast dancing shadows, making the familiar space feel alien, threatening. The vial, he realized, was still clutched in his hand, its cool glass a stark contrast to the sudden fever that gripped him. The opaque green liquid inside swirled, a miniature maelstrom of destruction, its very presence an affront to the healer's oath he'd once whispered. For Elias, you see, hadn't always been merely a man who mended broken pots. Once, long ago, he had been an apprentice to a renowned apothecary, a master who taught him not just the soothing properties of herbs, but also the silent, potent language of poisons. He learned to distinguish between a feverfew and a nightshade, to extract the essence of a plant, to understand the delicate balance between medicine and murder. He had excelled, too well perhaps, drawing the attention of patrons far beyond his master's usual clientele, patrons with needs that went beyond curing a cough. That was the knowledge he had tried to bury, the skill he had cursed. He spent the rest of the night in a restless vigil, the gold and the vial laid out on the table like forbidden fruit. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the floorboards below, every gust of wind rattling the shutters, sent a jolt of adrenaline through him. He found himself studying the vial, holding it up to the candlelight, trying to decipher the secrets of the green liquid. The cloaked figure had called it uncertain, a word that resonated with a chilling irony. How could one wield such a tool with a guarantee of its outcome? It was a gamble, not just for the target, but for the wielder. A true craftsman knew his tools intimately. And this one felt like a wild beast, untamed and unpredictable. Just as the first pale light of dawn began to seep through the window, a soft scratching at his door startled him. Elias stiffened, his hand instinctively going to the rusty dagger he kept tucked beneath his meager mattress. He moved silently to the door, peering through the worn peephole. A young boy, no older than 10, stood outside, clutching a rolled parchment. Elias opened the door just wide enough for the boy to thrust the scroll into his hand before he vanished, a ghost in the morning mist. Unrolling the parchment, Elias found a precisely drawn map of Ravenswood Keep, Baron Kalen's formidable stronghold. Detailed markings indicated guard patrols, servant routes, and even a small, almost imperceptible X marking a private entrance, a secluded delivery gate used by merchants. A single, curt instruction was penned beneath: "Tomorrow evening. The Baron dines alone in his solar after the hunt. Opportunity will present itself." There was no signature, no name, just the cold efficiency of a practiced hand. A knot tightened in Elias's stomach. Tomorrow. So soon. The reality of the task settled upon him, heavy and suffocating. This wasn't about abstract knowledge. It was about a life, a specific life, ending by his hand. He spent the day meticulously studying the map, tracing routes with his finger, imagining the layout of the keep, the sounds, the smells, the subtle cues that could betray him. He thought about the Baron, a man he knew only by reputation, a brute, a tyrant, someone the world would be better without. Was that justification enough? The ethical compass he'd tried to mend years ago spun wildly, unable to find true north. The next evening, under a moonless sky, Elias found himself on the muddy road leading to Ravenswood. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke. The keep loomed, a hulking silhouette against the barely discernible horizon, its high walls and single, flickering torchlight speaking of impenetrable strength. He was dressed in a simple, dark tunic and trousers, a heavy cloak pulled tight against the chill, designed to make him blend with the shadows, to render him invisible. The vial, wrapped carefully in a scrap of linen, lay concealed in an inner pocket, a cold, hard lump against his chest. He approached the designated delivery gate, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. It was tucked away, almost an afterthought in the massive stone wall. A lone guard, his back to Elias, was stamping his feet against the cold, his breath puffing white in the frigid air. Elias moved like a wraith, his years of forced anonymity serving him well. He slipped behind a stack of empty barrels, his eyes scanning for an opening. The gate was secured by a heavy wooden bar and a rusty iron lock. It was too robust for a quick, silent entry. Then a stroke of grim luck. A cart, laden with provisions, rumbled towards the gate. Two scullery maids, bundled against the cold, hurried ahead to unbar it. As the gate creaked open, the air momentarily filled with the smells of stale cabbage and unwashed wool. This was his chance. He waited until the cart was halfway through, creating a fleeting blind spot between the towering wheels and the distracted maids. With a surge of adrenaline, Elias moved. He pressed himself flat against the cold stone wall, slipping through the narrow gap before the maids could fully close the gate. He was inside. The courtyard was a labyrinth of echoing stone, stable smells, and distant shouts. Elias moved like a shadow, clinging to the deepest pools of darkness, his senses on high alert. He could hear the low murmur of servants, the rhythmic stamping of hooves from the stables, the distant clang of metal from the barracks. The map was etched in his mind, guiding him through the winding corridors and up the narrow, winding staircases that led to the Baron's private quarters. He passed tapestries depicting grim hunts, their muted colors barely visible in the gloom. The air grew colder, and a different scent began to permeate the stone, the faint, lingering aroma of roasting meat and fine wine. The Baron was indeed dining. He found the solar, a large, austere room dimly lit by a single large fireplace and a few sconces. The door was ajar, a sliver of warm light spilling into the dark corridor. Elias pressed himself against the wall, listening. He could hear the distinct sound of a man eating, heavy and unhurried, punctuated by the clink of silverware against a ceramic plate. No other voices. The information was correct. The Baron was alone. This was it. The moment he had dreaded, yet simultaneously prepared for, with every fiber of his being. He took a deep, steadying breath, pushing aside the tremor in his hands. He reached into his inner pocket, his fingers closing around the cold vial. He had to be quick. He had to be silent. And he had to be precise. He slipped into the room like a whisper. The Baron, a corpulent man with a ruddy face and a patchy beard, sat hunched over a table laden with half-eaten food, a large goblet of wine by his hand. He was engrossed in tearing a piece of meat from a bone, completely oblivious to Elias's presence. His back was turned. Elias moved to the table, his movements fluid, almost ghostly. He uncorked the vial with practiced ease, the stopper making barely a sound. The iridescent green liquid seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. He tilted the vial, and a single perfect drop fell, landing silently in the Baron's wine goblet. It vanished, absorbed by the dark red liquid, leaving no trace. Elias restoppered the vial, placed it back in his pocket, and backed away, his eyes never leaving the Baron. The Baron shifted, grunting contentedly as he finished his meat. He reached for his goblet, his large fingers closing around the stem. Elias held his breath, every muscle tensed. The Baron raised the goblet to his lips, took a long, leisurely sip. He paused, swallowed, and then exhaled slowly, a sound of satisfaction. He then returned to his meal, oblivious. Elias's heart pounded in his chest. It was done. The single drop. The swift end, as the cloaked figure had promised. He turned, ready to slip back into the shadows, to retrace his steps and vanish. But then an unexpected sound stopped him cold. A soft, almost imperceptible sniffle. Elias froze. It wasn't the Baron. It came from the corner of the room, near a heavy, shadowed drape. He slowly, cautiously, turned his head. Peeking out from behind the drape was a small, pale face, framed by wisps of dark hair. A child. A girl, no older than 6 or 7, her eyes wide and tear-filled, staring directly at him. She must have been hiding, perhaps playing a game, or simply trying to escape the Baron's boisterous presence. She had seen him. The blood drained from Elias's face. He had been so focused on the Baron, on the mission, on the precise delivery of the poison, that he hadn't checked for other occupants. His breath caught in his throat. A witness. A child witness. And the child's eyes, filled not with fear, but with a bewildered curiosity, were fixed on him, on the silent, chilling act he had just committed. The Baron, still oblivious, let out a loud burp, oblivious to the silent drama unfolding inches away. Elias knew, instinctively, that he had mere seconds. He could silence the child, brutally, quickly, as he had been trained to do in his darkest lessons. The thought flashed through his mind, cold and clinical, a survival instinct honed by years of trying to outrun his past. But then the child sniffled again, a tiny, helpless sound that pierced through the professional numbness he had painstakingly built around himself. Her gaze held no accusation, only a profound confusion. He couldn't. He simply couldn't. Instead, Elias made a split-second decision that would forever alter his path. He raised a finger to his lips, a silent plea for secrecy, his eyes conveying a desperate urgency. The child, surprisingly, seemed to understand. She blinked, her tiny hand going to her mouth, stifling another sniffle. Elias turned, his heart thundering. He had to go. No. Before the Baron began to feel the effects, before the child made a sound that would summon guards, before his own conscience completely broke him, he moved swiftly, silently, back towards the open door of the solar, his every step a silent prayer for anonymity. He was out of the room, melting back into the shadows of the corridor, leaving behind the unsuspecting Baron and the wide-eyed child. The escape from the keep was a blur. His mind raced, replaying the child's face, the terrified realization that he had left a witness who could identify him, a witness who could shatter the fragile illusion of his invisibility. The gold in his pouch felt tainted now, a curse rather than a blessing. He had succeeded in his mission, yes. The Baron would die. But the simple act of a single drop had become infinitely more complicated. He had left a loose end, a dangerous, innocent loose end. As he finally slipped through the outer gate, the crisp night air biting at his exposed skin, Elias felt a profound sense of isolation. He was a ghost in the medieval landscape, a man who had delivered death and, in doing so, had created a vulnerability he couldn't afford. The cold dread that had settled upon him earlier had now crystallized into a chilling certainty. His life was no longer just about survival. It was about consequence. And as the first hint of false dawn painted the eastern sky, Elias knew that his journey had just begun. The Baron's demise was merely the opening act. The true drama, the unraveling of the uncertain poison and the revelation of the traitors, was yet to come, and the child, a silent, unwitting player, might hold the key to it all. Story 3. A taste of doubt, first blood and rising fears. The taste of iron still lingered in Elias's mouth, a phantom echo of the night's grim work, even as the first rays of dawn painted the sky in muted hues of gray and bruised purple. His lodging, once a sanctuary of quiet anonymity, now felt like a cage. Every shadow seemed to shift, every creak of the floorboards below the cobbler's shop sounded like a footfall ascending the stairs. The gold in his pouch, a fortune by his usual standards, felt heavy, burning against his skin as if it were currency forged in hell. He found himself pacing the cramped room, the memory of the Baron's unaware gulp of wine, and more acutely, the wide, bewildered eyes of the child, replaying endlessly in his mind. He had left a witness. A small, innocent, devastating witness. The cardinal rule of his shadowed former life, drilled into him by his old master, echoed like a death knell. Leave no trace, leave no witness. And he had broken it, not out of incompetence, but out of a flicker of something he'd thought long dead inside him. A sliver of humanity, a revulsion at harming the innocent. That sliver now felt like a gaping wound, bleeding vulnerability into his carefully constructed life of invisibility. His mind raced, mapping out the possible consequences. Would the child speak? To whom? A servant? A guard? Children, he knew, were often dismissed, their fantastical tales ignored. But what if she remembered? What if she described him? The details of his appearance, though unremarkable to most, would be etched into her terrified memory. He was no longer a shadow, a whisper in the dark. He was a face, a distinct set of movements, a figure seen. This was a critical error, one that could unravel everything. As the sun climbed higher, casting pale light through his grimy window, the city slowly stirred to life. The sounds of merchants hawking their wares, the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer, the rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones, they were usually comforting, a balm to his quiet existence. Today they felt like a symphony of accusations, each sound a step closer to his exposure. Later that morning, a frantic commotion began to ripple through the city. It started as whispers, then grew into murmurs, and finally swelled into outright shouts. Elias, venturing cautiously to a nearby bread cellar, couldn't avoid it. "The Baron! Lord Callan!" someone cried. "He's dead. Found in his sola this morning." A cold knot formed in Elias's stomach. The poison had worked. Swiftly, it seemed, just as the cloaked figure had promised for a single drop. Yet the relief was fleeting, immediately replaced by a surge of renewed dread. They say it was a sudden illness," another voice chimed in, a woman clutching a market basket, her face pale. "A fever that took him in his sleep." The news spread like wildfire. Elias listened intently, his ears straining to catch every fragment of conversation. The official story was clear: a natural death. A convenient illness. No foul play suspected. The cloaked figure's promise of a natural passing had been fulfilled. A perfect execution, by all outward appearances. Yet a seed of doubt, a bitter taste, began to grow in Elias's mind. Unpredictable, the voice had called the poison. A slow decay, a creeping illness. But the Baron had died swiftly. Too swiftly for a creeping illness. Had the cloaked figure lied about the poison's nature, or had Elias, in his haste and tension, misjudged the dosage? A single drop was supposed to be a swift end, but how swift? A matter of hours or days? This immediate death suggested a potency that felt almost too precise, too efficient, for something described as uncertain. It gnawed at him, a subtle discord in the symphony of lies. He retreated to his room, the market's buzz now an unbearable din. He pulled out the vial, examining the green liquid again, this time with a more critical, suspicious eye. Was it truly a slow-acting poison, or was that simply what he was told to believe? The memory of his old master's lessons flooded back, the painstaking precision, the meticulous testing, the absolute certainty required when dealing with such volatile substances. His master would never have used a poison described as uncertain. He would have demanded absolute knowledge of its effects, its onset, its duration. This dissonance, this subtle deviation from what he understood of true toxicology, immediately raised questions about the cloaked figure. Who were they, truly? And why the lie about the poison's nature? Was it to make Elias feel more in control, to reduce his moral burden? Or was it to ensure a swift, undeniable result, while making Elias believe he had more leeway, more control over the outcome? The implications were unsettling. His paranoia, a survival mechanism honed over years, began to sharpen. If they had lied about the poison, what else had they lied about? The target? The true purpose? Or worse, his own safety? The promise of true freedom now felt hollow, a bait on a very dangerous hook. Days blurred into a restless routine of waiting and watching. Elias stayed mostly within his lodging, only venturing out for necessities, always keeping his hood low, his eyes scanning the faces in the crowd. He listened to the town criers, who confirmed the Baron's sudden passing, followed by announcements of his distant cousin, Lord Alaric, arriving to claim the estate. The official narrative held firm. No one spoke of assassins. No one spoke of poison. It was perfect. Too perfect. The nagging feeling that something was amiss intensified. He thought of the child. He had deliberately not sought her out, unwilling to draw any more attention to himself or to her. But he couldn't shake the image of her wide, curious eyes. Had she truly remained silent? Or was her silence merely a fragile shield that could shatter at any moment? The thought alone made his skin crawl. A loose end was always a fatal flaw. One evening, as dusk settled, casting long, eerie shadows across the narrow streets, Elias heard a new set of whispers in the tavern. Not about the Baron's death, which had quickly become old news, but about the new arrival. Lord Alaric. He was younger, reportedly more ambitious, and already making changes. He had brought his own guard, a fierce-looking company from the northern reaches, known for their loyalty and their ruthlessness. And, more unsettlingly, he had supposedly ordered a thorough cleansing of the keep, dismissing many of the old staff, replacing them with his own. Elias's blood ran cold. A cleansing. Was the child, the silent witness, among the dismissed? Or worse? The thought was unbearable. He felt a sudden, visceral need to know, a surge of responsibility he hadn't anticipated. He had allowed himself to be used, to take a life, but he would not stand by if his actions brought harm to an innocent, especially one who had shown him an inexplicable trust. The following night, under the cover of a thick, damp fog, Elias found himself once again outside Ravenswood Keep. The air was heavy, muffling sounds, turning the familiar contours of the castle into indistinct, ghostly shapes. This time, he didn't approach the old delivery gate. He sought out the servants' entrance, a less secure access point often used by local tradesmen and washerwomen. He had to know if the child was safe. It was a reckless impulse, driven by a burgeoning sense of guilt and a flicker of something akin to protectiveness. It went against every instinct of self-preservation he possessed, every lesson he had learned. He slipped in, finding the halls quieter than before, a palpable tension in the air. The few servants he encountered moved with hushed urgency, their faces strained. He moved like a phantom, using his knowledge of the keep's layout to navigate the maze of corridors. He avoided the main halls, sticking to service passages, his senses straining for any sign of the new guards, their heavier footsteps and the distinct scent of northern leather. He found the children's quarters, tucked away in a quiet corner of the east wing. The door was ajar, a faint light spilling out. Elias's heart hammered against his ribs. He approached cautiously, peering inside. The room was empty. The small beds were stripped, the toys gone. A cold dread washed over him. Had she been removed? Just as despair began to settle in, a small, choked sob reached his ears. It came from a storage closet across the hall, barely visible in the dim light. Elias moved quickly, silently, pushing the creaking door open. Inside, huddled in a corner, was the child. The same girl, her small body trembling, her face streaked with tears and dirt. She looked up, her wide, familiar eyes meeting his. This time, there was fear, raw and unfettered. She didn't scream. She didn't call out. She just looked at him, her lips quivering. Elias, for a moment, was lost. What could he do? How could he explain? His presence here was a massive risk, for both of them. "Sure," he whispered, his voice rougher than he intended, yet surprisingly gentle. He knelt before her, his hands, the hands that had delivered death, reaching out, not to harm, but to reassure. "Are you alone?" She nodded, tears tracing clean paths down her dusty cheeks. They sent everyone away. My mother, she was a scullery maid. They sent her away. And they locked me here." Her voice was a fragile whisper, laced with profound terror. Elias felt a surge of rage. Lord Alaric was not merely cleansing the keep. He was casting out the vulnerable, consolidating power with brutal efficiency. And this child, a silent witness to a deed he had committed, was now suffering because of it. The lines blurred. His mission had been to remove a tyrant. Had he merely replaced one with another, a colder, more calculating one? "What is your name?" Elias asked, his voice low, urgent. "Ilara," she whispered, her eyes still fixed on him, a strange mixture of terror and a fragile hope in their depths. Ilara. The name resonated with an unexpected pang in his chest. He couldn't leave her. Not like this. He had made her a witness, however unwitting. Now he felt a responsibility he hadn't bargained for. This was beyond the gold, beyond the promise of freedom. This was a consequence he had to face. "Listen to me, Ilara," Elias said, his voice firm, his decision made. "I'm going to get you out of here. But you must be silent. Absolutely silent. Do you understand?" She nodded, her small hand reaching out, clutching the edge of his worn cloak. It was a gesture of profound trust, misplaced perhaps, but undeniably real. Elias felt the full weight of it. This was no longer just about survival. It was about redemption, however small. The immediate mission, the Baron's demise, was just the beginning. The seeds of doubt had been sown, not just about the mysterious poison, but about the true nature of his employers and the treacherous game they were truly playing. And now he had a vulnerable, silent companion, a living reminder of his failure to remain invisible, and a catalyst for a far more dangerous journey into the heart of the conspiracy. The first blood had been shed, and the fears were only just beginning to rise. Story 4. The Apothecary's Oath, Forging a Deadly Art. The silence in that cramped, forgotten storage closet at Ravenswood Keep was heavier than any stone. It was the silence of a desperate gamble, of a path irrevocably chosen not by calculation, but by a child's wide, tear-filled eyes. Ilara, clutching the hem of Elias's cloak, was a living testament to his catastrophic failure to remain invisible, a fragile, innocent anchor dragging him deeper into the very life he'd sworn to leave behind. He could feel the pulse throbbing in his temples, the frantic thrum of adrenaline warring with the cold certainty of the immense risk he was taking. "Listen to me, Ilara," he'd whispered, his voice a low, urgent murmur. "We have to be silent. Absolutely silent. Do you understand?" Her small, earnest nod, the faint trembling of her lower lip, was all the answer he needed. There was no time for hesitation, no room for second-guessing. The new Lord Alaric's cleansing of the keep meant every moment they lingered increased the chance of discovery, of her being found, or of them both being found. And discovery for him, now, with a living witness, meant a swift, brutal end. Elias, despite the years he'd spent trying to forget them, found his instincts sharpening. The meticulous planning, the acute awareness of his surroundings, the ability to anticipate movement and sound. All the skills he'd learned in his darkest apprenticeship now surged to the forefront. He gently took Ilara's small hand, her fingers surprisingly cold despite the terror emanating from her. "Stay close," he breathed, guiding her towards the closet door. The escape from Ravenswood was a tense, agonizing ballet of stealth and whispered commands. The thick fog outside the keep, once a blessing, now seemed to press in, making every shadow feel like a lurking threat. Inside, the quiet tension of Lord Alaric's new regime hung heavy in the air. Elias moved like a wraith, navigating through service corridors and disused stairwells, his ears constantly straining for the heavy tread of the new guards, their voices, or the jingle of their armor. He taught Ilara, with gestures and soft whispers, to step where he stepped, to press herself against the wall when he paused, to hold her breath when a distant sound approached. She, to her credit, followed his silent instructions with an almost unnatural obedience, her small face set in a grim determination that belied her age. Her fear was palpable, a constant, fragile companion, but it was channeled into an almost desperate need to survive. They moved through the kitchens, now eerily silent, the cooking fires banked, only the lingering smell of stale grease and burnt sugar remaining. Elias remembered the bustling chaos of such places in his youth, the vibrant life that now felt distant, almost a dream. He led Ilara past the vast empty larders, where once barrels of salted meat and sacks of grain would have stood, now only bare stone. The new regime, it seemed, was as efficient in emptying a castle of its warmth as it was in removing its former occupants. At one point, a distant shout echoed through the stone passages, sending a jolt of panic through Elias. He quickly pulled Ilara into the recess of an alcove, covering her mouth with his hand, her small body trembling against his. They held their breath, listening as heavy footsteps pounded past, the voices of guards, deep and guttural, fading into the distance. It was a close call, a stark reminder of the deadly precision required in this new, involuntary partnership. Ilara, when he finally released her, simply looked up at him, her eyes wide, but surprisingly devoid of tears. She was learning, terrifyingly quickly, the silent language of survival. They finally emerged from a seldom-used privy gate near the stables, hidden by a tangle of overgrown ivy. The damp, cold night air hit them, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Elias allowed himself to breathe fully. They were out. But now, they were simply two figures, one man, one child, swallowed by the vast, hostile medieval night. The journey to Elias's humble lodging was slow and fraught with silent anxieties. He kept to the darkest alleys, the narrow, winding paths known only to vagrants and those who wished to remain unseen. Ilara, despite her exhaustion, kept pace, her small hand never leaving his. He bought a small loaf of bread and some dried meat from an early morning vendor, ensuring to choose one far from his usual haunts, and they ate in silence, huddled in the shadow of a forgotten church wall, the meager meal tasting like ambrosia after hours of tension. Back in his cramped room, Elias finally lit a lamp, its soft glow revealing the stark reality of their situation. Ilara, her small frame slumped on the straw mattress, looked utterly exhausted, her eyes still haunted. He was no longer just Elias, the man who tried to disappear. He was now Elias, the unlikely protector of a child who had witnessed his darkest act. He fetched a basin of water and a clean cloth, gently wiping the dirt and tear streaks from Ilara's face. She flinched at first, but then leaned into his touch, a silent acceptance of this strange new guardian. As he cleaned her, Elias's mind drifted back, years, decades even, to a different time. He remembered his master, the wise, aged apothecary, his hands calloused from years of grinding herbs, his eyes keen with knowledge. He remembered the oath he had taken, a quiet vow to heal, to alleviate suffering, to use his knowledge for good. The irony was a bitter taste on his tongue. He had just used that same knowledge, distorted, perverted, to cause suffering, to end a life. His master, old Finn, would have been horrified. Finn, with his gentle touch and his encyclopedic knowledge of nature's remedies, had taught Elias that true power lay not in destruction, but in understanding, in balance. Yet he had also taught him the properties of every plant, every mineral, even those that brought swift oblivion. Knowledge, Finn used to say, his voice a low rumble, is a double-edged sword, Elias. It can build or it can destroy. The choice, my boy, is yours. Elias had chosen, or been forced to choose, the destructive path. And now, this child, Ilara, was the living embodiment of that choice, the innocent consequence. He found some spare blankets, thin but clean, and settled Ilara onto the mattress. She curled into a small ball, her eyes still wide, watching him. "Sleep now, Ilara," he murmured, his voice soft, a stark contrast to the hard reality that surrounded them. "You are safe here. For now." He didn't know if it was a promise or a lie. He sat on his single wooden chair, the vial still in his pocket, the gold on the table, and watched her fall into a fitful, dream-haunted sleep. The presence of the child completely upended Elias's meticulously planned, solitary existence. He couldn't return to his usual routine, couldn't frequent his accustomed places. Every shadow felt longer, every sound louder. He had to be doubly cautious, not just for himself, but for Ilara. He saw the world through new eyes now, the eyes of a protector, not just a survivor. This forced him to be bolder, more resourceful, less willing to simply fade into the background. His thoughts drifted back to the uncertain poison. The Baron had died swiftly, almost too swiftly. This contradicted the cloaked figure's description of a slow, creeping illness if the dosage was less than precise. Was it a lie meant to give him a false sense of control? Or was it a deliberate misdirection to conceal the true, potent nature of the substance? Elias had the vial. He had the knowledge. He felt a sudden burning need to understand its true properties, to unravel the lie. It was a dangerous curiosity, bordering on obsession, but a craftsman could not work with an unknown tool, especially one so lethal. He spent the next few days in a quiet, intense study. He used his remaining funds to acquire obscure texts, old botanical scrolls he hadn't touched in years, revisiting the forbidden knowledge he'd tried to suppress. He worked in secret, late into the night, using tiny drops of the green liquid on small, disposable samples, dead insects, discarded scraps of meat, observing the reactions with the meticulous precision of a true apothecary. Ilara, surprisingly, was a silent, watchful presence. She understood, in a child's instinctive way, that he was doing something important, something secret. She rarely spoke, but her gaze was constantly on him, an unspoken question, a silent plea for safety. The more he studied the poison, the more unsettling his findings became. It wasn't a simple plant extract. It was a complex compound, skillfully blended, designed to mimic various natural ailments, but with an accelerated, often unpredictable onset depending on minute factors. The uncertainty wasn't a weakness. It was a deliberate design, making detection almost impossible for a common physician. But there was something else, a subtle signature, a particular aroma, a way it interacted with certain metals that hinted at a knowledge far beyond standard herbalism. It felt ancient and unnervingly familiar, in a way he couldn't quite pinpoint. One evening, as he meticulously observed a diluted drop of the poison dissolving in a bit of stagnant water, a faint metallic tang filled the air. It was a scent he remembered from his earliest days of apprenticeship, a specific element used in a forgotten, obscure alchemy. It triggered a sudden, jarring memory. His master, Old Finn, had once spoken of a reclusive brotherhood, a hidden order of alchemists who worked with rare, almost mythical elements, crafting substances of immense power, both curative and destructive. They were rumored to operate in the shadows, their knowledge guarded fiercely, their presence rarely felt in the common world. Could the cloaked figure, his anonymous employer, be connected to such an order? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If so, his task was far more dangerous, his employers far more formidable, than he had initially imagined. The presence of Ilara, the weight of his new responsibility, and the growing suspicion about the true nature of the poison and his employers, all of it coalesced into a profound sense of foreboding. He was no longer just an assassin fulfilling a contract. He was a man caught in a web, an apothecary forced to wield a deadly art, with an innocent life now depending on his every move. The Baron's demise had been a single, decisive stroke. But the true battle, the battle against unseen forces and insidious treachery, was only just beginning. And with every passing moment, the walls of his carefully constructed anonymity crumbled further, threatening to expose him, and Ilara, to a danger far greater than any he had ever known. His silent promise to her, and the reawakened knowledge of his apothecary's oath, compelled him forward, deeper into the dangerous heart of the brewing storm. Story 5. Echoes in the Stone, Unveiling the Hidden Hand. The days that followed Elias's frantic escape from Ravenswood, with Ilara's small, trembling hand clutched in his, blurred into a tense, hushed routine. The cramped lodging above the cobbler's shop, once a lonely sanctuary, now felt like a fragile shell protecting a secret far too large for its walls. Ilara, initially a terrified, silent presence, began to unfurl, slowly, like a delicate, frost-bitten flower. She clung to Elias with a quiet tenacity. Her wide eyes, once filled with raw fear, now held a deep, unspoken trust. This trust, so undeserved yet so freely given, was a constant, sharp counterpoint to the growing suspicion that gnawed at Elias's own soul. His suspicion, you see, was no longer merely a prickle of unease. It had sharpened into a cold, hard certainty. The cloaked figure, his anonymous employer, had lied about the poison, called it uncertain, a slow decay. Yet the Baron had died swiftly, almost too efficiently for a lingering illness. This contradiction, combined with the subtle, almost ancient signature of the green liquid he'd meticulously analyzed, pointed to a deliberate deception. Why lie about the very tool he was given? It wasn't just about control. It hinted at a deeper, more insidious agenda. Elias spent his waking hours immersed in forgotten lore, dusty scrolls, and his own rekindled knowledge of alchemy. Ilara would sit quietly, sometimes sketching crude figures on a piece of parchment with a burnt stick, sometimes simply watching him, her silent companionship a strange comfort amidst his frantic search for answers. He pieced together fragments, connecting the metallic tang he'd detected in the poison to a long-whispered legend from his apprenticeship days. A secret of brotherhood, an order of alchemists rumored to operate in the shadows, crafting substances of immense power, both healing and destructive. They were said to be keepers of knowledge lost to the common world, their methods steeped in ancient, almost mythical practices. The more he researched, the more Elias felt the chilling confirmation of his theory. The peculiar structure of the poison, its unique properties, bore the hallmarks of this hidden order. It wasn't just a deadly concoction. It was a carefully designed key, a signature that only someone with his specific forbidden knowledge could decipher. This meant his employer wasn't just a client. They were connected to this brotherhood, or perhaps they were the brotherhood. And if so, his life, and now Ilara's, were entangled in something far grander and far more dangerous than a simple assassination contract. The thought sent a cold dread through him. If this brotherhood was involved, their reach would be vast, their resources immense, and their motives likely shrouded in layers of complex long-term plots. He was no longer a lone wolf hired for a specific kill. He was a pawn in a game whose rules he barely understood, played by masters who saw human lives as mere tools. The gold in his pouch now felt like a heavy, gilded leash. His priorities shifted. The cloaked figure's subsequent demands, delivered through silent messengers leaving cryptic notes beneath his door, became secondary. He still accepted the tasks, for now, playing the part of the compliant assassin. He needed to keep up appearances, to not arouse suspicion from his shadowy employers. But his focus had shifted from fulfilling contracts to uncovering the truth. Each new target, each new instruction, was no longer just a mission, but a piece of a puzzle, a potential clue to the identity of the hidden hand pulling the strings. He observed his targets more closely, not just for vulnerabilities, but for any subtle connections, any common threads that might lead him back to his true puppet masters. The streets of the city, once a familiar backdrop, now felt alive with hidden eyes. Elias found himself constantly scanning faces, searching for that telltale glint in the eye, that unnatural stillness, that hint of recognition that would betray a watcher. He taught Ilara quiet signals, ways to alert him if she noticed anything amiss, a subtle tug on his cloak, a hand pressed to her mouth. She adapted with a chilling speed, her survival instincts blossoming in the crucible of fear. Her presence, while a constant risk, also became his unwavering anchor, a pure, innocent reason to keep fighting, to seek justice beyond the mere act of killing. One afternoon, while searching for obscure texts in a secluded, dusty bookstall known for its forbidden knowledge, Elias overheard a hushed conversation. Two cloaked figures, their backs to him, spoke in low tones, their voices carefully modulated. What caught Elias's attention was a specific phrase, woven subtly into their conversation, a phrase he recognized from his master's most esoteric lessons about the ancient alchemical brotherhood, the serpent's coil. It was a secret greeting, a sign of initiation, a mark of membership. Elias froze, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of the dagger concealed beneath his tunic. These were not just common conspirators. These were members of the order he suspected. He strained to listen, to catch any further words, any names, any clues. He gleaned fragments, a plan to cleanse certain noble houses, a reference to purifying the kingdom, and, chillingly, a mention of the architect, a shadowy figure seemingly at the top of their hierarchy. The term architect resonated with a cold familiarity. It was a term his master had used once, decades ago, when speaking of the highest echelons of that ancient brotherhood, those who designed grand, sweeping schemes. The conversation ended abruptly. The two figures melted away into the labyrinthine alleys of the market, leaving Elias reeling. He had found a lead, a direct connection. The architect was the key. But who was this person? And what was their ultimate goal? The Baron's death, seemingly a simple act of removal, now felt like a mere stepping stone in a much larger, more sinister design. He returned to his lodging, the gravity of his discovery pressing down on him. He felt a profound sense of isolation. He couldn't trust anyone. Not the cloaked figures who paid him, not the whispered rumors, not even the thin thread of hope that he could simply escape this. His only constants were the chilling secrets he carried and the small, trusting child beside him. His studies of the poison intensified. He now understood its deceptive nature, how it mimicked natural causes, how its effects could be subtly manipulated to appear as anything from a sudden fever to a lingering consumption. This was not a weapon of crude assassination. It was a tool of political and social manipulation, designed to destabilize, to eliminate quietly, leaving behind only confusion and plausible deniability. It was the weapon of conspirators who sought to reshape power without open conflict. The implications were terrifying. They weren't just killing individuals. They were systematically weakening the old order, clearing a path for something new, something orchestrated by the architect. Elias began to plan, not just for survival, but for exposure. He understood that his value to this shadowy brotherhood lay in his unique skills, his ability to wield their uncertain poison unseen. He would use this to his advantage, to gain their trust, to get closer to the architect. But he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that this was a dance with death. One wrong step, one flicker of suspicion, and he and Alara would be eliminated as inconvenient loose ends. The bond with Alara deepened during these tense days. She began to ask questions, quiet, innocent queries about her mother, about why she was there, about Elias himself. He found himself answering in careful, simplified terms, weaving half-truths into comforting assurances. He taught her simple self-defense, how to hide, how to be silent, skills no child should ever need, but essential for her survival. Her resilience, her quiet courage, was a constant source of strength for him. He was no longer just Elias, the haunted apothecary. He was Alara's guardian, and that responsibility brought a newfound purpose to his grim existence. One evening, as he prepared a meager meal for them, a new note appeared under his door. It was terse, demanding, "A merchant, Lord Gregor. He visits the King's Court next week. He has sensitive information. Make it swift. Leave no trace." The instructions were familiar, but the target was new. Lord Gregor, a minor noble, but one with connections to the royal court itself. This was a step up, a clear sign that his employers were drawing him deeper into the heart of power. Elias looked at the note, then at the sleeping Alara. The risk was immense. But the closer he got to the King's Court, the closer he might get to the architect. He saw a path, narrow and perilous, but a path nonetheless. He would play their game, for now. He would continue to use the uncertain poison, but this time he would use it to unveil the hidden hand that pulled the strings. The echoes of his master's old lessons about knowledge as a double-edged sword now resonated with chilling clarity. He was wielding a deadly art, not just for his survival, but to illuminate the true treachery that festered beneath the veneer of medieval power. The game had truly begun. Story 6. The Stolen Legacy, A Brother's Deception. The weight of the new directive, the one targeting Lord Gregor, pressed down on Elias like a physical burden. Lord Gregor, a name whispered in the upper echelons of the king's court, a seemingly minor noble, yet one with sensitive information, as the cryptic note had implied. This wasn't just another removal. It was a deeper penetration into the very heart of the kingdom's power structure. The game was escalating, and Elias, with Alara now relying on him, had no choice but to play along, at least for now. He knew that the closer he got to the king's court, the closer he might get to the mysterious architect, the shadowy figure pulling the strings of the ancient brotherhood. The air in his small room felt thick with unspoken tension, the silence broken only by the soft, even breathing of Alara, who slept peacefully on her makeshift bed of straw and blankets. He watched her for a long time, the flickering lamplight casting dancing shadows across her small face. Her presence was both his greatest risk and his most profound motivation. He couldn't afford to fail, not anymore. His own life was expendable, hers was not. He spent the next few days in a whirlwind of meticulous planning. The note had mentioned Lord Gregor's visit to the king's court. This implied a high-profile target in a highly secure environment. Direct confrontation or a simplistic approach with the uncertain poison would be suicidal. He needed information, and he needed a plan that was as subtle and untraceable as the venom itself. Elias began his reconnaissance not by sneaking into the castle, but by observing the movements of court officials, merchants, and petitioners entering and leaving the king's keep. He blended into the crowds, his eyes, honed by years of watchful anonymity, picking out subtle patterns. He noticed the routines of the royal guards, the comings and goings of carriages, the hierarchy of access. He also listened, always listening, to the hushed conversations in alehouses frequented by castle servants, to the idle gossip of merchants waiting for an audience. He learned that Lord Gregor was not merely a merchant, but a shrewd diplomat, renowned for his ability to broker deals and gather intelligence. He was staying in a guest-house known for its discreet clientele, just outside the inner bailey of the king's court. Crucially, Elias overheard a snippet of conversation between two guards about Lord Gregor's peculiar habit. He always insisted on drinking a specific, rare fortified wine imported from the southern provinces, a wine almost impossible to find elsewhere in the capital. This small detail, seemingly insignificant, was the thread Elias needed to pull. The uncertain poison, he now understood from his intense studies, was designed for mimicry. It could induce symptoms of various natural ailments, making it virtually undetectable to common physicians. The key was in the dosage and the method of delivery. For a swift, natural-seeming death, a direct, undiluted drop was sufficient. But for more subtle effects, to simply incapacitate or discredit, it required careful dilution and a precise understanding of its interaction with other substances. Elias devised a plan, one that was less about outright assassination and more about surgical precision. He wouldn't simply kill Lord Gregor. He would compromise him, steal the sensitive information he carried, and make his downfall appear to be a consequence of his own recklessness, perhaps even his alleged greed. This would serve his employer's stated goal of removing the target, but also potentially yield clues about the mysterious information Lord Gregor possessed, information that might lead him closer to the architect. His first step was to acquire the rare southern wine. This proved to be a challenge, requiring him to visit a secluded high-end merchant's shop that catered exclusively to the nobility. Elias, relying on the substantial gold he had received, feigned an air of aristocratic nonchalance, a carefully constructed persona of a wealthy, eccentric patron seeking a rare vintage for a private collection. The deception was risky, but successful. He walked out with a small, exquisitely wrapped bottle of the coveted wine. Back in his lodging, with Elias silently watching his every move, Elias began his delicate preparations. He set up his small, makeshift laboratory, a few crude glass phials, a mortar and pestle, and the chillingly beautiful vial of green liquid. He carefully diluted the poison, using a method his old master had taught him for creating potent, yet non-lethal, concoctions. His goal wasn't death this time, but a profound disorientation, a temporary loss of faculties, perhaps even a brief, terrifying hallucination. He needed Gregor to be incapacitated, not deceased, to facilitate the retrieval of the information. He worked with a surgical precision, his movements fluid and practiced, reminiscent of his earliest days as an apothecary, but now the art was perverted to a darker purpose. The night of the planned infiltration was clear and cold, a stark contrast to the previous foggy encounter. Elias left Ilara in the care of a kind, elderly washerwoman who lived downstairs, a woman with a keen ear for gossip but a conveniently weak memory, explaining that he had urgent business in the countryside. It was another lie, another thread in the intricate web he was weaving to protect the child. Lord Gregor's guest-house was well appointed but lacked the formidable defences of Ravenswood Keep. Elias slipped in through a servant's entrance, using the chaos of the evening meal preparation as cover. He moved through the silent corridors, his senses alert, his mind a steel trap, recalling every detail of the guest-house's layout he had observed. He found Lord Gregor's private chambers, surprisingly unguarded, a testament to the merchant's overconfidence or perhaps a false sense of security derived from his royal connections. Inside, the room was opulent, with rich tapestries and finely carved furniture. A half-eaten meal sat on a table, and a glass of the very southern wine Elias had identified stood beside a stack of parchments. Lord Gregor was not present, likely attending to some courtly duty, or perhaps already in the king's presence. This was his window. Elias approached the table. He uncorked the bottle of southern wine he had acquired, then, with surgical precision, used a small, thin dropper to extract a precise, diluted amount of the uncertain poison from his vial. He carefully added the diluted poison to Lord Gregor's untouched glass of wine, stirring it gently with a small, silver stirring rod he carried, ensuring it dissolved completely, leaving no trace. The diluted poison was designed to act quickly, but not instantly, giving him a small window to retrieve the information before Gregor succumbed. Just as he finished, he heard footsteps approaching, heavy and deliberate. Someone was coming. He moved like lightning, replacing his own wine bottle, securing his vial, and melting into the shadows behind a large tapestry just as the door creaked open. It was Lord Gregor. He entered, his expression weary, clearly having just come from a long court session. He was a man of medium height, with a shrewd, intelligent face and a perpetually furrowed brow. He sighed, casting his eyes over the table, then reached for his wine goblet. Elias held his breath, every nerve ending screaming with anticipation. Lord Gregor took a long, deep draught of the wine. He paused, his brow furrowing slightly, as if detecting a subtle, unfamiliar note in the vintage. Then, with a shrug, he took another, larger sip. Elias watched, his heart pounding. The poison was now inside him. Lord Gregor moved to his desk, heavily laden with parchments, scrolls, and wax-sealed letters. He began to sort through them, his movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Elias observed closely. The poison was taking effect. Gregor's eyes seemed to lose focus, his movements becoming uncoordinated, his hands fumbling with the parchments. He muttered to himself a low, incomprehensible string of words, as if caught in a waking dream. He swayed, his body beginning to tremble, and he clutched at his head, a low groan escaping his lips. He was in no condition to be aware of his surroundings, much less defend himself. Now was the time. Elias moved from behind the tapestry, a silent spectre. He approached the desk, his eyes scanning the documents. He needed the sensitive information. His fingers flew across the parchments, his sharp mind quickly identifying the seals and scripts of official correspondence. He found a heavily sealed scroll, much larger and more significant than the others, with a royal crest that suggested its paramount importance. This had to be it. As Elias reached for the scroll, Lord Gregor suddenly stumbled, collapsing heavily into his chair, his head lolling against the high back. His breathing became shallow, ragged. He was completely incapacitated. Elias snatched the scroll, tucking it securely into his inner pocket next to the vial of poison. He then quickly, meticulously, ruffled the other papers on the desk, creating the impression of a frantic, disorganized search rather than a targeted theft. He needed it to look like a common thief, or perhaps a drunken lapse on Gregor's part, to distract from the true nature of the infiltration. Before he left, Elias glanced at Lord Gregor, slumped in his chair, now muttering incoherently, his eyes vacant. He wouldn't die. Not from this dose. He would awaken in a few hours, disoriented, perhaps with a throbbing headache and fragmented memories, but alive. The sensitive information would be gone, and his reputation potentially ruined by his inexplicable collapse. A quiet, swift removal, but not death. A far more subtle weapon than a blade. This was the true art of the uncertain poison. Elias retraced his steps, slipping out of the guest-house as silently as he had entered. The night air felt crisp and clean after the stuffy, poisoned atmosphere of Gregor's chambers. He had succeeded. He had the scroll. And he had not taken another life. This choice, to incapacitate rather than kill, brought a fleeting sense of grim satisfaction. He was using the Brotherhood's tools, but on his own terms, for his own purposes now. Back in his lodging, the first rays of dawn were just beginning to touch the horizon. Ilara was still asleep, curled innocently on her mattress. Elias pulled out the scroll. Its seal was complex, clearly belonging to a high-ranking official within the royal court. He broke the wax, carefully unrolling the parchment. What he found was not merely sensitive information about trade routes or political alliances. It was a meticulously detailed list. A list of names. Names of prominent noble families, high-ranking officials, and influential merchants. And beside each name, a series of cryptic symbols. Symbols that, to Elias's burgeoning knowledge of the ancient alchemical brotherhood, hinted at degrees of influence, susceptibility, and perhaps even allegiance. This was no ordinary intelligence. This was a roster of potential targets, potential allies, or perhaps a list of those already within the serpent's coil. The realization sent a chill through him, far colder than any night air. Lord Gregor wasn't just carrying sensitive information. He was carrying a map to the very heart of the architect's network. This wasn't merely a political purge, it was a systematic subversion, a quiet takeover of the kingdom from within. The Baron's death had been a precursor. Lord Gregor's incapacitation was a means to gain this list. And Elias, the unwilling assassin, had just delivered the very tool his shadowy employers needed to further their grand, terrifying design. He looked at the scroll, then at the still sleeping Ilara. His decision to spare Gregor, to simply incapacitate him, suddenly felt like a double-edged sword. He had acted on a flicker of compassion, but in doing so he had obtained information that made his own situation and Ilara's infinitely more perilous. He was now in possession of knowledge that could get them both killed, not just by his employers, but by anyone who might uncover the true scope of this insidious plot. The list was a stolen legacy, a blueprint for betrayal on a scale he had only just begun to comprehend. The game was far more complex, far more dangerous, than he had ever imagined. His journey, once about survival and escape, was now unequivocally about unraveling this vast conspiracy, for his own sake, and for the innocent life he now protected. And the architect, whoever they were, was drawing closer, their plans now laid bare, however subtly, before Elias's very eyes. Story 7. Veiled Threats, The Poisoner's Apprenticeship. The stolen scroll lay splayed across Elias's worn table, its parchment crisp, the royal crest surprisingly stark against the mundane wood. The flickering lamplight cast long, dancing shadows, turning the cryptic symbols beside each name into a silent, sinister dance. This wasn't just a list. It was a map, a terrifying blueprint of control, of infiltration, of treachery on a scale Elias had only just begun to comprehend. The faces of the high-ranking nobles, the influential merchants, the key court officials he recognized from the streets of the capital, now swam before his eyes, each bearing a new, unsettling aura of suspicion. Ilara, thankfully, slept soundly on her makeshift bed, oblivious to the grim revelations unfolding just feet away. Her innocent slumber was a stark contrast to the churning turmoil in Elias's mind. He traced a finger over the symbols, circles, triangles, intricate knots. He knew enough of the ancient alchemical brotherhood's lore, gleaned from his old master's most obscure lessons, to understand that these weren't mere decorations. They were classifications, codes indicating a person's value, their allegiance, or their vulnerability within the serpent's coil. Some symbols spoke of absolute loyalty, others of influence to be exploited, and a chilling few hinted at those already purified, their minds subtly swayed, their wills bent to the architect's designs. A cold dread seeped into Elias's bones. Lord Gregor hadn't just carried sensitive information. He had carried the very nervous system of a clandestine operation that sought to undermine the kingdom from within. The Baron's death, his first assignment, was merely the lowest rung of a ladder reaching straight to the throne. This was no common political purge. This was a silent war, fought with uncertain poison and whispered manipulations, aimed at seizing power without ever drawing a sword in open conflict. He spent the rest of the night poring over the list, trying to decipher more of the cryptic code, matching names to known affiliations, searching for patterns, for connections he might have missed. He realized with a jolt that some of the names on the list were known rivals of the king, individuals who had openly voiced dissent. Others were trusted advisers, seemingly beyond reproach. The architect's strategy was sophisticated, targeting both the weak and the strong, sowing discord, cultivating loyalty through unseen means. The chilling implication was clear. The very fabric of the kingdom, its loyalty, its security, was being systematically unraveled. And Elias, by fulfilling his missions, had inadvertently become a tool in this insidious process, a literal instrument of the architect's will. The gold he had received now felt less like payment and more like blood money, binding him to a cause he vehemently opposed. He knew he couldn't simply destroy the list. It was too valuable, too dangerous. It was proof, yes, but also a weapon. He had to use it, to understand it, to turn it against those who had orchestrated this vast deception. But to do that, he needed more knowledge, more understanding of this secretive brotherhood, of their deeper motives, and of the true extent of their influence. His thoughts drifted back to his old master, Finn. Finn had been a recluse, a man of profound knowledge who had deliberately chosen to live on the fringes of society, away from the corrupting influence of power. He was a true apothecary, understanding the balance of life and death, healing and harm. He had spoken of the Brotherhood with a mix of reverence for their ancient knowledge and a profound distaste for their darker applications. He would know. Finn would know what to do. But Finn had disappeared years ago, swallowed by the wild, untamed lands to the east. A dangerous journey, filled with outlaws, beasts, and the unforgiving elements. Leaving the city with Elara was a risk. Remaining in the city, with a list of kingdom-altering secrets and the constant threat of his employer's watchful eyes, felt like certain doom. The next few days were a blur of internal debate and meticulous preparation. Elias continued to perform the minimal assignments his shadowy employers sent, always choosing to incapacitate rather than kill when possible, subtly bending their will to his own, a dangerous game he was playing. He needed to maintain the illusion of compliance, to avoid raising suspicion. Each completed mission earned him more gold, allowing him to stockpile supplies, to gather maps, and to prepare Elara for the arduous journey ahead. He acquired tougher boots, warm cloaks, dried provisions, and a small, sturdy pack. He even managed to secure a small, well-crafted dagger for himself, a familiar weight in his hand that provided a sliver of comfort. During these preparations, Elias spent more time teaching Elara the silent language of survival. He showed her how to tie a proper knot, how to distinguish edible berries from poisonous ones, a grim lesson, but a necessary one, how to move quietly, how to observe her surroundings. He taught her simple codes, a series of taps or hand gestures that could convey warnings without a sound. Elara, despite her youth, absorbed it all with a desperate earnestness. She instinctively understood the gravity of their situation, even if she couldn't grasp the full scope of the political machinations. Their bond deepened with every shared secret, every whispered instruction, every moment of quiet fear and reassurance. She was no longer just a witness, she was his companion, his silent apprentice in this terrifying new world. One evening, as he sorted through his meager belongings, Elias stumbled upon a small, leather-bound journal, tucked away in a forgotten corner of his old trunk. It was Finn's journal, given to Elias years ago, filled with obscure notes, sketches of rare plants, and philosophical musings on the nature of life and death. He remembered his master had urged him to keep it, saying, "Knowledge, Elias, is a light in the dark. Carry it always." Now, the words felt like a beacon. Flipping through its worn pages, Elias found a hidden section, written in Finn's careful, almost microscopic script. It contained cryptic references to the ancient alchemical brotherhood, their initiation rituals, and a particular symbol, a coiled serpent devouring its own tail, the Ouroboros, but with a unique, almost imperceptible flaw in its design, a broken scale, a missing tooth. Finn had drawn it, noting it as a mark of corruption within the coil. This symbol, he realized with a jolt, was subtly present on some of the scrolls he had seen in Lord Gregor's chambers, and in the very design of the intricate vial he carried. This was further proof, a chilling confirmation of the Brotherhood's deep infiltration and the architect's pervasive influence. More importantly, Finn's journal contained faint, almost erased entries hinting at a secluded refuge, a remote sanctuary deep in the eastern mountains where he had sought to escape the world's encroaching darkness. A place where he could continue his studies in peace, away from those who sought to pervert his knowledge. Finn had often spoken of returning to the solitude of the peaks. This was it. A destination. A hope. The decision was made. He would seek out Finn. His master, the only other living soul who truly understood the depth of the poisoner's art and the secret of brotherhood, was his only hope for answers. It was a perilous journey, but it was their best chance. The city, with its veiled threats and omnipresent watchers, had become a prison. He explained his plan to Elara, simply, carefully. "We are going on a long journey, little one," he told her, his voice gentle. "To a place where it is safe, where we can find answers." He didn't mention the dangers, the long roads, the hunger, the cold, the bandits, or the possibility that Finn might no longer be there. He spoke of mountains, of clear streams, of quiet forests. She listened, her eyes wide, then nodded, a silent act of faith. Her willingness to follow him, to trust him implicitly, deepened his resolve. He was no longer just escaping. He was fighting for her future. The following night, under the cloak of deepest darkness, Elias and Alara slipped out of the city. He carried their meager supplies, the stolen list carefully hidden, the vial of uncertain poison secured. Alara, bundled in a thick cloak, walked beside him, her small hand clutching his. They were two silent figures, two fugitives, venturing into the vast, unknown wilderness, guided by a desperate hope and a stolen legacy of secrets. The city lights quickly faded behind them, swallowed by the imposing shadows of the ancient forest. Their journey was just beginning. The first blood had been shed, the first truths unveiled, and the path ahead was shrouded in veiled threats and unknown dangers. Elias was no longer just a man with a forgotten skill. He was a desperate protector, an unwilling pawn turned rogue, venturing into the wilderness to find an old master, to unlock the deeper mysteries of the uncertain poison, and to unveil the hidden hand of the architect that was slowly but surely suffocating the kingdom. The true apprenticeship, the one that would test his very soul, had just begun. Story 8. Beneath the Guild's Mask, Unmasking the Loyalties. The city lights had long since vanished behind Elias and Alara, swallowed by the oppressive darkness of the forest. The air, crisp and cold, carried the scent of damp earth and pine, a stark contrast to the stifling air of the capital. This was the wilderness, a vast, untamed expanse stretching eastward, towards the distant, formidable peaks where Elias hoped to find his old master, Finn. The journey, he knew, would be fraught with peril, a test of his resolve and Alara's resilience. Alara, bundled tightly in her cloak, walked beside him, her small hand a comforting weight in his. Her steps, though weary, were determined. She rarely complained, her silence a testament to her courage and the stark reality of their situation. Elias, however, felt the weight of every mile, every rustle in the undergrowth, every hoot of an owl that sounded like a warning. He was no longer just responsible for himself. He was responsible for this innocent life, a responsibility that both burdened and strengthened him. Their first few days were a relentless rhythm of walking, foraging, and finding secluded spots to rest. Elias, drawing on his knowledge of the wild from his youth and his early training, taught Alara how to identify safe water sources, how to find edible roots and berries, and how to build a small, smokeless fire that wouldn't betray their presence. He was constantly vigilant, his eyes scanning the tree-line for any sign of movement, his ears straining for any sound that wasn't the natural symphony of the forest. Bandits, wild animals, and the ever-present threat of his anonymous employers tracking them. Every shadow held a potential danger. Nights were the hardest. The forest came alive with unfamiliar sounds, the rustling of unseen creatures, the distant howls of wolves. Alara would often stir, whimpering softly in her sleep, haunted by nightmares of the keep, of her mother being sent away, of the silent man who had appeared in the Baron's solar. Elias would gently rouse her, whispering reassurances, holding her close until her trembling subsided. He found himself telling her stories, old folk tales of brave heroes and clever beasts, stories he'd heard as a child, trying to soothe her fear and distract her from the harsh reality of their flight. These quiet moments, under the vast, star-dusted canopy of the forest, forged an unspoken bond between them, a silent covenant of protection and trust. One chilly morning, as they made their way through a dense thicket, they stumbled upon a small, abandoned hunting lodge, its wooden walls weathered, its thatched roof partially collapsed. It was desolate, yet offered a temporary refuge from the elements. Elias, always cautious, thoroughly checked it for any signs of recent occupation. It was empty. They decided to rest there for a day or two, to replenish their energy and plan the next leg of their journey. Inside the lodge, amongst the debris and cobwebs, Elias found a rusted hunting knife and a few discarded traps. He used the time to practice his forgotten skills. He sharpened the knife, its familiar weight a comfort in his hand. He meticulously cleaned and reset the traps, teaching Elias how to identify animal trails, how to move silently through the undergrowth. This wasn't just about survival. It was about reclaiming parts of himself he had long suppressed. He felt the familiar precision of his hands, the sharp focus of his mind, not in the service of death, but of life. While Elias explored the small, dilapidated lodge, fascinated by the rustling leaves outside the cracked window, Elias pulled out the stolen list from Lord Gregor. The names, the symbols, they still haunted him. He spread the parchment on the rough wooden table, tracing the cryptic marks. He was still trying to unravel the full extent of the architect's influence, the precise meaning of each symbol. He knew that some marked individuals were true loyalists to the architect, members of the hidden brotherhood, the serpent's coil. Others were merely targets, to be manipulated or eliminated. But how to tell the difference without direct knowledge of their secret handshakes, their whispered passwords? He recalled Finn's journal, its pages filled with observations about the Brotherhood. Finn, in his profound wisdom, had written about the subtle tells, the almost imperceptible changes in demeanor or rhetoric that marked those who had been turned, those whose loyalties had shifted from the kingdom to the coil. He mentioned a certain smoothness in their arguments, a detached logic that prioritized the greater good of their hidden agenda over the immediate needs of the people. They often spoke in vague metaphors about purifying the old order or ushering in a new dawn, seemingly innocuous phrases that, in context, revealed their true, sinister intent. Elias began to revisit these lessons, replaying conversations he'd overheard in the capital, recalling the specific phrasing used by the cloaked figure who had approached him in the serpent's kiss. Justice, they had said, or perhaps merely order, and the chilling reference to cleansing certain noble houses. It all clicked into place. These were the veiled threats, the insidious rhetoric of the Brotherhood. They were using a language of virtue to mask a profound deception. The next few days of their journey were arduous. They crossed a small, fast-flowing river, its icy waters biting at their legs. Elias, despite her small size, showed remarkable bravery, her trust in Elias unwavering. They encountered a lone, grizzled trapper, who eyed them with suspicion but ultimately left them alone, seeing no profit in a man and a child. Elias, ever watchful, used these encounters to refine his ability to read faces, to discern intent from subtle gestures, a skill honed by years of surviving on the fringes of society. As they pushed deeper into the eastern lands, the terrain began to change. The dense forests gave way to rolling hills, then to rocky, uneven ground, hinting at the approaching mountains. The air grew thinner, colder. Elias could feel the subtle shift in the earth, the presence of ancient stone beneath his worn boots. He knew Finn's refuge would be well hidden, remote, and likely guarded by natural defenses. He also found himself reflecting more deeply on his own past, on the man he had been before he tried to disappear. He remembered the allure of forbidden knowledge, the quiet pride in his master's praise, the meticulous satisfaction of crafting a perfectly balanced compound. He understood now that his past wasn't just a burden, it was a resource. His specific knowledge of poisons, his understanding of the subtle nuances of human nature, his ability to move unseen, these weren't curses, but tools. Tools that could be used for something other than what his shadowy employers intended. His resolve hardened. He wasn't just running from the architect, he was actively seeking the means to fight back. The list, the uncertain poison, the lessons from Finn, they were all pieces of a larger puzzle. He needed Finn's guidance, his deeper insights into the Brotherhood, to understand how to truly unmask their loyalties and turn their own weapons against them. One afternoon, as they rested by a bubbling mountain stream, Elias, sensing his deep thoughts, spoke softly. "Will we be safe with your old master?" she asked, her voice small but clear. Elias looked at her, truly looked at her. Her face, though still thin, had gained a touch of color from the sun and wind. Her eyes, no longer solely terrified, now held a glimmer of hope, a reflection of his own growing determination. "He is a good man, Elias replied, his voice gruff, yet imbued with a sincerity he rarely allowed himself to show. "And he is wise. He will help us. He will help us understand why all this is happening." He realized then that he wasn't just seeking answers for himself. He was seeking a future for her, a future free from the shadows that now enveloped them both. As they continued their arduous ascent, the land grew wilder, the signs of human habitation vanishing almost entirely. The air was crisp, clean, carrying the distant scent of pine and rock. Elias knew they were nearing the peaks, nearing Finn's sanctuary. But a nagging feeling persisted, a sense of being watched, of being followed. He had been so careful, so diligent in covering their tracks, yet the thought lingered. The architect's reach was vast, their network insidious. They wouldn't simply let a valuable asset, and a stolen secret list, disappear without a trace. He clutched the hidden scroll tighter, its weight a constant reminder of the dangerous knowledge he carried. The journey was far from over. Finding Finn was just the first step. The true battle lay ahead, a battle to expose the hidden hand, to unmask the loyalties masked by deception, and to reclaim a future for himself and for Elias, away from the corrupting influence of the serpent's coil. The mountain path stretched before them, leading them deeper into the wild, and closer to a confrontation that would either grant them freedom or condemn them to eternal shadow. Story 9. The Alchemist's Secret, Unraveling the Elixir's Truth. The air grew thin and sharp as Elias and Elias ascended deeper into the eastern mountains. Pines, gnarled and ancient, clung precariously to the rocky slopes, their needles carrying the scent of wildness. The path, barely more than a goat trail, wound its way through desolate passes and across dizzying ridges. Each step was a testament to their dwindling strength and unwavering resolve. Elias, despite her small stature, showed a remarkable tenacity, her hand gripping Elias's, her breath coming in short, quick gasps. They were two tiny figures swallowed by the immense, indifferent landscape. Elias, however, felt a growing sense of anticipation, a fragile flicker of hope amidst the harsh reality of their flight. He recognized the landmarks from Finn's obscure journal entries, a distinctive rock formation shaped like a sleeping bear, a waterfall that cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, a cluster of ancient, wind-battered oak trees. They were drawing closer. After days of relentless climbing, just as the sun began to dip below the jagged peaks, painting the sky in fiery oranges and deep purples, Elias spotted it. Tucked away in a secluded crevice, almost hidden by a tumble of boulders and thick foliage, was a small, crudely built stone dwelling. A wisp of smoke curled lazily from its chimney, a welcoming sign of life in this desolate wilderness. "We're here, Elias whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion and exhaustion. A profound sense of relief washed over him, momentarily loosening the tight knot of fear that had resided in his gut for weeks. As they cautiously approached the dwelling, a figure emerged from within. He was an old man, his frame stooped, his hair and beard a tangled mass of white. He held a gnarled walking stick, and his eyes, though clouded with age, still held a keen, intelligent spark. It was Finn. Older, more weathered than Elias remembered, but unmistakably his master. Finn paused, his gaze sweeping over them, taking in Elias's haggard appearance and Elara's small, vulnerable form. A slow recognition dawned in his eyes. A flash of surprise, then understanding, and finally a deep, weary sadness. "Elias," Finn rumbled, his voice a low, gravelly sound, "I had hoped to never see you again, for your sake, and yet I am glad you are here." Ilara, sensing the shift in Elias's demeanor, clutched his hand tighter. Elias knelt before his master, a rare gesture of deference. "Master Finn," he said, the words feeling foreign on his tongue after so long, "I have brought a complication, and a truth you may wish to hear." Finn merely nodded, his gaze softening as it fell upon Ilara. "Come," he said, gesturing towards the humble dwelling. "The mountain night is unforgiving. We will speak by the fire." Inside, the dwelling was sparse but surprisingly warm, filled with the comforting scent of herbs, wood smoke, and something else, something metallic and sharp, the unmistakable aroma of alchemical work. Rows of carefully labeled vials, bundles of dried plants, and stacks of ancient texts lined the stone walls. It was Finn's sanctuary, his laboratory, his life's work. Finn prepared a simple meal of dried venison and root stew, his movements slow but precise. Ilara, after an initial shyness, found a corner by the crackling fire, watching the dancing flames, occasionally glancing at the two men, absorbing the weight of their reunion. As they ate, Elias recounted his tale. He spoke of his forced return to the city, the encounter with the cloaked figure, the Baron's demise, the uncertain poison, and the terrible discovery of Ilara. He detailed his subsequent missions, his growing suspicions, and finally, the theft of Lord Gregor's list, the chilling revelation of the serpent's coil, and the architect's pervasive plan. He laid out the parchment, the cryptic symbols stark against the lamplight. He even showed Finn the vial of green liquid, its iridescent swirl a silent testament to the horrors he had committed. Finn listened in silence, his expression grim, his old eyes fixed on the parchment and the vial. He occasionally stroked his white beard, a familiar gesture of deep contemplation. When Elias finished, the only sound was the crackling fire and Ilara's soft breathing. "The serpent's coil," Finn finally murmured, his voice laced with a profound weariness. "I had hoped their influence had waned, but it seems their ambition knows no bounds." He picked up the vial of green liquid, holding it to the firelight. He sniffed it, then touched a tiny drop to his tongue, his old eyes closing for a moment as he savored the complex, deadly flavor. "This," he said, opening his eyes, "is truly a masterpiece of their craft, a blend of rare mountain herbs, river silt minerals, and the essence of the shadow lily, a plant I believed extinct. Its uncertainty is indeed its cunning. It mimics natural illness with such precision that only the most skilled apothecary, one who understands the delicate balance of toxins and life forces, could discern its true nature." Elias felt a chill. "You knew of this? This specific poison?" Finn nodded slowly. "I taught you the principles, Elias. The properties of the shadow lily were whispered among the highest echelons of the coil. It is an alchemical secret, a guarded formula. It adapts, you see, to the target's own weaknesses, exploiting existing frailties, accelerating natural decay. It is the perfect weapon for a silent coup, leaving no obvious trail." He looked at Elias, a flicker of something akin to pride, mingled with sadness, in his eyes. "You have understood its truth, my boy. Your old lessons served you well, even if for a grim purpose. And the symbols on the list?" Elias pressed, pushing the parchment towards Finn. "You spoke of them, of their corruption." Finn's gaze sharpened. These are the marks of loyalty and influence within the coil. The unbroken circle, a loyal initiate. The triangle, a silent observer, a potential recruit. And the serpent with the broken scale, this unique Ouroboros, That, Elias, marks the truly indoctrinated. Those whose minds have been subtly altered, their wills bent to the architect's grand design. They believe they are purifying the world, ushering in a new, more ordered age. They are the most dangerous, for they truly believe in their twisted cause. Elias felt a cold wave wash over him. Mind altered? How? Through subtle means, Finn explained, his voice low. Specific herbs, inhaled as incense during their secret rituals. Prolonged exposure to certain rare minerals. And most potently, through the repeated, insidious rhetoric of their philosophy. They are not merely coerced, they are convinced. They are the architect's true devotees. And the architect? Elias asked, the name feeling heavier now. Who is this person? Finn sighed, a deep, weary sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. The architect is not a single person, Elias, not always. It is often a title, passed down through generations. The supreme leader of the coil, the visionary who guides their grand design. They aim to dismantle the existing power structures, not through open warfare, but through quiet infiltration, through the systematic removal of those who stand in their way, and the subtle manipulation of those who remain. They believe they are building a perfect order, a kingdom free of chaos, ruled by their unseen hand. They seek ultimate control. Elias stared at the fire, the revelations a chilling mosaic forming in his mind. The subtle changes in the king's court, the sudden illnesses, the swift rise of unexpected figures. It all began to make a terrible sense. The kingdom was being systematically poisoned, not just by the green elixir, but by the insidious ideology of the serpent's coil. So, what do we do? Elias finally asked, looking at Finn, a silent plea for guidance in his eyes. I have this list. It is dangerous. It exposes them. But it also paints a target on my back, and now on Elara's. Finn reached out, placing a gnarled hand on Elias's shoulder. We must fight, Elias. But not with open blades. Not yet. We fight with knowledge. With truth. This list, it is a weapon. But it must be wielded with extreme care. The coil's reach is vast. They have eyes and ears everywhere, even in these mountains, I suspect. He paused, his gaze distant. My retreat here was not just for solitude, but for safety. I knew they would eventually seek to silence me, for the knowledge I possess. He then looked at Elara, who had quietly crept closer, listening intently, though likely understanding little of the complex conspiracy. And the child, Finn continued, his voice gentle. Her presence is a complication, Elias, but also a strength. She is innocent, a pure flame in the encroaching darkness. We must protect her above all else. Finn then spoke of his own deeper knowledge, of specific antidotes, not just for the poison itself, but for the subtle mental manipulations of the coil. He began to instruct Elias, revisiting lessons Elias had long forgotten, pushing him further into the depths of alchemical understanding. This wasn't just about crafting poisons. It was about understanding life, its vulnerabilities, and its resilience. It was the true poisoner's apprenticeship, not just in death, but in understanding the delicate balance between destruction and preservation. We will use this list, Finn explained, to identify their key players. Not just those to be eliminated, but those whose minds have been twisted, those who can be saved, or at least those who can be turned against the architect. The serpent's coil relies on secrecy, on operating in the shadows. We will bring them into the light. Elias felt a surge of renewed purpose. He wasn't just running anymore. He was learning, planning, preparing for a counterattack. The journey to Finn had been arduous, but it had yielded not just a sanctuary, but a renewed sense of direction. He now understood the true nature of the elixir's truth. It was not just a means to an end, but a symbol of the pervasive, insidious power of the architect. Days turned into weeks in Finn's remote mountain refuge. Elias immersed himself in his old master's teachings, his mind hungry for knowledge. He learned to identify the subtle signs of the Brotherhood's presence, to discern their coded messages, to anticipate their moves. He practiced crafting countermeasures, antidotes not just to the physical effects of the poison, but to its more subtle, mind-altering components. Ilara, under Finn's gentle guidance, also learned not the ways of poison, but the ways of the wilderness, how to read the signs of nature, how to listen to the whispers of the wind. She slowly began to shed her fear, finding a fragile sense of security in Finn's quiet wisdom and Elias's unwavering presence. But even in this remote sanctuary, a sense of unease lingered. Finn, with his ancient wisdom, warned Elias that the serpent's coil would not forget a stolen list, nor a vanished operative. Their reach was vast, their patience endless. "They will seek you, Elias," Finn had warned, his eyes grave. "They will seek the list, and they will seek to silence us. We must prepare. For the deeper you dig into their secrets, the more violently the serpent will coil." The learning was intense, a true apprenticeship in the unwritten rules of this hidden war. Elias felt himself transforming, his past self fading, replaced by a more resolute, more dangerous version of himself. He was no longer just Elias, the ordinary man trying to escape. He was Elias, the reluctant protector, the resurrected apothecary, now armed with a deeper understanding of the alchemist's secret, ready to unravel the treacherous web of the serpent's coil. The time of hiding was over. The time of action was drawing near, and the deeper secrets of the Brotherhood were about to be forcefully unmasked. Story 10. A Fragile Alliance, Trust Forged in Fire. Life in Finn's secluded mountain refuge settled into a rigorous, almost monastic rhythm. Days were spent in the quiet hum of study and experimentation, nights in the soft glow of the fire, punctuated by the rustle of turning pages and the low murmur of Finn's ancient wisdom. Elias, with Ilara always close by, absorbed every lesson, every nuance of Finn's profound knowledge. His mind, once clouded by the fear of his past, now sharpened, honed by a clear purpose, to understand the architect's insidious plan and to dismantle the serpent's coil. Finn, despite his advanced years, possessed a boundless energy when it came to his craft. He initiated Elias into the deeper mysteries of alchemy, far beyond the mere crafting of poisons. He taught him about the delicate balance of elements, the interplay of life forces, and the subtle energies that permeated all living things. Elias learned to identify not just the physical properties of substances, but their hidden, almost spiritual, influences. This was the true poisoner's apprenticeship, not just in death, but in understanding the delicate balance between destruction and preservation, between malevolence and remedy. They focused intensely on the uncertain poison Elias had been given. Finn meticulously analyzed the remaining drops, his old eyes gleaming with intellectual curiosity. He confirmed Elias's suspicions. The poison was indeed a masterwork of deception, designed to mimic natural ailments while systematically weakening the victim. But more chillingly, Finn revealed its potential for subtle mind-altering effects, particularly when administered over time or in larger, non-lethal doses. "It doesn't just kill the body, Elias," Finn had explained, his voice grave. "It can cloud the mind, subtly warp perception, making the victim more susceptible to suggestion, more pliable. This is how the architect bends wills, how they truly bind their indoctrinated loyalists to the coil." This revelation sent a fresh wave of dread through Elias. It explained the broken scale symbols on Lord Gregor's list, marking those whose minds had been subtly corrupted. The serpent's coil wasn't just assassinating. They were brainwashing, creating a hidden army of unwitting collaborators within the kingdom's elite. This confirmed Elias's earlier suspicion that the architect's agenda went far beyond simple political purges. It was a complete subversion of society, a systematic unmasking of loyalties only to reforge them into twisted allegiance. Their focus shifted from understanding the poison to creating countermeasures. They worked tirelessly, experimenting with rare mountain herbs and specific mineral compounds. Finn guided Elias in concocting not just antidotes to the physical effects of the poison, but also subtle tinctures designed to clear the mind, to break the insidious mental hold the coil might have on its victims. It was a painstaking process, requiring immense patience and precision. Elias found a renewed sense of purpose in this work, a redemption for the destructive path he had been forced to walk. He was no longer just an instrument of death. He was becoming an instrument of clarity, of liberation. Ilara, meanwhile, thrived in the mountain air and under Finn's gentle, grandfatherly presence. She explored the surrounding forests with growing confidence, always within Elias's watchful eye, learning the names of trees and birds, finding a sense of peace she hadn't known since leaving Ravenswood. She continued to be a silent, watchful apprentice in her own right, often observing Elias and Finn's intricate work with a quiet curiosity. She understood the gravity of their purpose, even if the specifics of alchemy and political intrigue remained beyond her grasp. Her unwavering trust in Elias became his constant anchor, a silent promise of the innocent life he was fighting to protect. One crisp morning, as they worked on a particularly volatile compound, Finn's keen senses picked up something. A faint tremor in the earth, barely perceptible, then a distant sound, like the snapping of a twig, too deliberate to be an animal. "They are here," Finn murmured, his eyes grim. "The coil has found us." Elias's heart pounded. He knew this day would come. The architect would not abandon their pursuit of the stolen list and the elusive asset who possessed it. They had been too careful, too silent. Their time of respite was over. Finn, with surprising agility for his age, moved to a hidden compartment in the stone wall, pulling out a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside lay a collection of small, specialized tools, a tiny silver blowgun, a set of almost invisible needles, and several vials of concentrated, rapidly acting substances, some lethal, some merely incapacitating. "These are from my own younger days, Elias," Finn explained, his voice low. "For when the subtle arts are no longer enough, we must be prepared to defend this knowledge, and ourselves." They immediately put their defenses in place. Finn, with his intimate knowledge of the surrounding terrain, set up a series of rudimentary, almost invisible traps along the approach paths, tripwires designed to alert, small sonic devices to disorient, and even a few strategically placed plants whose noxious fumes, when disturbed, could momentarily incapacitate an unsuspecting intruder. Elias, applying his assassin's instincts, identified optimal ambush points, routes for escape, and places where he and Ilara could hide if their position was compromised. As dusk settled, painting the peaks in hues of orange and violet, the silence of the mountains felt heavier, pregnant with impending confrontation. Elias, armed with a newfound sense of purpose and the wisdom of his old master, prepared for battle. He no longer felt like a pawn. He was a piece, yes, but a dangerous one, armed with knowledge and a personal stake in the outcome. The first signs came just after nightfall. A distant flicker of light, quickly extinguished. The faint scent of wood smoke, not from their own fire, but from further down the mountain. And then, the unmistakable sound of disciplined footsteps, barely audible, yet present. They were not ordinary bandits. They were skilled, likely members of the Serpent's Coil's enforcement arm. Elias positioned himself at a vantage point overlooking the main approach, his newly sharpened dagger a cold weight in his hand. Finn, holding a small, intricate device, stood by the entrance to the dwelling. Ilara, huddled in a hidden alcove Finn had prepared, clung to a small wooden doll Finn had carved for her, her eyes wide with fear, but her silence absolute. The attackers came in small, precise groups, moving with a chilling efficiency. They were cloaked figures, like the one Elias had met in the tavern, but clearly trained in combat. They moved with a predatory grace, their blades glinting faintly in the starlight. Elias engaged the first group, moving with a fluidity that surprised even himself. His time as an assassin had taught him to be swift, decisive. He disarmed one, incapacitating him with a quick strike to the temple, then used the subtle, non-lethal components Finn had prepared, a finely powdered herb blown through a small tube, to disorient another. He didn't kill, he neutralized, disabling without taking a life, a testament to his renewed ethical compass. This was the true art of the apothecary, not just to deal death, but to control the outcome. Finn, too, proved to be formidable despite his age. He used his knowledge of the terrain, his hidden traps, and surprisingly potent, non-lethal gas clouds to disorient and repel the attackers. He moved with a surprising swiftness, a blur of white beard and gnarled hands, a silent force of nature defending his sanctuary. The initial assault was repelled, but Elias knew it was merely the vanguard. More would come. The serpent's coil was relentless. He and Finn quickly incapacitated and bound their attackers, silencing them before they could raise an alarm. As Elias searched one of the fallen cloaked figures, he found a small, silver amulet, intricately carved with a coiled serpent symbol, but this one had the distinct, almost imperceptible flaw of the broken scale. They were not just enforcers, they were indoctrinated members, their minds subtly influenced. "They will return, Elias," Finn stated, his breathing heavy, but his eyes resolute. "And they will send more. Stronger. They want the list. And they want to silence us both for the knowledge we possess." "Then we will be ready," Elias replied, his voice firm, his gaze meeting Finn's. The trial by fire had begun, not just for survival, but for a deeper cause. In that moment, an unspoken covenant was forged between master and apprentice, a fragile alliance born of shared knowledge and common enemies. Elias, the unwilling assassin, and Finn, the reclusive alchemist, stood together against a vast, insidious conspiracy. And in the heart of their shared purpose, a new kind of trust, forged in fire, solidified, giving them the strength to face the mounting darkness that now descended upon their mountain refuge. Their fight, truly, had only just begun. Story 11. The Crown's Gambit, a pawn in the royal game. The scent of pine and fresh mountain air, usually so soothing, now mingled with the acrid tang of fear and the lingering metallic whiff of conflict. Elias stood beside Finn, their breaths misting in the cold dawn, surveying the aftermath of the skirmish. Three cloaked figures lay bound and unconscious, their dark robes stark against the pristine snow. The silence that followed the night's brief, brutal exchange was heavy, pregnant with the knowledge that this was merely the prelude. The serpent's coil had found them. Finn, his old eyes sharp and unwavering, ran a gloved hand through his white beard. "They are disciplined, Elias. And they are relentless. This was but a probing attack. More will come, and they will be stronger, more cunning." He glanced at Elara, who was huddled inside the small dwelling, peering out with wide, frightened eyes. "We cannot remain here, not indefinitely. This sanctuary, once a haven, is now compromised." Elias nodded, his gaze fixed on the bound figures. The symbols on their amulets, the broken scale, indicating their indoctrination, filled him with a cold fury. These were not just nameless enforcers. They were individuals whose minds had been subtly twisted, their loyalties subverted by the architect's insidious methods. This made them both dangerous and, to Elias, strangely tragic. His resolve hardened. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about exposing the truth, about breaking the serpent's coil's hold, about protecting the innocent, like Alara, from becoming pawns in this chilling royal game. "We move," Elias stated, his voice firm, "but not further into hiding. We move against them." Finn's bushy eyebrows raised in surprise, then a slow, knowing smile touched his lips. "Ah, the student reveals his true mettle. A direct approach, then? Bold and dangerous. Tell me, Elias, what do you propose?" Elias pulled out Lord Gregor's stolen list, its parchment still crisp, the cryptic symbols still a chilling map of power and influence. "This list," he began, "is our weapon, Master Finn. It's their blueprint. It tells us who they are targeting, who they have already subverted. We must use it to turn their own game against them. We must expose them where it hurts them most, in the very heart of the kingdom." Finn's gaze fell upon the list, his fingers tracing the names. "The king's court," he murmured. "A dangerous place, Elias. Filled with ambitious men, shifting allegiances, and the ever-present shadow of the architect's reach." "Precisely," Elias countered. "They operate in secrecy. They rely on plausible deniability. If we can sow enough doubt, create enough chaos, expose enough of their loyalists to the king, their entire structure could begin to unravel. We don't need to defeat them in open battle. We need to expose their treachery." Their planning began immediately, fueled by a sense of urgency. Finn, with his vast knowledge of the kingdom's history, its key figures, and the subtle currents of power, became Elias's strategist. He knew the inner workings of the court, the jealousies, the rivalries, the whispers that could be amplified into a roar. Elias, with his assassin's instincts and his growing mastery of the uncertain poison, became the implementer, the shadow agent. Their first target, identified from the list, was a lesser noble, Lord Valerius, known for his ambition and his recent, almost inexplicable rise in the king's favor. The symbols beside his name on the list indicated a moderate level of indoctrination, suggesting he was a pliable, but not fully committed, member of the Serpent's Coil. Their goal was not to kill him, but to expose his allegiance, to make his loyalty to the architect apparent to the king, or at least to those who would listen. "We cannot simply present this list to the king, Elias," Finn explained, tapping a finger on the parchment. "He would dismiss it as the ramblings of a madman, or worse, accuse us of treason. The architect's influence is too deep. We need undeniable proof, something that will force the king to question, to look closely at those he trusts." They decided on a strategy of subtle disruption, using Elias's knowledge of the uncertain poison to create controlled chaos. Not death, but embarrassment, revelation, and the unsettling taste of doubt. Finn suggested a particular variation of the poison, one that induced not physical incapacitation, but a temporary loosening of inhibitions, a subtle compulsion to reveal hidden truths, followed by a memory lapse of the revealing moment itself. It was a dangerous, morally ambiguous tactic, but in a game where the lines of morality were already blurred by the Serpent's Coil, it felt necessary. "This is not a simple poison, Elias," Finn had warned, his eyes grave. "It is a truth serum of sorts, but unreliable. It can reveal secrets, yes, but also amplify hidden desires, fears. It can shatter a man's carefully constructed facade. Use it with precision, and be prepared for the consequences." Alara, during these intense discussions, often sat quietly by the fire, sometimes drawing, sometimes listening with a child's uncanny intuition. She seemed to sense the immense stakes involved, the gravity of their purpose. Her presence, her unwavering trust, solidified Elias's resolve. He was doing this for her, for a future free from the insidious grip of the architect. Their journey back towards the capital was less about flight and more about strategic movement. They avoided main roads, sticking to less traveled paths, using the wilderness to their advantage. Elias, now more confident in his abilities, taught Alara more advanced survival skills: how to identify edible plants even in barren winter landscapes, how to build a quick shelter, how to read the signs of approaching weather. Their bond, forged in the crucible of fear and shared purpose, grew stronger with every mile. Upon reaching the outskirts of the capital, they sought refuge in a hidden cave Elias had known from his earliest days, a secluded spot known only to a few, away from prying eyes. It was cold and damp, but offered concealment. From here, Elias could venture into the city, under cover of darkness, to execute their plan. Finn, too old and frail for such direct action, would remain in the cave with Alara, safeguarding the list and preparing more countermeasures. The first target for their new strategy was Lord Valerius. Elias had observed his routine, a daily visit to a specific bathhouse, known for its privacy and discretion. It was an opportune moment to administer the subtle truth serum poison. One evening, under the cloak of a moonless night, Elias slipped into the capital. He made his way to the bathhouse, blending seamlessly with the evening crowds. He gained entry by posing as a new bath attendant, his unassuming appearance and practiced movements allowing him to move unnoticed. He located Lord Valerius in a private steam room, engrossed in a languid bath, attended by a single, bored servant. Elias approached, carrying a tray of fragrant oils and a pitcher of spiced wine, a common refreshment in such establishments. His heart pounded, but his hand was steady. He carefully poured the spiced wine into a goblet, then, with the practiced precision he had honed over weeks, added a single, diluted drop of the truth serum to the wine. The liquid swirled, absorbing the subtle addition without a trace. "My lord," Elias murmured, his voice humble, "a refreshing vintage for your relaxation." Lord Valerius, eyes closed in contentment, waved a dismissive hand. "Leave it on the table, attendant." Elias placed the goblet within easy reach, then bowed and retreated, his eyes fixed on Valerius. The lord eventually reached for the goblet, taking a long, unhurried sip. Elias watched, his internal clock ticking. He waited, hidden in a darkened corner of the bathhouse, observing through a cleverly concealed peephole. After about half an hour, as the steam filled the room, Valerius began to change. His movements became more agitated, his voice rising as he began to mutter to himself. He began to speak, at first rambling about mundane court gossip, but then his words took a darker turn. He spoke of the architect's grand design, of purifying the weak, of the old ways crumbling. His eyes, though still unfocused, held a strange, zealous gleam. He even began to refer to specific subtle instructions he had received, detailing how he was to sway certain votes in the King's Council, how to subtly discredit rivals. Elias quickly and carefully penned down Valerius's ramblings, every damning detail, every coded phrase that connected him to the serpent's coil. He documented it all, using a special, almost invisible ink and a coded shorthand Finn had taught him, ensuring that only they could truly decipher its full meaning. Just as Valerius's ramblings reached a fever pitch, his eyes suddenly widened, a look of profound confusion replacing the zeal. He clutched his head, then swayed, finally slumping back into the bath, unconscious. The effects of the truth serum had worn off, leaving him disoriented and with no memory of his revealing outburst. Elias quietly slipped away, leaving Valerius to be discovered by his servant. He had obtained the proof he needed. Damning, undeniable, even if only in coded form for now. He had found a way to use the serpent's coil's own weapon against them. Back in the cold, damp cave, Elias presented his findings to Finn. The old master's eyes gleamed as he read Elias's coded notes. "Excellent, Elias," Finn murmured, a rare smile touching his lips. "This is undeniable. This is how we begin to loosen the architect's grip. By revealing their puppets, one by one. By sowing the seeds of distrust within the king's own court." He then looked at Elias, his gaze solemn. "But be warned, my boy. As you expose them, they will come for you with greater ferocity. You are no longer just a loose end. You are a threat. You are becoming a pawn in the royal game, yes, but a very dangerous pawn, one that can reveal the true nature of the crown's gambit." Elias nodded, his hand instinctively going to the hidden scroll. He knew the danger, but he also knew the necessity. He had made a choice, not just for himself, but for Ilara, for the possibility of a world free from the insidious control of the architect. The fight was far from over, but the first decisive blow had been struck. And as the dark night deepened, Elias and Finn began to meticulously plan their next move, their next target, their next step in unraveling the vast, treacherous web of the serpent's coil. The game was on, and they were ready to play. Story 12. Crimson Dawn, The Cost of a Silent Kill. The raw mountain air bit at Elias's exposed skin as he made his way back to the secluded cave, the cold biting deeper than usual. The successful exposure of Lord Valerius, the coded notes clutched tightly in his hand, brought a fleeting sense of grim satisfaction, but it was quickly overshadowed by a rising tide of unease. He had struck a blow, yes, but the serpent's coil was not an enemy to be underestimated. Their reaction would be swift, brutal, and utterly unforgiving. Finn greeted him with a rare, almost imperceptible nod of approval as Elias recounted the details of Valerius's embarrassing collapse and his unwitting revelations. The old master's eyes gleamed as he deciphered Elias's coded shorthand, confirming the damning truths that Lord Valerius had inadvertently spilled. "Excellent work, Elias," Finn murmured, a sliver of relief in his voice. "The king's court will not ignore this. Doubt, once sown, is a difficult weed to eradicate." But their shared triumph was short-lived. A new message, carefully concealed beneath a stone near the cave entrance, had arrived while Elias was away. It was terser than usual, the script sharper, almost frantic. It simply read, "Lord Valerius. Compromised. Your failure noted. Consider this your final warning. The serpent will coil." There was no new target, no further instruction, just a chilling, unequivocal threat. Elias felt a cold not tighten in his stomach. They knew. They didn't know the full extent of his betrayal, perhaps, but they knew Valerius's exposure was connected to him. This wasn't just a warning, it was a declaration of war. The rules of their twisted game had changed. He was no longer merely an operative, he was a liability, a target. And with Ilara under his protection, the stakes had escalated beyond anything he had previously imagined. "They are moving faster than I anticipated," Finn said, his gaze distant, fixed on the cave entrance. "They fear exposure. This means they are nearing the culmination of their plans. And they will stop at nothing to silence us." The days that followed were a tense vigil. Elias and Finn worked feverishly, refining their countermeasures, preparing for the inevitable. Elias's nights were restless, haunted by the spectre of the cloaked figures, their silent pursuit. He taught Ilara more advanced warning signals, showed her how to identify the particular bird calls Finn had devised as an alert system, how to hide deeper within the cave system if danger approached. Her small face was often pale, her eyes wide with unspoken fear, but she obeyed him without question, a silent, resilient shadow. Their bond, forged in fear and tempered by shared purpose, deepened with every passing moment. Elias often found himself placing a hand on her shoulder, a silent reassurance that spoke volumes in their desperate, whispered world. Their stolen list, now even more precious, became their strategic map. Finn, with his vast network of old contacts and his encyclopedic knowledge of the kingdom's hidden allegiances, began to identify weaknesses within the Serpent's Coil, vulnerabilities in their network. He spoke of old feuds, of rivalries long simmering beneath the surface of courtly politeness, of factions that might be swayed if presented with undeniable proof of the architect's insidious treachery. They needed to sow discord, to turn the coil's own members against each other. The architect thrives on silence and control, Elias, Finn explained one evening, tracing a finger over a name on the list. They eliminate those who stand in their way, or they bend them to their will. But fear is their greatest weapon. If we can make them fear exposure, fear each other, their carefully constructed facade will crack. Their next target, identified from the list, was Lord Theron, a powerful and influential duke, known for his vast landholdings and his unwavering loyalty to the king. However, the symbols beside his name on the list suggested a high degree of indoctrination, meaning he was a deeply entrenched member of the Serpent's Coil, subtly influenced by the architect. His presence at court was a constant source of frustration for the king's genuine advisers, as his opinions often seemed to subtly undermine the king's authority, always under the guise of wise counsel. "Theron is a linchpin," Finn stated, his voice grim. His removal would be a catastrophic blow to the architect's plans. But he is well guarded, shrewd, and deeply woven into the court's tapestry. And unlike Valerius, a subtle embarrassment will not suffice. To truly expose him, we must strike a more definitive blow. Elias knew what Finn implied. This would be a silent kill, a true assassination, but one designed to unravel the Serpent's Coil. It would go against Elias's recent resolve to minimize bloodshed, but the stakes had changed. The Serpent's Coil was closing in, and a strategic sacrifice might be necessary to win the war. The ethical compass he struggled to mend spun wildly once more, caught between necessary evil and profound revulsion. How do we expose his loyalty to the architect while ensuring his removal? Elias asked, his voice low, his mind already spinning through possible scenarios. Finn unveiled a new plan, one born of cunning and calculated risk. Theron is known for his extensive library, a private collection of rare and ancient texts, Finn explained. He spends hours there, alone. And he is a connoisseur of exotic, often volatile, plant-based remedies, constantly seeking new knowledge. Their strategy involved a precise multi-stage infiltration, not just to administer the poison, but to leave behind a specific undeniable clue, a false trail that would lead the king's own investigators to suspect the Serpent's Coil without directly implicating Elias. They would use a specific variant of the uncertain poison, one designed by Finn to create a distinct, yet naturally appearing symptom, one that could be linked to a rare, almost mythical plant known to be associated with certain forbidden alchemical practices. Elias began preparing for the mission, his movements precise, almost ritualistic. He brewed the new variant of the uncertain poison, its iridescent green liquid now familiar, almost comforting, in its lethality. He gathered specific tools, a tiny, finely crafted vial that could be subtly dropped, a small, intricate key to bypass a specific type of lock, and a specially prepared herbal incense designed to mask his scent and lull any guard dogs. He reviewed the schematics of Theron's residence, memorizing every corridor, every hidden passage, every guard rotation. The night of the mission dawned crisp and clear, the stars like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky. Elias kissed Elara's forehead, a silent promise in the gesture, before he slipped away into the darkness. He moved like a shadow, swift and silent, his senses heightened, his mind a steel trap. Infiltrating Duke Theron's manor was far more challenging than Ravenswood or Lord Gregor's guest house. The Duke maintained a large, professional guard, and his estate was a labyrinth of interconnected buildings, gardens, and fortified walls. Elias used every ounce of his stealth and cunning, scaling walls, bypassing patrols, exploiting blind spots in the watch. He was a phantom, weaving through the opulent estate, the distant sounds of the city muffled by the thick stone walls. He located Theron's private library, a vast chamber filled with towering shelves and the rich scent of old parchment. The door was locked, but Elias, with Finn's intricate key, bypassed it in a matter of seconds. Inside, the Duke was there, as predicted, hunched over an illuminated manuscript, a half-empty goblet of wine by his side. Elias approached with agonizing slowness, his movements fluid, silent. He uncorked the small vial, the green liquid catching the faint light from the Duke's lamp. He watched as Theron reached for his goblet, took a long, thoughtful sip, and then returned to his book. Elias seized the moment, a single perfect drop of the new poison falling silently into the wine. He restoppered the vial and placed it back in his hidden pocket. But this time, Elias didn't immediately retreat. His goal was not just the kill, but the planting of the clue. He moved to a nearby shelf, his hand searching for a specific volume. He found it, a rare text on ancient alchemical symbols, one Finn had told him Theron obsessed over. He carefully removed it, placing it conspicuously on the Duke's desk, half open to a page depicting the very same broken-scale Ouroboros symbol that marked the indoctrinated members of the Serpent's Coil. This would be the silent accusation, the clue that only a learned eye would truly understand. As he turned to leave, a sudden, sharp cough echoed through the silent library. Theron clutched his chest, his eyes wide with surprise, then terror. His hand went to his throat, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He staggered, his heavy body crashing against the desk, sending books and parchments scattering. He convulsed, a rattling sound escaping his lips, then slumped to the floor, his eyes fixed and vacant. Elias froze. This was not the quick, merciful death he had intended for a swift outcome, nor the gradual, natural illness he had observed with the Baron. This was violent, brutal, a rapid, agonizing seizure. The new variant of the uncertain poison was far more potent than he had anticipated, or perhaps Theron's own hidden frailties had amplified its effects. The image of the Duke's dying agony was seared into Elias's mind, a gruesome tableau of crimson dawn. A profound sense of horror washed over Elias. He had wanted to expose, not to inflict such suffering. The moral compromise felt like a physical blow. This was the true cost of a silent kill, a price paid not just by the victim, but by the one who wielded the poison. He forced himself to move, to complete his task. He quickly rearranged the scattered papers, making sure the open book with the incriminating symbol was clearly visible. He then slipped out of the library, retracing his steps, his mind reeling from the brutal efficiency of his act. The journey back to the cave was a blur of heightened senses and agonizing self-recrimination. He had taken a life, directly, brutally, and the cost felt immense. He found Finn waiting, Ilara asleep beside him. He recounted the mission, the details of Theron's violent death, the agonizing moment of realization. Finn listened, his face grim. "The Serpent's Coil is unpredictable, Elias," he said, his voice soft yet firm. "And their true strength lies in their subtle cruelty. This variant of the poison, it is designed to exploit a man's deepest weaknesses, to accelerate a hidden frailty. It is a terrifying testament to their mastery." He paused, placing a hand on Elias's shoulder. "You must learn to distance yourself from the outcome, my boy. To wield such a weapon, you must understand its nature, but not internalize its horror. Otherwise, it will consume you." Elias knew Finn was right. He had to be ruthless, detached, to fight fire with fire. But the image of Theron's dying struggle would forever haunt him. He had exposed a traitor, yes, but he had also become an executioner, stained by the very darkness he sought to combat. The next morning, the news of Duke Theron's sudden and violent death spread through the capital like wildfire. Rumors of a mysterious seizure and a strange illness circulated. But Elias knew, with grim certainty, that someone in the king's court, someone astute enough to understand Finn's subtle clue, would begin to investigate the contents of Theron's library. The seed of doubt, the first crack in the architect's veneer of control, had been sown. But the cost had been higher than anticipated. And as the sun rose, painting the sky in crimson hues, Elias understood that the true battle, the one that would determine the fate of the kingdom and his own soul, had only just begun. The architect's network was vast, their resources deep, and their agents would now be actively hunting him, a silent, relentless pursuit. The silent kill had been made, and its echoes would reverberate through the kingdom, drawing Elias deeper into the treacherous game of power and betrayal. Story 13. The Serpent's Embrace, Whispers in the King's Court. The chilling news of Duke Theron's sudden and violent death rippled through the capital like a tremor, reaching even the secluded cave where Elias, Finn, and Elara found their tenuous refuge. Rumors, distorted and frantic, spoke of a mysterious seizure, a grotesque agony, and the baffling discovery of ancient, esoteric texts scattered around the Duke's lavish library. The official narrative struggled to contain the whispers, to rationalize the inexplicable. But Elias knew, with a grim certainty that settled deep in his bones, that his subtle, deadly message had been delivered. Finn, his face etched with a mix of satisfaction and grave concern, confirmed it. "The king's personal inquisitors have sealed Theron's library," he announced one morning, his voice low, as Elias returned from a reconnaissance trip into the city's fringes. "They are meticulous men, Elias. And they will find the clue. They will see the symbol, and they will know its meaning, even if they don't yet grasp its full implications." Elias felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. The target of his calculated assassination was dead. But the true purpose of his act was to expose, to sow the seeds of suspicion within the king's most trusted circle. The question now was, how would the king react? And more importantly, how would the architect and the serpent's coil retaliate? The answer came swiftly. Within days, the city hummed with a new, unsettling energy. Posters, crudely drawn yet undeniably recognizable, appeared in every market square, every tavern, every public thoroughfare. They depicted a hooded figure, vague enough to be anyone, yet distinct enough to send a jolt of fear through Elias's heart. A bounty was offered, a substantial sum, for information leading to the capture of the Silent Killer, a shadowy assassin suspected of employing dark magic to eliminate prominent figures. The king's personal seal was affixed, lending a terrifying legitimacy to the hunt. Elias's reputation, once a whispered rumor in the underworld, was now splashed across the kingdom, albeit in a distorted, villainous light. He was no longer merely a discreet operative, he was a notorious figure, a target of the crown itself. The danger had escalated beyond anything he had anticipated. "They are clever," Finn observed, tracing a finger over one of the posters Elias had brought back. "They cannot reveal the truth of the serpent's coil without exposing themselves, so they create a public enemy, a convenient scapegoat. This draws the king's full attention, but away from their true machinations. The reality of their situation pressed in. The cave, once a sanctuary, now felt like a temporary hiding place. They couldn't move freely in the city. Every shadow could conceal a watchful eye, every stranger a potential betrayer driven by the lure of gold. Elias was now a hunted man, not just by the serpent's coil, but by the very crown he was subtly trying to save. Elara, sensing the increased tension, became even quieter. She clung to Elias, her small hand never leaving his, her eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. Elias found himself constantly reassuring her, whispering promises of safety he wasn't sure he could keep. Her innocent trust fueled his resolve, hardening his determination to see this through, no matter the cost. Their strategy had to evolve. The king's reaction, driven by fear and a thirst for justice against a visible enemy, was exactly what the architect desired. They needed to divert that attention, to force the king to look past the silent killer and towards the true threat lurking within his own court. Finn, with his vast knowledge of the kingdom's history and its intricate power dynamics, began to strategize with a renewed intensity. He spoke of the crown's advisers, men whose influence was so great that they often held more sway than the king himself. The architect, Finn mused one evening, would not operate directly. They would work through others, through key figures who could subtly manipulate the king's decisions, blind him to the truth right before his eyes. Their focus narrowed to a new name on the stolen list, Grand Chancellor Valerius, not the same Valerius as the first target, but a more senior, deeply entrenched figure. He was a man of immense power, the king's closest confidant, a master of political maneuvering. The symbols beside his name on the list were the broken scale Ouroboros, marking him as one of the most deeply indoctrinated members of the Serpent's Coil. The Grand Chancellor is the architect's shadow in the king's court, Finn stated, his voice grave. He has the king's ear, his trust. If we can expose him, truly expose him, the king will have no choice but to confront the truth of the Serpent's Coil. But exposing the Grand Chancellor was an undertaking of immense risk. He was constantly surrounded by guards, his every movement observed. A direct approach was suicidal. They needed a plan that was not just subtle, but undeniable, something that would leave no room for doubt, even for a king blinded by loyalty. Finn proposed a daring, intricate plan that combined Elias's stealth with his deepest knowledge of alchemy. They would target the Grand Chancellor, not with a poison that mimicked illness, but with one that revealed a hidden, debilitating truth. A poison that would not kill, but would expose his true allegiance in a manner that could not be denied. A poison designed to specifically counter the mental manipulation of the Serpent's Coil, to temporarily break the architect's insidious hold, forcing the Chancellor to reveal his true, corrupted nature to the king himself. Elias began preparing the antidote, a complex concoction designed to counteract the coil's subtle mind-altering substances, but also to bring forth a temporary, uncontrollable urge to confess. This was the true application of his apothecary's oath, not to destroy, but to reveal, to bring clarity. He worked with a feverish intensity, his hands moving with practiced precision, his mind focused solely on the task. The plan involved a multi-stage approach. First, Elias would need to gain access to the king's innermost circle, a monumental task for a man now publicly branded the Silent Killer. Finn, drawing on old debts and favors from his past as a revered, if reclusive, alchemist, began to discreetly spread rumors of a miracle healer, a man capable of curing ailments that baffled royal physicians. It was a dangerous gambit, designed to draw the king's attention, not to Elias as an assassin, but as a potential asset. The rumors began to circulate, subtle at first, then growing louder. Tales of impossible recoveries, of debilitating fevers banished by a single touch, of mysterious tinctures that restored vitality. Elias, always cautious, performed a few carefully orchestrated healings on desperate commoners in the city's poorer districts, his actions shrouded in anonymity, each success amplifying the whispers. He used his knowledge of common ailments and basic antidotes to effect genuine, if temporary, cures, ensuring the rumors held true. It was a terrifying tightrope walk. Every public appearance was a risk, every success drawing him closer to the very power he sought to expose. He dressed simply, his face often obscured by a deep hood, his movements fluid and unassuming. He relied on Elara's keen senses to alert him to any undue attention, any sign of a watcher. Their bond, forged in silent communication and shared danger, was their shield in the teeming, treacherous city. Eventually, as Finn had predicted, the whispers reached the king's ears. A royal summons arrived at their hidden cave, discreetly delivered by a nervous, low-ranking courtier. The king, intrigued by the tales of the miracle healer, desired a private audience. Elias knew this was the architect's own gambit, an attempt to lure him into the open, to capture or eliminate him. But it was also his chance, his only chance, to directly confront the serpent's embrace, to expose the heart of the treachery that festered in the king's court. As he prepared to answer the summons, Elias looked at Alara, her small hand clutching his. "I must go alone, little one," he told her, his voice gentle but firm. "It is too dangerous for you." Alara, her eyes wide with understanding, simply nodded. "Be careful, Elias," she whispered, her voice barely audible. It was a simple plea, but it weighed heavily on his heart. He turned to Finn, who stood by the cave entrance, his face etched with grim determination. "Be cautious, Elias," Finn warned. "The king's court is a viper's nest, and the architect's gaze will be upon you. You are a pawn in the royal game, yes, but you are also their most valuable piece, now. They will try to turn you, or they will try to break you." Elias nodded, his gaze steady. He had transformed from a man fleeing his past into a man confronting his future. He was no longer just an apothecary of poisons. He was a wielder of truth, a silent warrior in a hidden war. He carried the modified truth serum, meticulously prepared, a desperate hope for exposing the crown's gambit. He knew the danger. He knew the risk. But for Alara, for Finn, for the very soul of the kingdom, he had to face the serpent's embrace, to infiltrate the king's court, and to uncover the architect's true identity, whatever the cost. The final, perilous act was about to begin. Story 14. The Architect's Gaze, Unmasking the Puppeteer. The king's summons, discreetly delivered to their hidden mountain cave, felt less like an invitation and more like a carefully baited trap. Elias knew it. Finn knew it. But it was a trap they had to walk into, for it was the only way to expose the serpent's embrace that had slowly, insidiously, tightened its grip on the kingdom. Leaving Alara with Finn, a silent, heartfelt promise in his gaze, Elias stepped into the perilous heart of the capital. The king's court was a labyrinth of opulent corridors, hushed whispers, and the ever-present gleam of polished armor. Elias, dressed in the humble, nondescript robes of a wandering healer, moved with a practiced anonymity. He blended into the bustling retinue of servants and petitioners, his eyes, sharp and watchful, constantly scanning for any sign of a watchful eye, any hint of the serpent's coil. He was the silent killer in public, but here he was merely an anonymous healer, a dangerous pawn in the royal game. He was led through grand halls, past tapestries depicting ancient battles and portraits of stern-faced monarchs. The air was thick with the scent of incense, expensive perfumes, and the underlying current of ambition and intrigue. Finally, he was ushered into a smaller private chamber, dimly lit by a single, flickering candelabrum. Seated at a large, ornate desk was the king, his face etched with worry and the heavy burden of his crown. Beside him, standing with an air of quiet authority, was Grand Chancellor Valerius, his expression one of stoic concern. Elias's gaze immediately fixed on the Chancellor. This was his target, the architect's shadow, the supposed pillar of loyalty who was, in fact, a deeply indoctrinated member of the serpent's coil. "You are the healer of whom I have heard whispers?" The king's voice boomed, weary but authoritative. "They say you possess unusual methods, that you can banish even the most stubborn of ailments." Elias bowed low, his voice humble. "Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant of nature's remedies. I seek to alleviate suffering where I can." The king gestured to a small, ornate chair. "Tell me, healer." "My loyal chancellor here, Grand Chancellor Valerius, has been suffering from a strange affliction of late. A cloudiness of mind, a subtle forgetfulness. The royal physicians are baffled. Can your remedies truly help him? Elias looked at the Grand Chancellor. Valerius met his gaze, his eyes sharp, intelligent, betraying no hint of the indoctrination Elias knew lay beneath the surface. He was a formidable opponent, a master of deception. "Your Majesty," Elias began, his voice calm, "the mind is a complex garden. Sometimes weeds of distress or hidden burdens can grow, clouding clarity. My remedies seek not just to cure the body, but to bring balance to the spirit." He reached into his satchel, producing a small, beautifully crafted silver flask. Inside was the truth serum, disguised as a potent, revitalizing elixir. "This is a rare blend, Your Majesty. It is meant to clear the senses, to bring forth a profound sense of inner peace and clarity." The king looked at the flask with a skeptical eye, then at Valerius. "Chancellor." Valerius, ever the picture of unwavering loyalty, nodded. "If it pleases your Majesty, I am willing to try anything that might restore my full faculties." He extended a hand for the flask. Elias poured a small, measured amount into a delicate crystal goblet. He held it out, his hand steady. As Valerius took the goblet, their fingers brushed. For a fleeting second, Elias felt a cold, almost electric current. It was not just the touch of a man, but the faint, insidious resonance of the serpent's coil. The architect's presence, however subtle, was undeniably strong within him. Valerius drank, his expression unchanging. Elias watched, every nerve ending screaming with anticipation. The truth serum was designed to act quickly, but subtly, targeting the very neural pathways the coil used to control. Minutes stretched into an agonizing silence. The king studied Elias, his gaze analytical. Valerius remained composed, his posture straight, his eyes fixed on the flickering candlelight. Had it failed? Had Finn's careful preparations been for naught? Then a subtle shift. A flicker in Valerius's eyes, a slight tremor in his hand as he placed the goblet back on the desk. He cleared his throat, his gaze distant, as if looking through the very walls of the chamber. "Your Majesty," Valerius began, his voice deeper than before, almost resonant, "this elixir, it brings a clarity I have not known in many years, a clarity of purpose." He turned to the king, his eyes now blazing with an unsettling, almost messianic zeal. "The king is weak. He clings to old ways, to traditions that shackle this kingdom. He delays the inevitable, the necessary cleansing." The king stiffened, his eyes narrowing. "Chancellor, what madness is this? What are you saying?" Valerius ignored him, his gaze fixed on some unseen vision. "The architect sees the truth. The architect knows the path to true order, true power. We, the serpent's coil, are merely the instruments of this divine will. We guide the kingdom to its destiny, cleansing it of its rot, removing those who stand in the way." He began to speak, his voice rising in fervent declarations, detailing the subtle manipulations, the whispered slanders, the carefully orchestrated accidents that had befallen various nobles, some of whom were on the stolen list. He spoke of the baron's death, not as an illness, but as a necessary pruning. He even spoke of Duke Theron, not as a victim of a seizure, but as a sacrifice to illuminate the path for those too blind to see. The king's face, initially filled with disbelief, slowly contorted into a mask of horror and dawning comprehension. The color drained from his cheeks. He looked at Elias, then back at his ranting chancellor, the pieces of a terrible puzzle falling into place. The whispers, the unexplained deaths, the sudden shifts in power. It all led back to this, to the man he had trusted most. You are a traitor!" the king roared, leaping to his feet, his hand instinctively going to the jeweled dagger at his belt. "You speak treason. You have poisoned my court, poisoned my kingdom." Valerius merely smiled, a chilling, detached expression. "Treason, your majesty? Or salvation? The architect's will is absolute. You are merely a pawn in a far grander design." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the dimly lit chamber, then fixed on Elias, a flicker of something new in his eyes, a glint of recognition, of understanding. "And you," he hissed, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "you are the silent killer. You have served the architect well, unwittingly. You have delivered the tools. But now your purpose is served. You will be silenced." Elias felt a cold dread, but also a strange sense of clarity. The architect! He was seeing the true face of the puppeteer. Valerius was not the architect. He was a deeply indoctrinated puppet, a powerful instrument, but still just a part of the coil. The architect was still hidden, still observing. Valerius's sudden shift of focus, his direct address to Elias, indicated that the architect was somehow monitoring this very encounter, perhaps through the chancellor's very eyes. Before Elias could react, before the king could fully grasp his dagger, a shadow detached itself from the darkest corner of the room, a figure emerging from behind a heavy velvet curtain. It was cloaked, its face obscured by the deep hood, but its presence exuded an undeniable aura of authority, of chilling power. "Indeed, Chancellor," a voice, smooth and deceptively calm, resonated through the chamber. It was a voice Elias had heard before, brief and muffled, when he received his first mission. It was the voice of his initial contact. "Your purpose is served. And Elias, your final act of unwitting service is complete." The figure stepped forward, revealing more of himself. He was tall, his frame lean, almost skeletal beneath the dark robes. As he moved into the faint lamplight, the hood remained deep, but a sliver of his face became visible, a pale, almost translucent skin, and eyes that glittered with an unnerving, predatory intelligence. He was not old, as Elias had imagined the architect might be, but surprisingly young, his features sharp, aristocratic, yet chillingly devoid of warmth. And then Elias saw it, a single intricate ring on his left hand, etched with the unblemished Ouroboros, the serpent devouring its tail, complete and perfect. Not the broken scale. This was the true symbol of the architect, the leader of the serpent's coil. "You have been a remarkably useful tool, Elias," the architect stated, his voice now devoid of any pretense, a cold, clinical assessment. "Your unique talents have proven invaluable in removing the weak, in clearing the path for the new order. But all tools, once their purpose is served, must be discarded." As the architect spoke, two more cloaked figures, their movements silent, emerged from unseen doorways, moving to flank Elias. Their blades, short and wickedly sharp, gleamed in the dim light. Elias was trapped. He had unmasked the puppeteer, but in doing so, he had walked directly into the architect's gaze. The king, still reeling from Valerius's revelations, stared in horror at the unfolding scene. He now understood the true extent of the treachery that had festered beneath his very nose. His trusted chancellor, a hidden brotherhood, and an assassin who had unknowingly served them. The crown's gambit had indeed been played, but he was merely a reluctant player, caught in a far deadlier game. Elias's mind raced. He was outnumbered, outmaneuvered. The truth serum had worked, but it had brought forth not just a confession, but a direct confrontation with the true leader of the serpent's coil. This was the trap, and he had walked straight into it. The architect took another step forward, a chilling smile touching his lips. "It is a pity, Elias. You possess such potential. You could have served the new order, but you chose to cling to your antiquated notions of morality, a fatal flaw in the grand design." Elias braced himself, his hand instinctively going to the small, concealed dagger at his wrist. He was trapped, but he would not fall without a fight. He had exposed them. The king now knew. That was a victory, however small. But the battle for his own life, and for the safety of Alara and Finn, was far from over. He was face to face with the unmasking of the puppeteer, and the architect was ready to cut his strings. The next move, he knew, would be a desperate gamble. Story 15. The Serpent Strike, a Kingdom on the Brink. The air in the king's private chamber crackled with a tension thicker than any dungeon fog. Grand Chancellor Valerius, his face contorted by the truth serum, continued his chilling confession, his words painting a vivid, terrifying picture of the serpent's coil's pervasive influence. But his voice, once filled with zealous conviction, now faltered, the last vestiges of the architect's mental manipulation wearing thin. And then the architect himself stepped into the dim light, his presence a cold, undeniable force. "You have been a remarkably useful tool, Elias." The architect's voice was a silken whisper, devoid of emotion. "Your unique talents have cleared the path. But all tools, once their purpose is served, must be discarded." His eyes, cold and calculating, fixed on Elias, a gaze that felt like a predator assessing its prey. Elias braced himself. He was trapped. The king, still reeling from Valerius's treason, was frozen in horror, his hand still fumbling for his dagger. Two more cloaked figures, the architect's enforcers, had materialized as if from the very shadows, their blades glinting ominously. "Indeed," Elias replied, his voice calm, belying the frantic calculations racing through his mind. He had to buy time, to create a diversion. He had to escape. "And you, architect, are a master of deception. But even the most intricate web can be torn." The architect's lips curved into a faint, disdainful smile. A bold claim for a man caught in his own snare. He made a subtle gesture to his enforcers. They advanced, their movements synchronized, silent. Elias acted. With a burst of desperate energy, he hurled the now empty silver flask at the nearest enforcer's face, a desperate, instinctive move. It shattered against the cloaked figure's head with a sharp crack, drawing a guttural cry of surprise. The brief distraction was all he needed. He dove, not towards the door, but towards the large ornate desk, overturning it with a crash that sent parchments and inkwells flying. The king, jolted from his stupor by the commotion, finally drew his dagger, his face a mask of shock and fury. "Guards!" he bellowed, his voice echoing through the chamber. "Guards! Treason!" Chaos erupted. The enforcers, momentarily disoriented by the overturned desk and the king's unexpected cry, hesitated. Elias scrambled over the desk, using it as a shield, his small, concealed dagger already in his hand. He wasn't aiming to kill, merely to disable, to create an opening. He lunged at the second enforcer, a blur of motion, striking at his knee, forcing a yelp of pain and a momentary collapse. The architect, however, remained unervingly calm, his eyes tracking Elias with an almost detached interest. He made no move to engage directly, relying on his subordinates. This was a man who preferred to observe, to orchestrate, to let others do his dirty work. As the king's guards, drawn by his desperate cries, burst into the chamber, a new layer of pandemonium unfolded. They saw the fallen Grand Chancellor, babbling incoherently. They saw the two cloaked figures, clearly not royal guards, engaging a lone man in humble robes. Confusion reigned. "Seize them all," the king commanded, pointing wildly. "Traitors! The Chancellor has confessed his treason. This man, the healer, is an assassin, and those cloaked figures are his confederates." In the king's confused state, fueled by rage and shock, Elias was simply another enemy, a tool of the very treachery he had just exposed. Elias knew his window was closing. The guards, though initially confused, would quickly overwhelm him. He needed to disappear, to escape the immediate confrontation. He glanced at the architect. The leader of the serpent's coil hadn't moved, his expression a chilling blend of calculated control and icy contempt. He was already planning his next move, adapting to the chaos Elias had unleashed. With a final desperate push, Elias dodged a guard's clumsy swing, leaped over a prone figure, and bolted towards a side door, a servant's entrance he had noticed during his initial reconnaissance. He burst through it, finding himself in a narrow, dimly lit service corridor. He could hear the shouts, the clash of steel, the king's furious commands fading behind him. He was out, but he was far from safe. He moved through the labyrinthine service passages, his assassin's instincts taking over. He knew the palace's hidden veins better than many of its long-term residents. He slipped past startled servants, darted through storage rooms, and finally emerged into the cool, damp night air through a forgotten postern gate near the royal stables. He was outside the walls of the king's keep, but still deep within the capital, a city now surely swarming with guards and the architect's relentless agents. The consequences of his desperate gamble reverberated immediately. The king, enraged and betrayed, launched an unprecedented purge within his own court. Grand Chancellor Valerius was immediately imprisoned, his incoherent ramblings dismissed by many as madness, but by some as a terrifying truth. The initial confusion about Elias's role quickly morphed into a public declaration. The silent killer, the enigmatic assassin, was now unequivocally linked to the Chancellor's treason, a dangerous, dark sorcerer in league with unknown forces. The bounty on his head tripled, and the king's elite guard was unleashed to hunt him down with ruthless efficiency. The serpent's coil, too, reacted with swift, brutal efficiency. They moved to contain the damage Elias had inflicted. Any minor members of the coil who had been exposed by Valerius's outburst, or who appeared on Lord Gregor's list, suddenly vanished or met with unfortunate accidents. The architect, despite the chaos in the king's chamber, proved to be a master of damage control, sealing the breaches, tightening his grip, and turning the king's wrath squarely onto Elias. The city became a predator's hunting ground. Every alley, every market stall, every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat. Elias was forced deeper into hiding, relying on his most desperate survival skills, moving only under the deepest cover of night, his senses acutely attuned to every sound, every movement. He needed to get back to Finn and Alara, to their remote mountain cave. But the city was a net, slowly tightening around him. Back in their mountain refuge, Finn felt the shift in the wind, the subtle change in the kingdom's aura. He heard the distant shouts, the frantic movements in the city, and he knew. He knew Elias had faced the architect, and that the confrontation had unleashed a storm. Alara, sensing his distress, clung to him, her small face filled with apprehension. Finn clutched the stolen list tighter, its symbols now feeling less like a map and more like a ticking time bomb. He immediately began to prepare for flight, gathering their meager supplies, reinforcing their defensive positions within the cave. They couldn't stay. The architect would send his hounds to scour every corner of the kingdom, and the mountains, once their sanctuary, would become a death trap. Meanwhile, Elias, a hunted phantom in the urban labyrinth, faced the immediate challenge of escaping the city. He needed to move fast, to avoid the dragnet. He had to be smarter, swifter, more resourceful than ever before. He recalled Finn's warnings about the architect's vast network, their patience, their insidious reach. This was not merely a chase. It was a deadly chess game, and Elias, though a pawn in the royal game, was now an exposed, dangerous piece, forcing the architect to show his hand. He knew that the consequences of his actions in the king's chamber would be far-reaching. The kingdom, once seemingly stable, was now teetering on the brink of chaos, its foundations shaken by internal betrayal. The serpent's coil, once a hidden menace, was now on the offensive, openly hunting him. And Elias, the reluctant apothecary, now carried the heavy burden of being the catalyst for this momentous shift. His survival, and Ilara's, now depended on outsmarting a foe far more cunning and powerful than he had ever imagined. The next move, he knew, would decide everything. Story 16. The Whispering Wind, a Kingdom Divided. The capital, once a bustling symphony of life, had transformed into a suffocating trap. Every shadow seemed to conceal a watchful eye, every whispered conversation a potential betrayal. Elias, a phantom now hunted by both the crown and the insidious serpent's coil, moved through its labyrinthine streets under the deepest cloak of night. The chill in the air bit at his exposed skin, but it was nothing compared to the gnawing dread in his gut. He had to get out. He had to reach Finn and Ilara. The king's wrath, unleashed by Grand Chancellor Valerius's shocking confession and the architect's cunning deflection, was absolute. Soldiers now patrolled every gate, scrutinized every face, and searched every cart. The silent killer, the enigmatic assassin who had seemingly poisoned the very heart of the court, was the public enemy, a convenient scapegoat for the rot that truly festered within the kingdom. Elias saw his crudely drawn image on wanted posters plastered on every wall, his face now burned into the public consciousness, twisted into a villainous caricature. He navigated the city's underbelly, relying on instincts sharpened by years of living on the fringes. He knew the hidden passages, the forgotten tunnels, the quiet alleys where the law rarely ventured. He found refuge in derelict buildings, ate what little he could scavenge, and moved with a silent urgency. Each passing hour felt like a minute, each distant shout a threat. He was a lone wolf, surrounded by hunters. The serpent's coil, true to the architect's calculated cruelty, was not idle either. While the king's guards focused on public displays of force, the coil's agents moved with a chilling discretion, sweeping through the underworld, silencing anyone who might have even a tangential connection to Elias. He felt their presence like a cold draft on his neck, a constant, unseen threat that was perhaps even more terrifying than the king's open pursuit. They were surgical, efficient, leaving no trace. He saw the aftermath of their work in hushed rumors and sudden disappearances, a stark reminder of their pervasive reach. The emotional toll was immense. The image of Duke Theron's agonizing death, the brutal efficiency of the poison, the memory of Valerius's twisted confession, it all swirled in Elias's mind, a constant, unwelcome companion. He had set out to expose a truth, but in doing so, he had become a perpetrator of violence, an unwilling instrument in a deadly game. The line between right and wrong blurred, and he struggled to hold onto the vestiges of his own morality. His hands, once those of a healer, now felt irrevocably stained. He spent 2 agonizing days and nights within the city, a hunted animal in a cage. He heard the cries of children, the laughter of lovers, the mundane sounds of life that felt so distant, so unattainable. He longed for the quiet solitude of the mountains, for the comforting presence of Ilara and Finn. Their safety became his sole driving force, a beacon in the suffocating darkness. On the 3rd night, under the cover of a fierce thunderstorm that lashed the city with torrential rain, Elias made his move. He targeted a seldom-used aqueduct, a crumbling stone channel that led out of the city walls and into the wild, untamed lands beyond. The rain provided cover, washing away his scent, masking the sound of his footsteps. The guards, huddled for shelter, were less vigilant, their attention scattered. He moved through the churning waters of the aqueduct, the cold biting at his bones, the stench of stagnant water filling his nostrils. The current pulled at him, threatening to drag him under, but he pushed forward, driven by a desperate need to survive. He emerged on the other side, gasping for breath, soaked to the bone, but free of the city's immediate grasp. The journey back to the mountain cave was a blur of exhaustion and relentless vigilance. He pushed himself to the limit, eating little, sleeping even less, driven by an urgent need to reach Alara and Finn. The wilderness, once a place of refuge, now felt menacing, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, a potential ambush. He knew the architect would have sent agents to scour the mountains, seeking to tie up loose ends. He reached the base of the mountain range just as dawn painted the eastern sky in hues of deep crimson and bruised purple. His body screamed in protest, but he pushed on, adrenaline his only fuel. He saw the faint wisp of smoke from Finn's chimney, a sight that brought a profound wave of relief and a renewed sense of purpose. As he stumbled towards the hidden dwelling, Finn emerged, his old eyes instantly scanning the surrounding terrain, then fixing on Elias. A flash of relief crossed his weathered face, quickly replaced by grave concern. "Elias," he called, his voice low but clear. "You are pursued. They are close." Elias merely nodded, collapsing onto the rough ground, his body trembling from exhaustion. "The city, it's a net. The king's hunting me. And the coil, they're sweeping the shadows." Finn immediately helped him inside, his movements surprisingly strong for his age. Alara, roused by the commotion, rushed forward, her small arms wrapping around Elias in a fierce, silent hug. Her touch was a balm to his raw, weary soul, a reminder of the precious life he was fighting to protect. As Elias warmed himself by the fire, Finn brought him a steaming mug of herbal tea, its comforting aroma filling the small dwelling. He listened patiently as Elias recounted his harrowing escape, the heightened danger, and the chilling realization of the architect's deep control. "They have effectively turned the king against you, Elias," Finn observed, his voice grave. "He now believes you are the true enemy. This is a masterstroke of the architect. He uses the king's own power to hunt us, while remaining in the shadows." Elias clenched his jaw. "But the king knows about Valerius. He heard the truth." "He heard a confession, yes," Finn conceded. "But the architect controls the narrative. They will discredit Valerius, paint him as mad or corrupted by dark magic, your alleged dark magic. The king is now too focused on hunting a visible enemy to look for the invisible one." The gravity of their situation settled heavily. They were no longer just evading. They were hunted, relentlessly, by two powerful forces. The king's soldiers, fueled by royal decree and a substantial bounty, and the serpent's coil, driven by a ruthless need for secrecy and control. The kingdom, once seemingly united, was now subtly divided, manipulated by an unseen hand. The whispers of disunity would only grow louder. "We need a new plan," Elias stated, his gaze meeting Finn's. "We cannot stay here. We cannot hide forever. We need to force the architect out of the shadows. We need to expose him to the king in a way that cannot be denied, cannot be twisted." Finn nodded slowly, his eyes gleaming with a newfound determination. "Indeed. The game has changed, Elias. They are no longer simply hunting you. They are hunting us. And we, in turn, must hunt them. But we must be smarter. We must turn their own tactics against them. We must make the king see the true nature of the whispering wind that is corroding his kingdom from within." He pulled out the stolen list once more, spreading it across the small table. "The architect has his own weaknesses, Elias," Finn began, tracing a finger over a series of names, prominent figures, seemingly untouchable. "Every grand design has a flaw. Every powerful individual has a vulnerability. We must find it. And then we will strike where they least expect it. Ilara, sensing the shift in their conversation, moved closer to Elias, her small hand reaching for his. He grasped it, a silent promise. They were a fragile alliance, but they were not alone. The mountains, once a sanctuary, now felt like a temporary waypoint. The war, a silent, insidious conflict for the soul of the kingdom, was about to escalate. Elias, the hunted apothecary, was ready to become the hunter, guided by the wisdom of his old master and the innocent trust of the child he protected. The next move, he knew, would be their most dangerous yet, a direct challenge to the architect, an attempt to expose the true puppeteer of a kingdom on the brink. Story 17. The Architect's Shadow, a Labyrinth of Lies. The cold mountain air, once a symbol of their fragile sanctuary, now felt like a constant reminder of the encroaching threat. Elias, still raw from his harrowing escape from the capital, huddled by the fire in Finn's secluded cave. The king's relentless hunt for the silent killer, and the serpent's coil's chillingly discreet purges had created a suffocating atmosphere. The kingdom, once seemingly stable, was now clearly divided, its people unknowingly caught in a hidden war orchestrated by the architect. "We cannot hide forever, Elias," Finn murmured, his voice low, as he traced a finger over the stolen list, its names and symbols a grim ledger of the architect's power. "The king's hounds will scour every corner of the kingdom, and the serpent's coil will not rest until they have silenced us. We must strike now, decisively, before they close their net completely." Elias nodded, the weariness in his bones overshadowed by a fierce resolve. The moral compromises, the brutal efficiency of Duke Theron's death, they weighed heavily on his soul. But the image of Ilara's trusting face, her small hand clutching his, was a constant reminder of why he fought. He wasn't just surviving. He was fighting for a future, for a world free from the architect's insidious control. "How, Master Finn?" Elias asked, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames. "The architect remains hidden, pulling strings from the shadows. We know his presence, but not his true identity, not his lair. How do we force him into the light?" Finn leaned closer, his eyes gleaming with a fierce, ancient intelligence. "Every grand design, Elias, no matter how meticulously crafted, has a flaw. Every powerful individual, no matter how untouchable they seem, has a vulnerability. The architect thrives on secrecy, on operating through proxies. His true power lies in his anonymity, in the illusion of his omnipresence." Their strategy began to take shape, born from weeks of intense study and Finn's profound understanding of the serpent's coil. They would target the architect's most vital asset, his network of communication, the very threads that allowed him to manipulate the kingdom from the shadows. The architect rarely acted directly. He sent orders, received intelligence, and exerted his influence through a carefully cultivated system of couriers, hidden meeting points, and encrypted messages. This communication network was his Achilles' heel. "The architect does not trust readily," Finn explained, "even his most devoted followers. He communicates through layers, through a labyrinth of lies, each message carefully coded, each courier carefully chosen. But even the most complex system can be unraveled if one understands its underlying logic." Their target was identified from the stolen list, a highly influential merchant, Lord Silas, whose name was accompanied by the unbroken circle symbol, indicating a loyal initiate of the coil. More importantly, Finn's old intelligence suggested that Lord Silas managed a vast mercantile empire that served as a front for the coil's clandestine activities, including the movement of their specialized alchemical ingredients and, crucially, their coded communications. He was not the architect, but a key node in his network. "Silas is the architect's voice in the capital," Finn stated, his voice grim. "He orchestrates the flow of information, the subtle whispers that sway opinions, the hidden orders that set events in motion. If we can sever that connection, if we can intercept his communications, we might find the architect's true location, or at least gather enough proof to expose him irrevocably to the king. The plan was audacious, fraught with immense risk. Elias would have to infiltrate Lord Silas's heavily guarded city mansion, a fortress of opulence and secrecy. He wouldn't be administering poison this time, at least not to Silas himself. Instead, he would be a silent thief, seeking a specific, highly encrypted ledger, a compendium of the architect's communication logs that Finn believed Silas kept hidden. Finn began to prepare Elias for this new kind of infiltration. He taught him new methods of bypassing sophisticated locks, of detecting hidden alarms, of deciphering complex ciphers and codes. They spent hours practicing, using Finn's own intricate mechanical devices and Elias's honed reflexes. Finn also provided Elias with a new, subtle alchemical compound, a highly volatile, almost invisible substance designed to dissolve certain types of seals and wax, leaving no trace. This was the true alchemist's secret applied to espionage. During these intense preparations, Ilara remained Elias's constant shadow. She often sat nearby, quietly observing their work, her small hands sometimes sketching crude but remarkably detailed maps of the city Finn described. She understood the gravity of their purpose, the immense danger, and her silent support became Elias's anchor, a reminder of the innocence he fought to protect. He continued to teach her, not the ways of poisons, but the ways of observation, of quiet movement, of discerning truth from falsehood. She learned to read the subtle tells in people's faces, to notice the overlooked details, skills that would be invaluable in their perilous journey. The psychological toll on Elias was immense. The public vilification as the silent killer gnawed at him, twisting his public image into a monstrous caricature. He was haunted by the faces of those he had eliminated, even those he had merely incapacitated. The line between hero and villain, between justice and vengeance, blurred. Finn, sensing his apprentice's internal struggle, offered guidance, not in words, but in quiet understanding. "The choices we make, Elias," Finn had said one evening, his gaze distant, "are rarely black and white in this world. Sometimes the path to light is paved with shadows. What matters is the direction of your heart, the ultimate purpose of your actions." The night of the mission arrived, a cold, moonless expanse that promised to conceal his every move. Elias bid a silent farewell to Finn and Ilara, a lingering touch of his hand on Ilara's small shoulder, a solemn nod to his master. He carried only the barest essentials, his tools, the solvent, and a desperate hope. Infiltrating Lord Silas's mansion was a monumental challenge. It was a fortress disguised as a residence, bristling with hidden guards, alarm systems, and layers of security Elias had to painstakingly unravel. He moved like a ghost, his senses heightened, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. He bypassed complex locks, scaled sheer walls, and evaded patrols with a silent precision born of desperate necessity. This was no longer just about survival. It was about exposing the architect's whispering wind that was corroding the kingdom. He finally located Silas's private study, a room steeped in opulence and secrecy. The door, reinforced with thick steel, was locked with an intricate mechanism Elias had never encountered. But Finn had foreseen this. Using a small, specialized tool, Elias carefully applied a specific alchemical compound to the lock's tumblers. A faint hiss, a wisp of vapor, and then, with a soft click, the lock yielded. Inside, the study was vast, filled with rare artifacts and shelves overflowing with scrolls and ledgers. Elias immediately gravitated towards a large, locked chest, ornately carved, bearing a subtle, almost invisible etching of the serpent's coil. This was it. He worked swiftly, his fingers dancing over the chest's complex locking mechanism, applying Finn's specialized solvent to the intricate seals. The air filled with a faint, almost metallic aroma as the liquid dissolved the ancient wax and metal. With a soft click, the chest sprang open. Inside, nestled amongst layers of velvet, was not just one ledger, but several. Each bound in dark leather, each bearing a unique, cryptic sigil. Elias knew this was more than he had hoped for. This was the heart of the architect's communication. He quickly identified the primary ledger, the one with the most complex cipher, the one Finn had specifically mentioned. He tucked it carefully into his hidden satchel, along with a few other smaller scrolls that seemed to contain similar coded symbols. As he turned to leave, a faint metallic clang echoed from the hallway. A guard! Close. Too close. Elias froze, his senses screaming. He had been so careful. He moved silently, melting into the shadows behind a towering bookcase, clutching his dagger. The footsteps grew louder, closer. The door creaked open, and a heavily armored guard, carrying a flickering lantern, stepped into the study, his eyes scanning the room. The guard paused, his gaze sweeping over the open chest, then the subtle, almost imperceptible shift of air from Elias's presence. His hand went to his sword. Elias knew this was it. He had the ledger. He had the proof. But now he had to escape. The architect's reach was long, his network insidious. He was now deep in the architect's shadow, navigating a true labyrinth of lies. The confrontation, he knew, was inevitable. His next move would be a desperate gamble for survival, and for the chance to expose the true puppeteer of a kingdom on the brink. Story 18. The Architect's Net, The Relentless Pursuit. The study was plunged into agonizing silence, broken only by the rhythmic tick of an unseen grandfather clock. Elias, frozen behind the towering bookcase, watched as the guard's lantern beam cut through the dimness, sweeping closer, closer, its light dancing across the opened, empty chest. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drum in the suffocating quiet. He had the ledger, the architect's secret communications, but he was trapped, caught in the architect's shadow. The guard paused, his body tensing, his gaze fixed on the open chest. He wasn't stupid. He knew something was wrong. His hand went to his sword, pulling it with a harsh scrape of steel. "Who's there?" he demanded, his voice thick with suspicion. Elias knew he had only seconds. A direct confrontation was suicide. He moved, not towards the guard, but towards the far wall, where a tapestry depicted a pastoral hunting scene. Behind it, he remembered from Finn's meticulous schematics, lay a small, disused service passage. He plunged through the tapestry, a fleeting blur of motion, just as the guard lunged, his sword whistling through the air where Elias had been. He landed silently in the narrow, dust-choked passage, the muffled shouts of the guard echoing behind him. He could hear the heavy thud of boots, the urgent calls for backup. The mansion was waking up. The serpent's coil knew he was there. Elias moved with desperate speed, navigating the cramped, winding passages. He bypassed forgotten larders, silent wine cellars, and dusty storage rooms, his every sense alert. He could hear the distant clamor of more guards entering the mansion, their voices growing louder, closer. They were sealing off exits, tightening the net. The labyrinth of lies was closing in. He found himself in a bustling kitchen, alive with the clatter of pots and pans, the shouts of cooks, and the aroma of roasted meats. It was a chaotic symphony, and Elias used it to his advantage. He melted into the shadows, a nondescript figure in the busy scene, his eyes constantly scanning for an exit, for an opening. He slipped past a startled scullery maid, ducked under a hanging rack of dried herbs, and finally burst out into the cool, damp night air of a servant's courtyard. But the courtyard was not empty. 2 guards, alerted by the commotion within, were already there, patrolling the perimeter. They spotted him instantly. "Stop! Intruder!" one of them bellowed, drawing his sword. Elias didn't hesitate. He knew the fight would be short and deadly. He dodged the first guard's clumsy lunge, using his momentum to spin and deliver a swift, precise kick to the man's knee. The guard cried out, collapsing. The second guard, more skilled, came at him with a practiced thrust. Elias parried with his small dagger, the clash of steel echoing sharply in the night. He was not a warrior, but he was fast, and he had learned to exploit weaknesses. He disarmed the guard with a quick twist, then, with a well-placed strike to the temple, rendered him unconscious. He didn't linger. He knew reinforcements would be pouring out. He scaled the low wall of the courtyard, dropping into a narrow alleyway that led to the city's sprawling backstreets. The mansion was now a hornet's nest, and he was the intruder who had stirred it. The city outside the mansion was a different kind of danger. The king's guards, still actively hunting the silent killer, were everywhere. The serpent's coil, now aware of his presence, would be unleashing their own, more discreet agents. Elias moved like a wraith, sticking to the darkest shadows, using every alley, every refuse pile, every bit of urban clutter as cover. He could hear the distant baying of hounds, a chilling sound that spoke of relentless pursuit. The architect's net was wide, and it was drawing tighter with every passing minute. He felt the heavy weight of the stolen ledger in his satchel, a silent promise of answers, but also a dangerous burden. This wasn't just a book of numbers. It was the key to understanding the architect's true scope, his hidden agenda, and the identities of his most vital agents. It was the only weapon they had against a foe that seemed to control everything. He remembered Finn's warnings about the architect's agents. They are not just swordsmen, Elias. They are eyes and ears. They blend. They observe. They anticipate. And they are everywhere. Elias felt that truth in every bone of his body. He saw shadows that seemed to move with unnatural speed, heard whispers that seemed to follow him through the winding streets. He was navigating a city actively trying to consume him. He knew he couldn't risk a direct escape through the city gates. They would be heavily guarded. He needed a different route, a less obvious one. He thought of the sprawling network of tunnels beneath the old city, a forgotten maze of sewers and ancient catacombs. It was dangerous, filled with stagnant water, disease, and unknown creatures, but it offered concealment. He found a discreet entrance to the sewer system near the old docks, a rusted grate hidden beneath a pile of rotting crates. The stench was overwhelming, a suffocating miasma of decay and filth, but Elias forced himself through. He dropped into the darkness, the sounds of the city fading behind him, replaced by the trickle of water and the scuttling of unseen rats. He moved through the subterranean passages for hours, guided only by the faint light of a flickering lamp and his own desperate instincts. The cold, damp air seeped into his bones, and the grime coated every inch of his skin, but he pressed on. He knew the serpent's coil would eventually track him here, but for now he had bought himself precious time. The pursuit was relentless, a constant pressure, a reminder of the immense stakes at play. As he moved deeper into the labyrinthine tunnels, he heard sounds that were not of the sewers. Distant whispers. Footsteps, careful and precise, echoing through the dank passages. They were here. They had followed him. The architect's agents were now underground, pursuing him through the darkness. Elias extinguished his lamp, plunging himself into absolute darkness. He relied on his other senses, his ears straining for the faintest sound, his nose picking up the subtle scent of unfamiliar fabrics, of a specific type of metal on a blade. He knew they would have their own methods of navigating the darkness, perhaps infrared goggles, or even alchemically enhanced vision. He was fighting a technologically advanced foe with ancient knowledge. He found a small, almost undetectable alcove, barely large enough to conceal his body, hidden behind a crumbling section of wall. He squeezed into it, pressing himself against the cold, damp stone, his breath held. He could hear their voices now, closer, their hushed tones speaking in a coded language he couldn't quite decipher, but understood to be a search pattern. They passed within inches of his hiding place, their cloaked figures momentarily silhouetted against the faint light from a distant grate. Their movements were precise, their weapons glinting. They were trained, ruthless. Elias knew he had to keep moving, to find a way out of the city, to reach Finn and Ilara before the architect's net tightened irrevocably. The stolen ledger, clutched in his hand, felt heavier than ever, a promise of revelation and a burden of immense danger. The relentless pursuit had truly begun, and Elias, now a phantom in the literal underworld, knew that the fate of the kingdom, and his own life, hinged on his ability to outmaneuver the architect and decipher the secrets within that very book. Story 19. The Architect's Nexus, Unveiling the Final Design. The putrid air of the sewers clung to Elias like a shroud, each breath a desperate gasp for something clean. He could hear them, the architect's agents, their whispers echoing through the subterranean darkness, their footsteps drawing closer. The relentless pursuit had driven him deep into the earth's belly, and now they were here too. He was a phantom hunted in the underworld, and the stolen ledger, a precious, dangerous burden, felt heavier with every beat of his frantic heart. He pressed himself further into the damp alcove, his breath held, his muscles screaming from the exertion. He could almost feel their presence, the cold, clinical efficiency of their search. He heard the faint click of a device, a soft, high-pitched whir, and realized with a jolt of dread they were using some form of arcane or technological means to track him in the absolute darkness. Finn's warnings about the Serpent's Coil's resources, their blend of ancient knowledge and dark innovation, resonated with chilling clarity. Just as the faint gleam of a lantern appeared at the end of the passage, Elias saw his chance. A crumbling section of the old sewer wall, almost entirely concealed by thick, putrid grime, hinted at a smaller, forgotten passage, barely wide enough for a man. It was a desperate gamble, a choice between probable capture and an unknown, potentially fatal, route. He didn't hesitate. With a grunt of effort, he forced his body through the narrow gap, tearing skin on rough stone, the rank water squelching around him. He emerged into a space even darker, even more suffocating. This was an ancient section of the city's underbelly, perhaps a forgotten catacomb or a collapsing underground stream bed. The air was stale, the silence profound, broken only by the drip of water and his own ragged breathing. He was cut off from the main sewer lines, cut off from his pursuers. For now. He moved cautiously through the suffocating darkness, relying on touch and memory, navigating by the faint currents of air that hinted at larger spaces or potential exits. Hours crawled by, each moment a tense vigil against unseen threats. He felt the gnawing hunger, the thirst, the crushing exhaustion, but the image of Ilara's face, and the thought of the architect's insidious grip on the kingdom, propelled him forward. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he saw it, a faint glimmer of light, a small, circular opening high above, covered by an iron grate. An old storm drain, likely forgotten by the city above. With a surge of adrenaline, he scaled the crumbling stone, using every crack and crevice, his muscles burning. He pushed against the rusted grate, straining, his breath coming in ragged gasps. With a final, desperate shove, it yielded with a groan of protest, sending a shower of rust and debris clattering into the darkness below. He pulled himself out, gasping in the crisp night air, filling his lungs with something other than the stench of the sewers. He was out. He was alive. He found himself in a desolate, abandoned alleyway on the far outskirts of the city, a place where crumbling warehouses stood like forgotten sentinels. He was free of the immediate net, but the cold realization settled. He was still being hunted, and his freedom was tenuous. He moved quickly, silently, putting as much distance between himself and the city as possible. He knew the king's guards would be intensifying their search, and the Serpent's Coil would be deploying their elite trackers. The mountains, once a sanctuary, now felt like a desperate destination. The journey back was a grueling test of endurance. He walked for days, fueled by a primal need for survival and the burning desire to deliver the ledger to Finn. He avoided all roads, sticking to the wildest, most untamed paths. He foraged for meager sustenance, drank from icy streams, and slept in hidden alcoves, always with one ear open to the sounds of pursuit. The physical toll was immense, but the mental anguish was worse. The weight of his actions, the lives taken, the constant fear for Ilara and Finn, it pressed down on him, threatening to consume him. He reached their hidden mountain cave in the dead of night, collapsing at the entrance, his body trembling, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Finn, ever vigilant, was there in an instant, helping him inside. Ilara, roused by the commotion, rushed to him, her small hands gently touching his grime-streaked face. Her quiet comfort was a balm to his tormented soul, a silent reminder of the fragile hope he carried. As Elias recovered by the fire, slowly regaining his strength, he presented the stolen ledger to Finn. The old master's eyes widened as he examined the intricate bindings, the cryptic sigils on its cover. This is more than I dared hope for, Elias," Finn murmured, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. "This is the architect's nexus, the central nerve of their operation." The next few days were a blur of intense, meticulous work. Elias and Finn hunched over the ledger, their heads bent close in the dim lamplight, deciphering its intricate contents. The ledger was a masterpiece of concealment, its entries written in a complex cipher, interleaved with seemingly innocuous mercantile records. Finn, with his encyclopedic knowledge of ancient languages, alchemical symbols, and obscure coding techniques, painstakingly unraveled layer after layer of the architect's deception. Elias assisted, using his sharp mind to identify patterns, to connect fragmented pieces of information, to notice the subtle inconsistencies that hinted at deeper meanings. What they uncovered sent chills down Elias's spine. The ledger was not merely a communication log, it was a detailed, meticulously planned blueprint for the architect's final design. It contained coded commands, orders sent to key members of the Serpent's Coil, detailing their roles in the subversion of the kingdom. They revealed how the architect systematically controlled ministers, generals, and even influential merchants, turning them into unwitting, or sometimes willing, puppets. Target profiles. In-depth assessments of prominent figures in the kingdom, noting their strengths, weaknesses, vulnerabilities, and how they could be manipulated or eliminated. Elias recognized many of the names from Lord Gregor's original list. A resource allocation. Detailed records of the Serpent's Coil's vast resources, hidden caches of alchemical ingredients, secret training grounds for their agents, and a frighteningly extensive network of informants spread across the kingdom. Prophecies and justifications. Disturbing philosophical treatises, written in the architect's own hand, outlining his vision for a purified kingdom, a new world order ruled by the Serpent's Coil. He spoke of historical cycles of chaos and order, and how his intervention was a necessary, even divine, act to bring about a new era of absolute control. The architect's true identity, revealed in fragmented clues, this was the most shocking revelation. The ledger contained subtle hints, coded references to personal details, to family connections, to specific historical events that linked the architect to a lineage Elias would have never suspected. The true architect was not a shadowy figure of unknown origin, but someone deeply embedded in the kingdom's history, a name that carried immense, albeit forgotten, power. It was a name associated with an ancient, almost mythical, royal bloodline, long thought to be extinguished, a claim to the throne itself. This was not just a power grab. It was a reclaiming of a perceived birthright, a grand, meticulously planned usurpation. The true architect, they discovered, was not merely a skilled alchemist or a cunning strategist. He was a scion of a forgotten branch of the royal family, a descendant of a claimant to the throne whose line had been supposedly extinguished centuries ago. He saw himself not as a usurper, but as the rightful inheritor, destined to restore the kingdom to its true glory through his own twisted vision of order. His name, subtly hinted at in various passages, was a revelation that would shatter the very foundation of the kingdom's history. The architect was not just seeking control. He was seeking to reclaim a throne he believed was his by ancient right. He wants to overthrow the king, not just influence him, Elias breathed, the full horror of the revelation sinking in. He wants to establish a new dynasty under the serpent's coil. Finn nodded, his face grim. Precisely. This is not just a conspiracy, Elias. This is a claim to the throne, executed through the most insidious means possible. He is patient, cunning, and he believes his cause is just. This is the architect's final design. The ledger also revealed a critical detail, a series of dates, marked cryptically. One particular date stood out, circled and underlined, the upcoming winter solstice, a day of significant ceremonial importance to the kingdom. On this day, the architect planned to make his final move, a public declaration, a carefully orchestrated event that would shatter the king's authority and solidify his own claim. This was the deadline. They had little time. The implications were staggering. The kingdom was not just on the brink, it was unknowingly hurtling towards a meticulously planned coup. The serpent's coil, with the architect at its head, was ready to strike. Elias had discovered not just a conspiracy, but the very heart of a long-dormant claim to the throne. The stolen ledger, now fully deciphered, was a blueprint for disaster. It was also their only weapon. They now understood the true nature of the architect's nexus, the intricate web of power and deception. The pursuit by the king's guards and the architect's agents still continued, but now Elias knew his true enemy. The revelation filled him with a cold dread, but also a renewed, burning resolve. He had to stop him. He had to expose him, not just to the king, but to the entire kingdom. The next phase of their desperate gambit, the one that would determine the fate of the throne, was about to begin. Story 20. The Winter Solstice, a Race Against Time. The flickering lamplight cast long, dancing shadows across the faces of Elias and Finn, illuminating the chilling truth laid bare in the stolen ledger. The architect's nexus, now fully deciphered, was not merely a record of a conspiracy. It was the meticulous blueprint for a full-scale coup, a reclaiming of a forgotten throne. The architect, a scion of a supposedly extinct royal bloodline, intended to usurp the king on the upcoming winter solstice. The profound revelation settled upon Elias like a shroud, a weight of immense responsibility that dwarfed all the dangers he had faced thus far. "The winter solstice," Elias murmured, the words heavy with dread. It was a mere few weeks away, a time of profound ceremonial significance to the kingdom, a time of quiet reflection and celebration. It was the perfect stage for a silent, devastating takeover. He plans to make his move then. A public declaration, disguised as a royal ceremony. Finn nodded, his old eyes grim, but alight with a fierce resolve. It would be a symbolic act, Elias. To seize power on a day steeped in tradition, to link his usurped claim to ancient legitimacy. He is not merely seeking control, he is attempting to rewrite history. He tapped a gnarled finger on the ledger, pointing to a series of cryptic entries detailing specific rituals, the movement of key serpent's coil agents, and even precise locations within the royal palace for the solstice ceremony. This is his final design, a masterpiece of insidious planning. The reality of their situation pressed in. They were two men, an old alchemist and a hunted apothecary, with a child, against a vast insidious organization led by a brilliant, ruthless strategist who claimed royal blood. The king, still oblivious to the true nature of the threat, continued his relentless hunt for the silent killer, diverting precious resources and attention away from the real danger. The kingdom was on the brink of chaos, unknowingly hurtling towards a meticulously planned usurpation. "We have to stop him," Elias stated, his voice firm, leaving no room for doubt. "We have to expose him to the king in a way that cannot be denied, cannot be twisted." Finn's gaze met his, a silent understanding passing between them. "Indeed. But how?" "The architect is a master of obfuscation. Even with this ledger, he will have contingency plans, layers of denial. And the king is still blinded by his wrath." Their immediate task was clear. They needed allies. Not just any allies, but individuals with influence, with access to the king, and with enough integrity to listen to a wild tale of a hidden brotherhood and a stolen throne. They needed people who could see past the public narrative of the silent killer and recognize the true threat. Finn, drawing upon his years of reclusive study and his deep, albeit often strained, connections to certain scholarly and diplomatic circles, proposed a daring, desperate plan. "There are a few," he mused, tracing figures on a crude map of the kingdom. "Old colleagues, former apprentices, a handful of scholars and minor nobles who, like myself, have always held a healthy skepticism towards the established order and a deep love for the kingdom's true heritage. They are few, and they are cautious, but they are discerning. And they despise deception above all else." Their first target was a renowned scholar and historian, Master Elms, who resided in a secluded library abbey in the western reaches of the kingdom. Elms was known for his fierce independence of thought, his encyclopedic knowledge of royal lineage, and his unwavering dedication to historical truth. If anyone could be convinced by the evidence in the ledger, it would be him. And if he was convinced, his reputation would lend undeniable weight to their cause. "Elms is a man of logic and evidence," Finn explained. "He will not be swayed by mere accusations. He will require proof. Undeniable, irrefutable proof." The ledger, now their most precious weapon, was their key. The journey to Elms's abbey would be perilous. It would take them through heavily patrolled lands, across major trade routes, and into regions where the king's bounty hunters and the Serpent's Coil's agents would be actively searching. Elias, now a figure of infamy, could not move freely. They would have to rely on every skill, every trick, every bit of cunning they possessed. It was a race against time, with the winter solstice looming closer with each passing day. As they prepared to leave their mountain refuge, Elias looked at Ilara. Her small face was pale, her eyes wide with apprehension. She had heard enough of their grim discussions to understand the immense danger they were facing. "We must go, little one," Elias said gently, kneeling before her, his hand touching her cheek. "But we will be together. And we will be careful." Ilara nodded, her small hand reaching for his, a silent pact of trust and shared resilience. Her innocent presence was a constant reminder of the stakes, of the world they were fighting to save. She was the anchor that kept Elias grounded, the light that pierced through the suffocating darkness of their desperate mission. Finn, meanwhile, meticulously prepared their meager supplies. He packed dried provisions, small vials of restorative elixirs, and, crucially, a discreetly wrapped package containing the stolen ledger and a series of his own meticulously crafted notes on its contents and significance. This evidence, in the wrong hands, would mean their immediate demise. "This is our most dangerous journey yet, Elias," Finn warned, his voice low as they stood at the cave entrance, looking out at the vast, indifferent landscape. "The architect will anticipate our movements. He knows we possess the ledger. His agents will be watching every road, every mountain pass. We are moving into the heart of his territory." Elias merely nodded, his jaw set. He understood the risks. He had spent weeks immersed in the architect's insidious designs, seen the cold, calculating logic of his ultimate plan. He knew the depths of his enemy's cunning. But he also knew the power of truth, and the desperation of a man fighting for those he cared about. They moved under the cloak of night, a silent trio slipping through the wilderness. Elias, ever vigilant, led the way, his senses acutely attuned to every sound, every shadow. Ilara, clutching his hand, moved with a quiet determination, her small steps surprisingly steady. Finn, though old, displayed a remarkable resilience, his wisdom a guiding light in the encroaching darkness. They faced immediate dangers. They narrowly avoided a patrol of royal guards near a river crossing, their baying hounds a chilling sound in the night. They detected the presence of serpent's coil agents near a mountain pass, their subtle signals betraying their watchful presence. Elias used every trick he knew, misdirection, false trails, and the cunning application of Finn's specialized smoke bombs to mask their passage. Each encounter was a tense, heart-pounding brush with disaster, a stark reminder of the twin threats relentlessly pursuing them. As they journeyed westward, the landscape began to change, the rugged mountains giving way to rolling hills and then to more cultivated lands. The air grew slightly warmer, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke. They were nearing civilization, nearing Master Elms's abbey. But with each step closer to their destination, the sense of urgency intensified. The winter solstice was drawing nearer. The architect's final design was almost complete. Elias carried the weight of the kingdom's fate on his shoulders, a heavy burden that solidified his resolve. He would deliver the truth. He would expose the architect. He would fight for a kingdom on the brink, and for the fragile future of the child by his side. The winter solstice loomed, a looming deadline, and their race against time was now at its most desperate. Story 21. The Scholar's Judgment, an Alliance Forged. The air grew less sharp, the pines giving way to the gnarled oaks and sprawling fields of the western plains. Elias, Finn, and Ilara, a trio of silent shadows, moved with a relentless urgency, each step a measure against the ticking clock of the approaching winter solstice. The architect's final design loomed, a chilling prophecy of usurpation and betrayal, and their only hope lay in the hands of a reclusive scholar. Days blurred into a grueling succession of stealth, evasion, and whispered consultations. Elias, despite his physical exhaustion, remained constantly vigilant. He sensed the continued presence of both the king's bounty hunters and the architect's more subtle agents, their pursuit a constant, unseen pressure. He saw the faint signs, a displaced stone on a rarely used trail, the distinct call of a bird that wasn't native to the region, the unusual silence of a forest glade. Each was a silent testament to the vastness of the architect's net and the relentless pursuit they endured. Ilara, despite the hardship, displayed a remarkable resilience. She rarely complained, her small hand a constant, comforting presence in Elias's. She absorbed the nuances of their survival, learning to move silently, to spot hidden dangers, to read the subtle shifts in Elias and Finn's demeanor. Her quiet strength was a balm to Elias's tormented soul, a silent reminder of the innocence he fought to protect. Finally, after a journey fraught with peril and exhaustion, they spotted it, the ancient, weathered stone walls of Master Elms's abbey. It stood isolated on a gentle rise, surrounded by meticulously cultivated gardens and a scattering of ancient, whispering trees. It was a place of quiet contemplation, a sanctuary of knowledge, and now their last desperate hope. Approaching the abbey was a delicate operation. Elias knew he was a wanted man, his face plastered on every public board. They couldn't simply walk up to the gate. Finn, however, had anticipated this. He produced a small, intricately carved wooden bird, a device of surprising craftsmanship. "A calling card, Elias," Finn murmured. "Master Elms will recognize this. He knows my touch." They concealed themselves in a dense thicket overlooking the abbey. Elias, with Alara tucked safely behind him, watched as Finn, despite his age, moved with surprising agility, placing the wooden bird on a small, hidden ledge near the main gate. He then retreated to their position, waiting. Hours passed. The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery hues. Just as Elias began to fear they had been discovered, or that Elms would refuse, a figure emerged from the abbey. He was an old man, perhaps even older than Finn. His frame stooped, but his eyes, even from a distance, held an undeniable intellectual brilliance. It was Master Elms. He picked up the wooden bird, examined it closely, and then, his gaze sweeping over the thicket where they were hidden, he gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. He turned and re-entered the abbey. "He recognized it," Finn whispered, a flicker of relief in his eyes. "He understands. He will send someone for us, or come himself." True to Finn's word, a young acolyte, carrying a simple lamp, approached their hiding spot a short while later. He moved silently, deliberately, his gaze direct. "Master Elms awaits you," he whispered, his voice calm, unflustered. "He bids you welcome." They followed the acolyte through the twilight, past towering shelves of ancient scrolls and the hushed echoes of sacred texts. The abbey was a sanctuary of knowledge, a place where the clamor of the outside world seemed to fade into a distant hum. Master Elms greeted them in a private study, a small chamber filled with the comforting scent of old parchment and beeswax. He was even more ancient than Elias had imagined, his skin like parchment, but his eyes held an unnerving sharpness, a deep well of intelligence. He offered them warm tea and simple bread, his hospitality a stark contrast to the urgency that gnawed at Elias. "Finn," Master Elms said, his voice surprisingly robust for his age, "it has been many years. I confess, I had thought you lost to the mountain winds." He then turned his gaze to Elias, his eyes lingering on his gaunt features, then to Alara, who clung shyly to Elias's side. "And you, young man, bear the mark of great hardship, and, I suspect, great importance." Elias, despite his exhaustion, wasted no time. He explained their plight, the serpent's coil, the uncertain poison, his forced role as the silent killer, and the king's misguided hunt. He spoke of Grand Chancellor Valerius's confession, and then, with a profound sense of urgency, he placed the stolen ledger on the table, its dark leather binding stark against the polished wood. "Master Elms," Elias said, his voice raw with emotion, "this ledger contains the truth. It is the architect's nexus, the blueprint for a usurpation of the throne. The architect is not just a conspirator. He is a descendant of a forgotten royal bloodline, and he plans to seize power on the winter solstice." Elms listened in silence, his expression unreadable, his gaze fixed on the ledger. Finn then began to explain the intricacies of the cipher, the layers of deception, and the chilling implications of the decoded entries. He pointed to the specific clues that revealed the architect's true lineage, his ancient claim to the throne, and the meticulously planned coup. Master Elms picked up the ledger, his fingers tracing the complex symbols, his eyes scanning the coded entries. He pulled out a series of his own ancient texts, dusty scrolls, and forgotten genealogies, comparing them to the ledger's revelations. He spoke in hushed tones with Finn, a rapid exchange of scholarly analysis, of historical precedent, of long-forgotten lore. Hours passed in intense, focused study. Alara, curled in a chair by the fire, had fallen asleep, her innocent breathing a stark contrast to the gravity of the men's work. Elias watched Master Elms, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. This was it. This was their chance. Finally, as dawn approached, painting the chamber in a cold grey light, Master Elms closed the ledger with a soft thud. He looked at Elias, his sharp eyes filled with a chilling comprehension and a profound sadness. "This is indeed a meticulously crafted design," he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. "A grand, terrifying vision born of ancient ambition. The evidence, it is undeniable. The architect is who you say he is. And his claim, however twisted, is rooted in a forgotten branch of our royal lineage." He paused, then added, "The kingdom, it is truly on the brink. This is not merely a conspiracy, but a deep-seated rot that has been festering for centuries, waiting for its moment to bloom." His gaze turned to Elias, a profound sense of urgency in his eyes. "You, young man, have stumbled upon a truth that could shatter the very foundations of our kingdom, and you have brought it to me. So, what do we do?" Elias asked, his voice low, his desperate plea unspoken. Master Elms rose, his posture straightening, a new resolve in his ancient eyes. "We act. Immediately. The winter solstice is upon us. We must gather those we can trust, those who value truth and loyalty above all else. We must present this evidence to the king, not in secret, but in a manner that he cannot ignore, cannot dismiss. We must force him to see the architect's true face, and to understand the true nature of his kingdom's peril." He looked at Elias, a flicker of admiration in his gaze. "You came to me, a hunted man, carrying a truth that others would dismiss as madness. You have risked everything. This is not just a fight for the throne, young Elias. This is a fight for the soul of the kingdom, for its very identity. And I, Master Elms, will stand with you. This is our scholar's judgment, and our alliance forged. We will expose the architect. We will fight this race against time." A sense of relief, profound and unexpected, washed over Elias. He was no longer alone. He had found an ally, a powerful voice of reason and authority. The path ahead was still perilous, fraught with unimaginable dangers. But now, with Master Elms's wisdom and influence, they had a fighting chance. The true confrontation, the desperate last stand against the architect's final design, was about to begin. Story 22. The Gathering Storm, Whispers of Rebellion. The dawn that followed Master Elms's scholar's judgment felt different. It wasn't just the cold light filtering through the Abbey's stained-glass windows. It was the chilling clarity of their purpose, sharpened by the urgency of the approaching winter solstice. The architect's final design was no longer a distant threat, but a meticulously planned coup, its deadline now etched into Elias's very soul. "We have little time," Elm stated, his voice calm yet firm, as he and Finn pored over the stolen ledger, their faces grim in the flickering candlelight. "The architect has chosen the solstice for a reason. It is a day of ritual, of symbolic power. He will seek to legitimize his usurpation by linking it to ancient traditions." Elias, still weary from his journey but invigorated by their new-found alliance, leaned closer. "How do we expose him, Master Elms? The king still hunts me, and the serpent's coil controls so much." "We must force the king to see," Elms replied, his gaze sharp. "Not just here, but see the truth of his chancellor's treason, and the architect's insidious claim. We need to present this evidence in a forum where it cannot be ignored, cannot be dismissed as madness or sorcery." Their plan began to take shape, a desperate gambit against insurmountable odds. They would target the King's Grand Council, a gathering of the kingdom's most powerful nobles and advisers, traditionally held on the eve of the winter solstice. It was the very heart of the architect's web, and therefore the perfect stage for its unraveling. But they couldn't simply walk into the Grand Council. Elias was a wanted man, and Finn, though respected in scholarly circles, had been a recluse for decades. They needed more voices, more influence, more allies. Finn, drawing on his extensive network of contacts, began to send out coded messages, discreet summons to individuals he trusted, not necessarily powerful nobles, but influential scholars, disillusioned knights, and respected guild masters who shared a disdain for corruption and a deep loyalty to the kingdom's true prosperity. These were people who understood the subtle currents of power, who could recognize the signs of rot even when masked by opulence. "These are not men of war, Elias," Finn explained as he meticulously penned his messages, his quill scratching softly in the quiet study. "They are men of influence, of reputation. Their voices, combined with the irrefutable evidence of the ledger, can create a wave of doubt, a whisper of rebellion that even the architect cannot quell." The search for allies became a frantic race against the clock. Elias, with Ilara always by his side, took on the dangerous task of delivering these summons. He moved with heightened caution, disguised as a wandering merchant or a humble friar, constantly aware of the king's increased patrols and the Serpent's Coil's subtle watchers. Each journey was fraught with peril, a constant test of his stealth and cunning. He navigated treacherous mountain passes, bustling market towns, and quiet hamlets, always one step ahead of pursuit. He saw the deepening divide within the kingdom, the fear in people's eyes, the whispered rumors of unexplained disappearances and shifting loyalties. The architect's net was tightening its grip on every corner of the land. Ilara proved to be an invaluable asset. Her small size and innocent appearance allowed them to blend into crowds where Elias alone would stand out. She possessed an uncanny ability to sense danger, a quiet intuition that often alerted Elias to a hidden watchman or a suspicious glance before he consciously registered it. Her presence also softened Elias's hardened exterior, reminding him of the pure purpose behind their desperate fight. He taught her how to recognize certain insignia, how to listen for specific phrases in hushed conversations, how to gauge a person's intent from their eyes. She was an apprentice not just in observation, but in the subtle art of survival. They met with a diverse array of potential allies. An aging, disillusioned knight, Sir Kale, whose family had served the crown for generations but who harbored deep suspicions about the king's current advisers. A shrewd, pragmatic guild master, Lena, whose vast network of merchants allowed her to see the economic disruption caused by the Serpent's Coil. A sharp-witted diplomat, Lady Annalise, known for her intricate understanding of court politics and her ability to persuade even the most stubborn of nobles. Each was presented with a carefully chosen excerpt from the ledger, a piece of the puzzle that resonated with their own suspicions, their own experiences. Convincing them was a painstaking process. Elias had to overcome their initial skepticism, their ingrained fear of treason, and the very real danger of siding with a publicly branded, silent killer. He appealed to their loyalty to the kingdom, to their sense of justice, to the undeniable evidence that Finn and Elms had painstakingly compiled. He spoke with a quiet passion, recounting his own reluctant journey into this hidden war, his voice gaining strength as he articulated the architect's true, chilling vision. "The architect does not seek to improve the kingdom," Elias explained to a skeptical merchant, his voice low and earnest. "He seeks to remake it in his own image, to strip away all individual freedom, to create a society of puppets under his absolute control. He believes he is reclaiming a lost throne, a birthright to rule. And he will sacrifice anyone, anything, to achieve his final design." Slowly, carefully, a fragile network of support began to form. Not all were convinced, and some simply chose to remain silent, paralyzed by fear. But a vital few, swayed by the undeniable evidence and Elias's desperate sincerity, agreed to lend their aid. They promised to use their influence, their connections, to help Elias gain access to the Grand Council and to speak on his behalf, provided he presented irrefutable proof. Their commitment was a testament to the gravity of the threat and to the power of shared purpose. Back at the Abbey, Elms and Finn were working feverishly, preparing the presentation of the ledger. They translated key passages, cross-referenced historical documents, and meticulously compiled a compelling case against the architect and the serpent's coil. They also created a series of subtle, verifiable codes and symbols that would allow their allies to confirm the authenticity of the ledger and Elias's claims without directly implicating themselves. The tension in the Abbey grew with each passing day. The king's pursuit of Elias intensified, fueled by reports of his sightings in various towns. The serpent's coil, too, seemed to sense their desperation, their agents becoming more aggressive, their surveillance more pervasive. There were reports of strange, cloaked figures seen near the Abbey, of unusual movements on the roads leading to the capital. They were being watched. The gathering storm was upon them. Elias often found himself staring at the calendar, counting the days until the winter solstice. The pressure was immense. If they failed, the kingdom would fall into the architect's tyrannical grip, and their lives and Alara's would be forfeit. There would be no escape. One evening, as Alara slept peacefully by the fire, Elias looked at Finn and Master Elms, his heart heavy. "We are walking into a lion's den," he whispered. "Indeed," Finn replied, his eyes steady. "But we walk with truth as our shield, and desperation as our sword. And now we walk with allies." Elms nodded. "The fate of the kingdom hangs in the balance, young Elias. And you, the reluctant apothecary, are now its unlikely champion. The whispers of rebellion have begun. The Grand Council awaits. And the architect, he will be there, in the shadows, waiting." The final plan was laid out. Elias, with the aid of his new allies, would attempt to gain entry to the Grand Council. Once inside, he would present the ledger and expose the architect. It was a perilous, almost suicidal mission, but it was their only chance. The winter solstice, the day of the architect's final design, was upon them. The race against time was nearly over, and the climax of their desperate struggle for the kingdom was about to begin. Elias, the hunted apothecary, prepared for his most dangerous task yet, to expose the architect and prevent the fall of the throne, a fight for the very soul of the kingdom. Story 23. The King's Folly, a Throne in Peril. The air, already brittle with the chill of impending winter, crackled with an undeniable tension as Elias, Finn, and Alara, accompanied by their newly forged allies, made their final perilous journey towards the capital. The winter solstice loomed, a cold, unyielding deadline, and with it the architect's meticulously planned final design for usurpation. Their small, desperate band was the last hope against a tyranny that threatened to engulf the kingdom. The journey itself was a harrowing dance with danger. Elias, now a notorious figure, moved like a ghost within his carefully chosen disguises. His allies, seasoned and cunning in their own right, employed every trick of misdirection and subterfuge to shield their movements. Sir Kale, the aging knight, with his impressive stature and unwavering loyalty, often served as their outward protector, his presence commanding enough to deflect casual scrutiny. Lena, the guildmaster, used her vast mercantile network to arrange for discreet passage and hidden lodgings, her pragmatic mind charting the safest routes through the increasingly monitored trade roads. Lady Annalise, the diplomat, with her silver tongue and keen understanding of courtly protocol, acted as their advance scout, subtly gauging the political currents in the capital. The architect's net felt tighter than ever. Royal patrols were relentless, their horses thundering across the frozen landscape, their eyes sharp with the promise of the bounty on Elias's head. More chilling were the subtle, unseen agents of the serpent's coil, their presence felt rather than seen. The unexpected silence in a busy inn, the overly eager questions from a seemingly innocent passer-by, the sudden, inexplicable detours forced upon other travelers. Elias felt their invisible tendrils reaching, always reaching, trying to anticipate his next move, to ensnare him. He was no longer just evading. He was actively countering, using Finn's lessons in observation and deception, turning their own tactics against them. Ilara, despite the ever-present danger, displayed a courage that often stunned Elias. She moved silently, her small hand always in his, her eyes wide and observant. She had become adept at spotting subtle signs of danger. The way a guard held his spear, the flicker of apprehension in a tavern owner's eyes when Elias inquired about a route, the distant gleam of metal against a snow-dusted ridge. Her innocence and acute senses were a vital shield, and her unwavering trust a constant, quiet comfort in the maelstrom of fear and uncertainty. Elias found himself constantly reassuring her, whispering stories of a peaceful future, a world free from the architect's shadow, even as the present pressed in with overwhelming force. As they neared the capital, the city itself became a fortress. The king's decree for the winter solstice celebrations had drawn vast crowds, creating a chaotic, teeming mass that was both a shield and a trap. Elias knew the architect would use the crowds as cover for his own agents, for his final, decisive moves. Their allies, after much clandestine communication, had secured a hidden, nondescript house on the city's periphery, a forgotten dwelling that offered a precarious refuge. It was here, in the cold, dusty rooms, that they laid out their final plan for the Grand Council. Master Elms, now pale with exhaustion but sharp as ever, meticulously reviewed the contents of the stolen ledger, cross-referencing names and dates, building their unassailable case. Finn, with a quiet intensity, prepared the crucial alchemical solutions and devices. Not poisons this time, but tools for disruption, for revealing truth, for creating undeniable sensory proof. "The architect will be there, Elias," Master Elms stated, his voice low, as they huddled over a map of the royal palace. "He will not miss the opportunity to witness his triumph. He will be disguised, of course, hidden amongst the trusted. We must expose him directly, in front of the king, in front of the assembled council." Their strategy was a high-wire act of precision and desperate improvisation. Their allies, using their influence, would secure Elias and Finn a temporary, unscrutinized presence within the palace, disguised as scholars invited to observe the solstice rituals. Once inside, Elias would need to reach the Grand Council chamber unnoticed, a feat of stealth and nerve. The Grand Council proceedings themselves were a long, tedious affair, filled with ceremonial speeches and political posturing. The architect, they suspected, would be present, observing, pulling strings from the shadows. The plan was to create a moment of undeniable chaos, a sudden, jarring revelation that would force the king to confront the truth. The night of the winter solstice arrived, its air thick with falling snow and the distant sounds of celebration. Elias, his face carefully disguised with a combination of Finn's subtle dyes and a simple, scholarly hood, moved through the palace corridors with a quiet, practiced ease. Ilara, dressed in a muted servant's tunic, moved beside him like a small, silent shadow, her innocent gaze diverting suspicion. Their allies, strategically positioned, provided subtle distractions, whispered warnings, and vital diversions. Gaining access to the Grand Council chamber was a monumental challenge. The royal guards were everywhere, their vigilance heightened by the importance of the event. Elias used every trick he knew: the diversion of a spilled tray, the sudden illness of a nearby servant, the strategic use of Finn's innocuous smoke pellets to create brief, localized confusion. He slipped past patrols, scaled hidden stairwells, and navigated forgotten service passages, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. He finally reached a hidden alcove overlooking the Grand Council chamber, a small, dusty ventilation shaft that offered a direct view of the proceedings. Below, the chamber was a dazzling spectacle of power and opulence. The king sat on his ornate throne, his expression solemn, his royal regalia gleaming. Arranged before him in a wide semicircle were the kingdom's most powerful nobles, their robes rich with embroidery, their faces a mixture of boredom, ambition, and polite attention. And amongst them Elias knew were the hidden agents of the serpent's coil, silently observing, their loyalty secretly pledged to the architect. Grand Chancellor Valerius, now a broken man, was led in under heavy guard, his face gaunt, his eyes hollow. He was to be formally stripped of his titles and exiled, a public spectacle of royal justice. But it was a false justice, a deliberate misdirection orchestrated by the architect to maintain control. As the formal accusations against Valerius began, a cloaked figure, easily recognizable from the previous encounter, stood subtly at the edge of the king's dais, his presence almost imperceptible to the casual observer. It was the architect. His face was obscured by a deep hood, but Elias could feel his cold, calculating presence, a chilling force emanating from him. He was watching his final design unfold, his moment of triumph drawing near. Elias had to act. No. He pulled out the most damning piece of evidence from the ledger, a carefully chosen, highly encrypted scroll detailing the architect's ancestral claim to the throne, and a series of coded instructions for the winter solstice coup. He also had a small, finely crafted device Finn had prepared, a subtle alchemical diffuser designed to project a specific low-frequency sonic pulse, one that would resonate with the unique alchemical signatures of the serpent's coil's indoctrinated members, causing a momentary, jarring disorientation, a subtle break in their mental conditioning. It wouldn't reveal the architect, but it would expose his puppets, forcing them to react, to betray their hidden loyalties. As the king's advisor began to read the formal indictment against Valerius, Elias initiated the device. A low, almost imperceptible hum filled the chamber, a subtle vibration that Elias knew only certain individuals would truly feel. And then the effect began. Across the chamber, various nobles, those marked in the ledger as indoctrinated members of the serpent's coil, subtly flinched. Their movements became jerky, their eyes wide with confusion, a flicker of fear replacing their composure. Some clutched their heads, others swayed slightly, their carefully constructed facades crumbling. The architect, too, stiffened, his head snapping towards the source of the disturbance, his hidden face momentarily contorting in a flash of pure, cold rage. He knew. He knew Elias was there. Elias seized the moment. He hurled the encrypted scroll into the center of the chamber, directly before the king's throne. It landed with a soft thump, its carefully prepared seal glinting in the torchlight. "Your Majesty!" Elias's voice, amplified by Finn's subtle vocal enhancer, boomed through the chamber, cutting through the sudden unease. "Your Chancellor is a pawn. He is but one scale in the serpent's embrace. The true viper lurks amongst you, planning to usurp your throne this very night." All eyes, including the king's, snapped to Elias. The king's guards immediately moved, drawing their swords, their faces contorted with rage at the intrusion. The architect's agents, now fully alert, began to draw their hidden blades, their movements betraying their true allegiance. "The architect hides amongst you," Elias cried, his voice echoing, his gaze sweeping across the stunned faces of the council. "He is not merely a conspirator. He is a descendant of the ancient royal line, who claims this throne by blood, by a twisted right. The proof is in that ledger. The proof is in his final design, set for this very solstice." The king, his face pale with fury and confusion, stared at the scroll, then at Elias, then at the subtly agitated figures amongst his council. The sonic pulse, though now fading, had done its work, exposing the subtle tremors in the architect's network. He saw the genuine panic in the eyes of some nobles, the aggressive, defensive posture of others. He looked at the architect, whose hood now seemed to vibrate with suppressed fury. "Seize him!" the king roared, pointing at Elias, his voice trembling with a mixture of rage and terror. "And that scroll! Take it!" But the architect, his composure shattered, now moved. His voice, once calm and controlled, cut through the clamor, sharp and piercing. "Silence, you fool!" he hissed, his gaze fixed on Elias, utterly ignoring the king. "You have played your part, Elias. Your defiance will be your end, and the kingdom will still be mine." With a lightning-fast movement, the architect threw off his cloak, revealing not the expected simple robes, but a subtle, almost imperceptible gleam of finely wrought chain mail beneath. His hand, however, was not on a sword, but on a small, intricate device concealed beneath his sleeve, a powerful alchemical bomb, designed not for destruction, but for chaos. "The king is weak," the architect bellowed, his voice amplified by some unseen mechanism, resounding through the chamber. "He clings to a false claim. This kingdom is mine by right. I am the true descendant of the ancient kings. And this night the serpent rises." He threw the device into the center of the chamber. It exploded not with fire, but with a blinding flash of light and a deafening sonic blast that momentarily disoriented everyone. Chaos erupted. Screams filled the air. Guards clashed with the now revealed agents of the serpent's coil. The king, stunned and disoriented, was almost swept away in the pandemonium. Elias, momentarily blinded but still driven by instinct, felt the ground shake. This was it. The king's folly had brought them to this precipice. The architect had revealed himself, and in doing so, plunged the kingdom into open conflict. He had to reach the king, to make him understand. The throne was in peril, and the battle for its very soul had just begun. Story 24. The Serpent's Fury, Betrayal in the Hall of Kings. The Grand Council chamber erupted into a maelstrom of light, sound, and sheer terror. The architect's alchemical bomb, designed not for destruction but for overwhelming sensory assault, had plunged the opulent hall into chaos. A blinding flash, a deafening sonic blast, and the subsequent disorienting hum left nobles staggering, guards clutching their heads, and the king himself momentarily stunned on his throne. Elias, his ears ringing, his eyes watering from the residue of the flash, knew this was it. The architect's final design was no longer a whispered threat, but a violent reality. The throne was in peril. "Seize him!" Elias heard the king's choked roar, still directed at him, amidst the confusion. But other voices cut through the din, the architect's agents, now shedding their masks of loyalty, their hidden blades flashing in the flickering torchlight. They weren't just fighting the king's guards. They were systematically targeting key loyalist nobles, those who might stand in the architect's way. The betrayal was open, brutal, and immediate. Elias, momentarily disoriented himself, forced his mind to focus. His priority wasn't to escape. It was to ensure the king saw the truth, and that the crucial ledger, his only irrefutable proof, was protected. He lunged towards the fallen scroll, the architect's ancestral claim to the throne, which lay near the king's dais. A cloaked agent, one of the architect's elite, moved with lightning speed, aiming a kick at the scroll, intending to send it sprawling, to destroy the evidence. Elias intercepted, a desperate dive that sent him skidding across the polished marble floor. He snatched the scroll, feeling the rough parchment against his hand, just as the agent's boot slammed into the space where it had been a moment before. "Fool!" the agent hissed, drawing a wicked-looking dagger. "You prolong your agony." Elias scrambled back, clutching the scroll to his chest. He was surrounded. Guards, recovering from the initial blast, were now engaging the architect's agents, their clash of steel echoing through the hall. Nobles screamed, scrambling for cover, or drawing ceremonial daggers in a desperate, futile defense. The architect himself, now clearly visible at the edge of the dais, was directing his forces with chilling precision, his movements fluid, his eyes cold and calculating. He watched the unfolding chaos with an almost detached interest, like a conductor observing his orchestra of destruction. He wasn't wielding a blade, he was wielding chaos itself, and his true power lay in his intellect, his chilling foresight. Elias had to get the king to see. He had to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding, the king's deep-seated belief that Elias was the silent killer, an enemy, not an ally. "Your Majesty!" Elias shouted, his voice hoarse, forcing it above the din. He flung the scroll towards the king's throne, letting it unfurl slightly so the ancient royal seal, the architect's own claim, was visible. "This is his truth. He claims your throne by ancient right. He is the architect." The king, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and dawning horror, finally saw the scroll. He saw the ancestral symbol, a forgotten sigil that suddenly resonated with vague, unsettling memories from old texts, symbols that only a true scholar of royal lineage would recognize. The pieces of the puzzle, laid out so painstakingly by Finn and Master Elms, began to click into place. Grand Chancellor Valerius's mad confessions, the Duke Theron's mysterious death, Elias's wild claims, it all pointed to one chilling truth. Just then, two of the architect's agents, coordinated and ruthless, broke through the melee and charged towards the king, their blades aimed at his heart. The king's personal guard, though loyal, was overwhelmed, distracted by the sheer number of traitors. Elias reacted without thought, his instincts honed by months of desperate survival. He sprinted towards the king, intercepting the first agent with a desperate, jarring tackle. The agent stumbled, giving Elias a precious second to engage the second. Elias didn't fight for a kill, he fought for delay, for distraction. He used his small dagger to parry, to deflect, to force the agents into defensive maneuvers. He was a whirlwind of movement, a desperate dance on the edge of death. "Protect the king!" Elias roared, his voice ringing with genuine urgency, drawing the attention of any loyalist guards nearby. "He is the architect. He wants the throne." The king, shaken but no longer paralyzed by confusion, saw Elias fighting, not against him, but for him. He saw Elias, the publicly branded assassin, protecting his life against men who wore the very cloaks of loyalty, men who were clearly in league with the architect. The truth, raw and undeniable, finally hit him with the force of a physical blow. His trust had been profoundly misplaced. His kingdom had been infiltrated by a viper's nest. "Traitors!" the king bellowed, his voice regaining its kingly authority, now infused with righteous fury. "Seize the architect! And these men, they are not my guards. They are usurpers." The king's sudden, clear command, fueled by Elias's desperate actions, galvanized the remaining loyalist guards. They renewed their assault with savage ferocity, their morale boosted by the sight of their king fighting for his life, and by the revelation of the architect's true identity. The tide of the battle, initially a chaotic free-for-all, slowly began to turn. The architect, witnessing the shift, his eyes burning with frustrated rage, abandoned his detached observation. He had underestimated Elias, underestimated the power of exposed truth. He had expected chaos, then an easy takeover. Instead, he had a full-blown rebellion on his hands, and the king was rallying. "Retreat!" The architect's voice, devoid of its previous chilling calm, now held a note of desperate urgency. "Fall back! The plan is compromised." His agents, though loyal, were not suicidal. They began to disengage, melting back into the shadows, some throwing down smoke bombs to cover their retreat, others engaging in desperate skirmishes to buy time. The architect himself, displaying a surprising agility, vanished into a hidden passage behind the king's dais, a route known only to the highest echelons of the court, a route he must have painstakingly uncovered through his deep infiltration. The fighting slowly subsided, leaving the Grand Council chamber a scene of utter devastation. Broken furniture, scattered parchments, blood-stained marble, and the groans of the wounded. Loyal guards tended to their injured, their faces grim, their eyes searching for their comrades and for the vanished enemy. The king, still clutching the scroll, looked at Elias, his gaze a complex mixture of shock, gratitude, and profound regret. He saw Elias, battered and bruised, but resolute, standing among the fallen, a silent sentinel who had protected him from the very enemy he himself had failed to recognize. You are not the silent killer they speak of," the king said, his voice hoarse, his previous rage replaced by a stunned comprehension. You saved my life. You exposed this horror." Elias, exhausted but resolute, simply nodded, gesturing to the still unfurled scroll. "The architect, your majesty. He is the one who plans to take your throne. He has infiltrated your court, poisoned your advisers, and built a network of betrayal beneath your very nose." The king picked up the scroll, his fingers trembling as he examined the ancient symbols, the undeniable proof of the architect's ancestral claim. The full weight of the betrayal in the Hall of Kings settled upon him. His reign, his kingdom, his very life, had been in peril from within, orchestrated by a man who claimed to be his rightful successor. His own trust had been his king's folly. He looked around the devastated chamber, at the faces of his council, some pale with shock, others grim with the dawning realization of the truth. He saw the wounded, the dead, the sheer devastation wrought by the serpent's fury. His kingdom, once a symbol of stability, was now irrevocably shattered, its internal rot exposed for all to see. "Finn and Ilara," Elias murmured, his mind already racing, thinking of their safety. "They are safe for now, your majesty, but the architect will hunt them relentlessly." The king nodded, his gaze distant, already contemplating the monumental task ahead. "They must be protected. And you, Elias, you are no longer a hunted man. You are a true champion of the crown. But this is far from over. The architect has escaped, and the serpent's coil still coils." Elias knew it. The first battle was won, the architect exposed, his immediate coup averted. But the architect was still out there, cunning and dangerous, his ultimate goal still within reach. The kingdom was fractured, plunged into a civil conflict between loyalists and the hidden agents of the serpent's coil. The pursuit of the architect, the fight for the soul of the kingdom, was about to enter its most desperate and treacherous phase. The serpent's fury had been unleashed, and the kingdom would never be the same. Story 25. The King's Reckoning. A Kingdom Awakens. The Grand Council chamber, minutes after the architect's dramatic revelation and chaotic retreat, was a tableau of stunned disbelief and simmering fury. The air still thrummed with the phantom echo of the alchemical blast, and the scent of burnt dust mingled with the coppery tang of blood. Noble robes were torn, furniture overturned, and the king's loyal guards tended to their wounded comrades, their faces grim, their eyes now alight with a cold, righteous anger. The serpent's fury had erupted, and the kingdom would never be the same. The king, his royal robes disheveled, stood by his throne, clutching the unfurled scroll that bore the architect's ancient, undeniable claim to the throne. His face, once pale with shock, was now flushed with a furious resolve. He looked at Elias, battered and bruised, standing amidst the chaos, a solitary figure whose quiet courage had unveiled the depth of betrayal. "Elias," the king's voice was hoarse, thick with a mixture of regret and a dawning, terrible clarity. You risked everything to show me this truth. I was blind. So very blind." He gestured to the scroll. "This is not madness. This is real. This is a claim to my throne." Elias, still catching his breath, simply nodded. "He is the architect, your majesty." He seeks to not just influence, but to usurp. His final design is a new dynasty, built on lies and controlled by fear. The king's gaze swept over the shattered hall, then settled on the remaining loyalist nobles, their faces a mixture of shock and fearful understanding. He saw the subtle glances, the dawning realization in their eyes. The architect had inadvertently achieved what Elias couldn't. He had ripped away the veil of deception, exposing the rot for all to see. The whispers of disunity that had long plagued the court, the subtle shifts in power, they now had a terrifying explanation. Grand Chancellor Valerius. The king began, his voice laced with bitterness. "Upon your majesty," Elias interjected gently. "Deeply indoctrinated, but upon nonetheless. The architect is the true enemy." The king's jaw tightened. "Find him. Find the architect, and every one of his agents who desecrated this hall. Hunt them down. Bring them before me." His voice, though still tinged with a lingering shock, now held the true authority of a monarch betrayed. The king's reckoning had begun. Orders were barked, guards dispatched. The king's personal guard, led by a stern-faced captain who had witnessed Elias's actions firsthand, now looked at Elias not as a wanted criminal, but as a newfound ally. They recognized his genuine urgency, his unwavering loyalty in the face of immense danger. Elias, though exhausted, immediately turned his attention to the pressing matters. He quickly conveyed the urgency of securing Finn and Ilara. "They are in the city, your majesty, in a hidden location. They are vital to this. The architect will target them next." The king, now fully understanding the depth of the architect's planning, dispatched a detachment of his most trusted guards, led by Captain Thorne, with precise instructions to retrieve Finn and Ilara discreetly and bring them to the safest chambers within the royal keep. He also ordered all entrances and exits to the palace to be sealed, and a full search of the grounds initiated, hoping to catch any lingering agents of the serpent's coil. Meanwhile, Elias, despite his injuries, was brought before the king, along with Master Elms and the other allies who had risked everything to help him. Lena, the guild master, and Lady Annalise, the diplomat, spoke with a unified voice, confirming Elias's claims, presenting their own corroborating evidence of the serpent's coil's subtle economic and political manipulations. Sir Cale, the aging knight, his face grim, pledged his unwavering loyalty and offered his seasoned tactical advice. The stolen ledger, now laid out before the king and his loyal advisers, became the centerpiece of their war room. Finn, brought safely to the palace with Ilara, joined them, his ancient wisdom a guiding light in the dark hour. He explained the intricate ciphers, the chilling details of the architect's future plans, the names of the hidden members of the Serpent's Coil, and the full extent of the architect's bloodline claim. "He does not seek to rule by force alone, your majesty," Finn explained, his voice low, his finger tracing a complex symbol on the ledger. "He seeks to dismantle the very fabric of your kingdom, to sow discord and distrust, to create a new order where he is the sole authority. He believes he is destined for this throne, by ancient right. This is a kingdom awakens, but it awakens to a deep, internal wound." The king listened, his face a storm of emotions, anger, regret, and a burning desire for justice. He had been manipulated, his trust betrayed, his reign undermined by an enemy he had failed to recognize. His own perceived strength had been his greatest weakness, his faith in his trusted advisers his king's folly. Their immediate strategy focused on countering the architect's likely next moves. The ledger provided invaluable insights into his network, his resources, and his probable escape routes. They learned of hidden safehouses, of clandestine supply lines, of sleeper agents embedded in various government branches. "He will seek to consolidate his remaining forces," Elias theorized, pointing to a series of coded locations in the ledger. and he will try to rally support, especially amongst those who feel disenfranchised by your rule, or those who have been secretly swayed by his philosophy of order. The king immediately launched a sweeping counter-operation. Loyal guards, led by Captain Thorne, were dispatched to raid suspected Serpent's Coil safehouses, to apprehend their agents, and to sever their communication lines. The city, already reeling from the chaos of the solstice, was now under a tense, unannounced martial law. Whispers of treason and hidden conspiracies spread like wildfire amongst the populace, sowing fear, but also a dawning awareness of a deeper struggle. Ilara, kept safely within the Queen's private chambers, remained a quiet, observant presence. Elias visited her whenever he could, finding solace in her innocence, in her unwavering trust. He knew his battle was far from over. The architect had escaped, and his influence was still vast. But now he had the king's full trust and a dedicated team of allies. The burden on Elias was immense. He was no longer merely the silent killer, a hunted outcast. He was now a key advisor to the king, a champion against a hidden tyranny, tasked with fighting a shadow war that threatened the very soul of the kingdom. The weight of his past actions, the lives taken, the moral compromises, still weighed heavily on him. But now his purpose was clear. He was fighting to restore balance, to bring light to the deep-seated darkness that had almost consumed the kingdom. The kingdom, once lulled into a false sense of security, was now wide awake, reeling from the profound betrayal. The king, stripped of his illusion of absolute control, was now forced to confront the harsh reality of his vulnerable throne. The battle lines were drawn. The architect, cunning and resourceful, would undoubtedly attempt a resurgence, seeking to exploit the chaos he had unleashed. The king's reckoning was not just a purge, it was the start of a desperate civil struggle, a fight for the very heart of the kingdom. Elias, the reluctant apothecary, now stood at the forefront of this war, ready to face the architect's inevitable counterattack, ready to fight for the future of his world. Story 26. The Architect's Gambit, A Kingdom at War. The echoes of the winter solstice chaos still resonated through the royal palace, a chilling reminder of the serpent's fury that had almost consumed the throne. The Grand Council chamber, now being meticulously restored, stood as a stark monument to betrayal and the king's dawning, terrible realization. The king's reckoning had begun, not with a quiet purge, but with a sudden, violent upheaval, exposing the deep-seated rot of the serpent's coil for all to see. Elias, no longer a hunted phantom but a crucial adviser, found himself standing at the very heart of the storm. The king, shaken but resolute, wasted no time. The unfurled scroll, bearing the architect's ancient claim to the throne, became a constant companion, its symbols a burning testament to the insidious threat. He convened his most trusted loyalists, Master Elms, Finn, Sir Kale, Lady Annalise, and Lena the Guild Master, along with Elias, now a silent, respected presence at their war councils. The atmosphere was grim, but infused with a desperate determination. "He wants my throne, not just influence," the king stated, his voice heavy with the weight of betrayal. "He intends to rewrite history, to dismantle the very foundations of my rule. We must act decisively." Elias, despite his exhaustion, explained the architect's likely strategy, drawing on the deciphered ledger and his own instincts honed in the shadows. "He will try to exploit the chaos, Your Majesty. He will seek to rally disaffected nobles, to turn the populace against you with false promises and veiled threats. His network is vast, and he moves like a shadow. We must anticipate his every move." The king, no longer blinded by his own trust, listened intently. He ordered a kingdom-wide address, a public declaration of the architect's treason, supported by the evidence from the stolen ledger. He revealed the architect's true lineage, a name long forgotten in the dusty annals of history, a forgotten royal bloodline now rising with malicious intent. The news sent shockwaves through the kingdom. Whispers of a hidden conspiracy turned into open outrage. Fear mingled with righteous anger. The populace, once lulled into complacency, was now awake, their loyalty divided, their future uncertain. A kingdom awakens, but it awakened to a profound, internal wound. The king's decree also publicly exonerated Elias, acknowledging his true role in unveiling the plot and his bravery in defending the crown. The bounty on his head was replaced with a royal commendation, his image as the silent killer slowly beginning to shift, morphing into that of a silent champion. It was a strange, unsettling transformation, one Elias felt deeply, but for which he had little time to reflect. The serpent's coil, however, was far from broken. The architect, cunning and resourceful, immediately launched his gambit. He seized key strategic locations within the kingdom, isolated fortresses, vital trade hubs, and resource-rich mines, places where his agents had been secretly embedded for years. He unleashed a propaganda campaign, accusing the king of tyranny, of false accusations, and of ruling through fear, painting himself as the rightful benevolent ruler destined to restore true order. His words, insidious and carefully crafted, found fertile ground amongst those who felt the burden of royal taxes or chafed under existing laws. Suddenly, the kingdom was plunged into a full-scale civil conflict. Not a conventional war of marching armies and grand sieges, but a brutal, decentralized struggle. Loyal garrisons found themselves besieged from within. Trade routes were disrupted. Villages were subtly swayed to the architect's cause through intimidation or false promises. The king's forces, though superior in numbers, were initially caught off guard, fighting an enemy that seemed to be everywhere and nowhere, their true loyalties masked until the last moment. Elias found himself working relentlessly, often sleeping for mere hours, fueled by the urgency of the situation. He spent his days with Finn, analyzing the ledger for hidden operational details, identifying the serpent's coil's key members, and predicting their next moves. His nights were spent advising the king and his generals, devising counter-strategies, and often leading small, highly specialized teams on covert missions to disrupt the architect's plans, to rescue captured loyalists, or to retrieve crucial intelligence. His skills as an apothecary were now applied not to poisons, but to counteragents, to subtle incapacitations, to the development of antidotes for the architect's insidious alchemical warfare. He taught the king's elite scouts how to move silently, how to read the subtle signs of the coil's presence, how to use the environment to their advantage. He was training them, not as conventional soldiers, but as shadow warriors, fighting fire with fire. Ilara, meanwhile, remained a constant, grounding presence. She was kept safe within the queen's heavily guarded private chambers, a place of quiet refuge from the escalating conflict. Elias visited her whenever he could, finding solace in her quiet strength, her unyielding trust. He would tell her stories of his childhood, of the simple beauty of nature, of a world untouched by the architect's darkness, promises of a future they might still achieve. He taught her subtle observational skills, honed her keen senses, preparing her, in a quiet, unspoken way, for a world that demanded resilience. Their bond deepened, a silent pact of hope amidst despair. The emotional toll on Elias was immense. He was now a central figure in a war, directly responsible for lives, for decisions that would affect the entire kingdom. The ethical lines blurred further. He authorized risky missions, knowing they could lead to casualties. He engaged in deception and subterfuge, tactics that once felt morally compromising. Yet, he saw the face of the architect's tyranny in the ledger, the chilling vision of a kingdom ruled by fear and absolute control, and he knew there was no other path. This was not about revenge. It was about preventing a far greater evil. Finn, too, was pushed to his limits, his ancient mind a repository of forgotten knowledge, his hands tireless in preparing alchemical solutions and deciphering new codes the architect now employed. He saw the fire in Elias's eyes, the transformation from reluctant apprentice to a leader forged in the crucible of war. "He truly is the king's champion now," Finn mused to Master Elms one evening, watching Elias pore over maps with the king's generals. "He carries the weight of this kingdom on his shoulders." The king, in turn, placed immense trust in Elias. He recognized the apothecary's unique skills, his unorthodox methods, and his unwavering dedication. Elias had seen the enemy from within, understood his true nature in a way no seasoned general or noble could. The king listened, learned, and adapted, his own leadership strengthened by the bitter truth of betrayal. The conflict escalated rapidly. Skirmishes turned into pitched battles. Loyal towns rebelled against Serpent's Coil occupation. The architect, in response, became more ruthless, employing increasingly brutal tactics, including the use of terror and targeted assassinations to maintain control. The kingdom, once seemingly prosperous, was now visibly scarred by war, its people suffering under the shadow of a hidden civil conflict. Elias knew the architect was preparing a decisive strike, a grand maneuver to shatter the king's remaining authority and solidify his claim. The architect's gambit was unfolding, and it was a masterpiece of cunning and cruelty. "He will aim for the heart," Elias warned the king. "He will try to break the people's will, to make them believe his rule is inevitable or even preferable to chaos. He will try to strike at a symbol, something that embodies your power, your majesty, or the very hope of your people." The king nodded grimly. "Then we must be ready. We must protect that hope." The kingdom was truly at war, its future hanging by a thread. Elias, the apothecary, was no longer merely defending himself or his loved ones. He was fighting for the very soul of the kingdom, a desperate struggle against a powerful, insidious foe who aimed to rewrite history. The final confrontation was drawing near, a clash of ideologies and destinies that would determine the fate of the throne, and usher in either a new age of tyranny or the painful, arduous path towards a truly free kingdom. The architect's gambit had begun, and Elias stood ready to meet it, armed with truth, resilience, and the unwavering hope that still flickered in Alara's eyes. Story 27. The Architect's Counter-Offensive, the Kingdom's Crucible. The kingdom, already fractured by the architect's insidious gambit, now found itself plunged deeper into the kingdom at war. The king's decree, revealing the architect's ancient claim and the Serpent's Coil's pervasive treason, had indeed awakened the populace, but it had also ignited a volatile mix of loyalty and fear. Elias, no longer just a champion but a vital strategist, stood at the heart of this escalating conflict, the weight of a kingdom's fate heavy on his shoulders. The immediate aftermath of the winter solstice was a desperate scramble for control. The king, guided by Elias's insights and Finn's detailed deciphering of the ledger, moved swiftly to consolidate loyalist forces and secure critical strategic points. Royal garrisons were reinforced, trade routes protected where possible, and the Serpent's Coil's known strongholds were besieged. But the architect, a master of foresight and deception, was already a dozen steps ahead. His counteroffensive was cunning, insidious, and brutal. He didn't meet the king's forces in open battle initially. Instead, he employed a scorched earth policy of terror and disinformation. Villages that resisted his subtle influence were ruthlessly put to the torch, their populations scattered or, chillingly, re-educated into zealous followers of the architect's new order. He unleashed agents skilled in psychological warfare, spreading rumors of the king's weakness, of ancient curses, and of Elias's supposed dark sorcery, preying on the fears and superstitions of the common folk. The Serpent's Coil, their numbers still vast and their fanaticism unwavering, moved with a frightening efficiency. They targeted not just military strongholds, but the very symbols of royal authority. Granaries were sabotaged, bridges mysteriously collapsed, and vital lines of communication were severed. The king's soldiers found themselves fighting an invisible enemy, their morale slowly eroding under the constant threat of ambush and betrayal from within. This wasn't a war of armies. It was a war for the very soul of the kingdom, fought in the shadows and across the minds of its people. Elias, working tirelessly with Finn, Master Elms, and the king's loyal advisers, felt the pressure mount with each passing day. The ledger, once their key to understanding, now felt like a grim prophecy unfolding before their eyes. They discovered entries detailing the architect's use of specially bred, loyal creatures for reconnaissance and sabotage, and even subtle alchemical compounds that could induce fear or blind obedience in unsuspecting populations. "He is not just a strategist, he is a manipulator of minds," Finn warned, his voice tight with concern as he deciphered a particularly disturbing entry. "He seeks not just to control the kingdom, but to control its very thought. To make them believe his vision is their salvation." Elias, drawing on his own alchemical knowledge, began to devise countermeasures. He worked on antidotes to the architect's psychological compounds, and on subtle wards to protect vital locations. He trained Captain Thorne's elite scouts, teaching them how to detect hidden traps, how to track the architect's unique agents, and how to operate effectively in the volatile, unpredictable landscape of a kingdom plunged into civil unrest. He pushed himself to the limits, often returning to his chambers late at night, his body aching, his mind reeling from the day's grim realities. Ilara, now more acutely aware of the danger, clung to Elias during their brief, precious moments together. She spent her days with the Queen, learning courtly manners, but her keen senses and quiet observations proved invaluable. She would often share seemingly trivial details she overheard, a servant's strange scar, a particular phrase used by a newly appointed guard, a unique smell emanating from a specific delivery to the kitchens. Elias, remembering Finn's lessons about overlooked details, found that these seemingly minor observations often provided crucial pieces of intelligence, small chinks in the architect's vast armor. The emotional toll on Elias deepened. He saw the suffering of the people, the fear in their eyes, the subtle despair that spread like a contagion. He felt the weight of every life lost, every village burned, every family displaced. He was no longer just Elias, the apothecary. He was a symbol, a reluctant leader, a target of both loyalty and hatred. He was fighting for a kingdom he had once sought only to escape, now bound to its fate by the innocence of a child and the unwavering trust of a king. The architect's counteroffensive culminated in a series of devastating blows. He targeted a major loyalist supply depot, a crucial hub for the king's armies, with a daring and meticulously planned strike that crippled their ability to supply the front lines. Then, he launched a surprise attack on a beloved royal stronghold, a historical castle that symbolized the king's lineage and power. This wasn't just a military objective, it was a psychological blow, a direct challenge to the king's legitimacy. The news of the fallen stronghold sent a wave of despair through the loyalist ranks. The king's generals, demoralized and exhausted, began to question their ability to fight such an elusive and cunning foe. The whispers of disunity and fear grew louder, even within the palace walls. The kingdom's crucible was testing their resolve, pushing them to their breaking point. "He aims to break our spirit, your majesty," Elias warned the king, his voice grim as they reviewed the latest reports. "He wants us to believe he is invincible, to make the people lose faith in your ability to protect them." The king, his face etched with worry, paced his war room. "We need a victory, Elias. A decisive blow. Something to show the people that we can fight back, that his reign is not inevitable." Elias nodded. He had been poring over the ledger, searching for patterns, for weaknesses, for a flaw in the architect's seemingly perfect design. And he had found one, a subtle pattern of communication, a particular meeting place, a frequency that hinted at the architect's own point of vulnerability. It was a risky strategy, a desperate gamble, but it was their only chance to turn the tide. He has a central command, Your Majesty, Elias explained, pointing to a cryptic series of symbols in the ledger. A place where he coordinates his operations, where his most vital information is stored. He believes it is impregnable. But I believe we can find it. And if we can strike there, we can cripple his network, shatter his illusion of control, and force him into the open. Finn confirmed Elias's theory, his ancient eyes glinting with a renewed sense of purpose. It is a nexus of his power, Elias. A place of deep symbolic significance to the architect himself. If we strike there, we strike at the very heart of his ambition. The plan was audacious, requiring surgical precision and immense courage. It would mean taking the fight directly to the architect, to his innermost sanctuary. It would mean risking everything they had gained. But with the kingdom faltering, with despair creeping into the hearts of the loyal, they had no other choice. This was their final, desperate gamble. The architect's counteroffensive had pushed them to the brink, and now they had to push back, with every ounce of strength and cunning they possessed. The kingdom's crucible was preparing for its most decisive test. Story 28. The Architect's Citadel. The final confrontation begins. The strategic maps of the kingdom, meticulously spread across the king's war table, now felt less like abstract geography and more like a battlefield etched in grim reality. The architect's counteroffensive had been devastating, pushing the kingdom to the brink, testing the resolve of every loyalist. The fall of the royal stronghold, a symbol of the king's lineage, had cast a long, dark shadow of despair. Yet, within that shadow, Elias, guided by Finn's ancient wisdom and the undeniable truth of the stolen ledger, had found a flicker of hope, a weakness in the architect's seemingly perfect design. He has a central command, Your Majesty, Elias reiterated, his finger tracing a cryptic series of symbols in the ledger, then transferring them to a specific, secluded point on the map. It was a remote, heavily fortified structure, cloaked by ancient forests and rugged terrain, a place no one had suspected as anything more than an abandoned ruin. A place where he coordinates his operations, where his most vital information, perhaps even his personal effects, are stored. He believes it is impregnable. But I believe we can find it. And if we strike there, we strike at the very heart of his ambition. Finn, his eyes gleaming with a newfound purpose, nodded in agreement. It is a nexus of his power, Elias. A place of deep symbolic significance to the architect himself. If we strike there, we strike at the very source of his manipulation, the architect's citadel itself. The king, his face etched with worry but also a renewed sense of purpose, listened intently. The demoralization among his generals was palpable, their conventional tactics failing against the architect's insidious methods. Elias's audacious plan, though risky, offered a glimmer of hope, a chance to regain the initiative. "If this is his heart, Elias," the king stated, his voice firm, "then we must pierce it. Gather your team. Whatever resources you need, they are yours." The decision was made. They would launch a surgical strike, a covert operation against the architect's central command, rather than a full-scale military assault. The element of surprise was paramount. A direct assault would likely be met with overwhelming force and the potential for a trap. Elias's methods were always about precision, about leverage, about striking where the enemy was weakest, not strongest. Recruiting the team for this perilous mission was a delicate task. It required individuals with unique skills, unwavering loyalty, and an understanding of the unconventional warfare they would be facing. Captain Thorne, the stern, pragmatic commander of the king's elite scouts, Thorne had witnessed Elias's courage and strategic acumen firsthand. He was a master of covert operations, wilderness survival, and close-quarters combat. He would lead the military component, a small, highly trained unit of his most trusted men, chosen for their discretion and skill, not their numbers. A Lady Annalise, the diplomat, with her sharp mind and keen understanding of information gathering, volunteered to serve as their intelligence liaison, using her network to gather crucial details about the architect's movements and the routes to the citadel, while simultaneously managing disinformation to obscure their true objective. Her ability to navigate treacherous social landscapes and extract information from seemingly innocuous conversations was invaluable. Alina, the guildmaster. Her vast network of merchants and couriers provided crucial logistical support, arranging for discreet transport, hidden supplies, and vital communications away from prying eyes. Her pragmatic approach and deep understanding of the kingdom's economic underbelly allowed them to move resources without detection. Finn, the old alchemist, would be the mission's intellectual and alchemical backbone. His knowledge of ancient lore, ciphers, and the architect's unique alchemical methodologies was indispensable. He would remain in the capital, acting as their remote guide and preparing any necessary counteragents or specialized tools they might need on the fly. Master Elms, the scholar, now firmly committed to their cause, would remain with Finn and the king, analyzing newly intercepted communications, cross-referencing information, and providing historical context to the architect's motivations and strategies. His role was to deepen their understanding of the enemy, providing a crucial intellectual foundation for their tactical decisions. And then there was Ilara. Though Elias insisted she remain safely within the palace, the child's keen observational skills and intuitive understanding of human nature were a constant, silent asset. She would often draw pictures of things she saw, or recount seemingly insignificant interactions, which Elias, through his own training from Finn, recognized as potentially vital pieces of intelligence. Her innocent presence, however, was also a constant, agonizing reminder of the immense personal stakes involved. The thought of her safety fueled his resolve, even as it gnawed at his peace. The planning was meticulous, spanning days of intense, often sleepless, preparation. They studied the architect's modus operandi, gleaned from the ledger and their own harrowing experiences. They created detailed maps of the citadel, piecing together fragmented information from old royal surveys, smugglers' charts, and Finn's own forgotten lore. They anticipated defenses, escape routes, and contingency plans. Elias personally oversaw the preparation of specialized tools, subtle alchemical compounds for breaching defenses, silent communication devices, and potent, non-lethal incapacitants to neutralize guards without bloodshed. The emotional toll on Elias was profound. He was leading men into certain danger, making decisions that could lead to their deaths. The weight of his past actions, the involuntary role he had played as the silent killer, pressed down on him. Yet he saw the faces of the king, of Finn, of Ilara, and of the loyalists who had placed their trust in him. He was no longer just an apothecary seeking survival. He was a champion, albeit a reluctant one, fighting for the soul of his kingdom. He carried the burden of command, the chilling realization that their success or failure rested largely on his shoulders. One evening, as he prepared his personal gear, Ilara slipped into his chambers. She didn't speak, simply sat beside him, her small hand reaching for his. Her touch was a powerful balm, a silent acknowledgment of the fear and resolve that warred within him. "We will be careful, little one," Elias murmured, gently squeezing her hand. "And we will come back." With the architect's plans shattered. The knowledge that the architect's true goal was not just power, but a complete societal restructuring based on his twisted vision of order, fueled Elias's determination. The kingdom's crucible had forged him, transformed him from a reclusive scholar into a leader. He understood that this was not merely a battle for a throne, but for the very essence of freedom and truth against absolute control. The chosen night for the strike was a moonless one, thick with a biting winter wind. Elias, dressed in muted, shadow-absorbing garments, checked his gear one last time. Captain Thorne and his elite unit, a dozen silent, hardened warriors, stood ready, their faces grim but determined. Lady Annalise and Lena provided their final intelligence, their farewells brief and solemn. "The architect will be waiting," Elias stated, his voice low, addressing his team. "He is cunning, and he is ruthless. He expects us to fail. We will prove him wrong. We go for the nexus of his power, for the architect's citadel. We will break his network, and we will bring his lies into the light." With a silent nod, Elias led his team out of the hidden palace gate, disappearing into the vast, unforgiving night. The final confrontation was not a distant threat, it was now a tangible reality. They were marching into the heart of the enemy, into the architect's citadel, a place of secrets and immense power. The fate of the kingdom, the outcome of the kingdom at war, rested on this single, desperate strike. The architect's gambit would finally be challenged, and Elias, the reluctant apothecary, was about to face his most dangerous adversary on his own ground. Story 29. The Serpent's Heart, Infiltrating the Sanctum. The biting winter wind howled a mournful symphony as Elias and his small, elite team pushed deeper into the ancient, silent forest. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen dangers, every snapping twig a potential alarm. This was no ordinary mission. They were marching directly into the architect's citadel, the hidden nexus of his power, a place where his final design was brought to life. The final confrontation wasn't a distant threat, it was drawing near with every hushed step. Captain Thorne led his hand-picked unit, their movements precise and silent, their faces grim under the heavy hoods. They were the king's finest, hardened by years of conflict, but even they felt the palpable tension of infiltrating the enemy's heart. Elias, moving with an almost unnatural stealth, was the shadow among shadows, his senses acutely attuned to every detail. He knew the architect would have anticipated their arrival, would have laid traps, would be ready. This was his sanctuary, his serpent's heart. The journey through the treacherous terrain was a test of endurance and skill. They navigated hidden ravines, scaled icy rock faces, and bypassed crude but effective tripwires designed to alert any unwary intruder. Elias's knowledge of alchemical detection, combined with Thorne's keen eye for military strategy, proved invaluable. They discovered subtle pressure plates disguised as natural rocks, faint shimmering wards woven into the forest canopy, and even camouflaged sentry posts manned by the architect's most fanatical and well-trained agents. Their first direct encounter was a silent, brutal dance in the dead of night. Two of the architect's elite guards, their forms cloaked and their faces obscured by unsettling, snake-like visors, emerged from the dense undergrowth. They were more than mere soldiers. Their movements were too fluid, too precise, imbued with a subtle, almost unnatural grace that spoke of specialized training and perhaps alchemical enhancements. Elias reacted instantly, throwing a handful of finely ground alchemical dust. It exploded in a blinding flash of silver sparks, momentarily disorienting the agents. Captain Thorne's men moved with practiced efficiency, disarming and subduing the guards without a single cry. Elias quickly examined their weapons and gear, noting the unique, complex mechanisms and the subtle serpent's coil insignia etched into their blades. These were no mere mercenaries. They were deeply indoctrinated, fanatically loyal. "They move differently," Thorne murmured, his eyes narrowed. "Faster. Stronger. There's something unnatural about them." Elias nodded, his mind racing. Alchemical augmentation. Likely. The architect doesn't just train his followers, he enhances them. This deepened his understanding of the threat. They weren't just facing skilled soldiers, they were facing super-soldiers, products of the architect's twisted alchemy. As they pressed on, the natural environment slowly gave way to structures, subtle at first, then increasingly overt. Ancient, moss-covered stone walls emerged from the mist, hinting at a forgotten fortress. This wasn't a conventional castle. It was a sprawling, subterranean complex, built into the very heart of the mountain, a true architect's citadel. Its entrance was concealed by a cunning blend of natural rock formations and magically reinforced earth, almost invisible to the untrained eye. Elias, using a device Finn had provided, a small, pulsing orb that detected localized energy signatures, located the main entrance. It was sealed by a massive, intricately carved stone door, secured by a series of complex alchemical and mechanical locks. "This is designed to keep out armies, Elias," Thorn stated, his voice low with professional assessment. "And to keep secrets within," Elias replied, his mind already working on the solution. He produced a series of small, precisely crafted tools and vials from his satchel. He worked with a surgeon's delicate touch, applying a specific alchemical solvent to the intricate locking mechanisms, then using a fine wire to manipulate the inner workings. The air hummed faintly as the solvent reacted with the arcane wards, a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor. After several tense minutes, with a faint click, the massive stone door swung inward with a groan of ancient stone, revealing a narrow, dark tunnel beyond. They entered the citadel, plunging into a chilling, oppressive silence. The air inside was cold and stagnant, carrying a faint, metallic scent that Elias recognized as a signature of the architect's unique alchemical compounds. The tunnel was dark, winding, and unnervingly quiet. It felt like walking into the maw of a beast. Captain Thorn's men moved with exemplary discipline, their senses heightened, their weapons ready. Elias, however, led the way, his instincts guiding him through the labyrinthine passages. He remembered Finn's words, "The architect is a master of puzzles, Elias. His fortress will be a manifestation of his mind." And it was. They encountered traps designed not for lethal force, but for disorientation and psychological manipulation. Passages that mysteriously changed direction, walls that shimmered with illusory landscapes, and subtle alchemical mists that induced confusion and paranoia. Elias, relying on Finn's extensive training in counter-illusion and mental fortitude, calmly guided his team through these disorienting challenges, using specific counteragents to neutralize the effects. Deeper within the citadel, they encountered the architect's inner circle, not just guards, but his most trusted lieutenants, his chief alchemists, and his tactical commanders. These were the minds that executed his final design, the individuals who had helped him weave the labyrinth of lies that had almost consumed the kingdom. They were formidable, skilled in both combat and subtle deception, and fiercely loyal to the architect's vision. The confrontations were brutal and personal. Elias found himself facing individuals he had unknowingly interacted with in the capital, figures who had once seemed innocuous, now revealed as fanatical agents of the Serpent's Coil. One such encounter pitted him against a seemingly frail court scholar he had once briefly advised on herbal remedies. Now, the scholar moved with surprising agility, wielding a poisoned quill, his eyes burning with zealotry. Elias, though reluctant to use lethal force, was forced to employ his most potent incapacitants, knowing that his survival and the success of the mission depended on it. During one particularly harrowing skirmish, as Thorn's men engaged a group of heavily armored Serpent's Coil warriors, Elias found himself cornered by a figure who moved with chilling speed and power. It was one of the architect's highest-ranking enforcers, a hulking brute of a man whose movements suggested profound alchemical enhancement. His blows were crushing, his speed astonishing. Elias dodged, weaved, and parried, relying on his agility and precise strikes to vulnerable points. He managed to unleash a small vial of highly concentrated sedative, aimed directly at the enforcer's exposed skin, forcing the giant to finally collapse, his eyes rolling back in his head. The air in the deeper levels of the citadel grew heavier, infused with a strange, almost electrical energy. Elias sensed they were nearing the architect's personal sanctum, the very heart of his operations. The passages became narrower, the defenses more intricate, the sense of malevolent intelligence more palpable. This was where the architect, the ultimate puppeteer, resided. They found themselves before a massive reinforced door, even more complex than the entrance. It hummed with a low, arcane energy, and Elias could feel the powerful wards pulsating against his skin. This wasn't just a lock, it was a final barrier, designed to protect the architect's deepest secrets, and perhaps the architect himself. Elias placed his hand on the cold stone, closing his eyes, focusing his senses. He could feel the intricate layers of alchemical energy, the subtle weaves of enchantments. He knew this would be his greatest challenge yet. "He's in there," Elias whispered to Captain Thorne, his voice grim. "This is it. The serpent's heart. The architect's sanctum. The final confrontation begins." Thorne nodded, his sword drawn, his unit arrayed in a defensive formation. The silence in the passage was thick with anticipation, broken only by their own ragged breathing. The fate of the kingdom, the outcome of the kingdom at war, rested on what lay beyond this final door. Elias, the reluctant champion, took a deep breath, ready to face the mastermind who had almost brought his world to its knees. Story 30. The Architect Revealed, The Serpent's Fall. The air before the massive, reinforced door in the architect's citadel hummed with a palpable energy, a silent defiance against their intrusion. Elias placed his hand on the cold stone, feeling the intricate layers of alchemical wards and ancient enchantments pulsating beneath his fingertips. This was the final barrier, the gateway to the serpent's heart, the architect's personal sanctum. The final confrontation was upon them. "He's in there," Elias whispered to Captain Thorne, his voice grim. "This is it." Thorne, his face grim, gave a silent nod. His elite unit stood ready, swords drawn, their breaths shallow in the oppressive silence. They had faced the architect's enhanced agents, navigated his disorienting traps, and now they stood at the precipice of his ultimate defense. Elias had prepared for this. From the deciphered ledger, Finn had gleaned cryptic references to a specific sequence of alchemical frequencies, a resonant pattern unique to the architect's protective wards. It was a lock that responded not to brute force, but to intricate vibrational harmony. Elias withdrew a small, ornate tuning fork and a vial containing a highly refined alchemical solution. This wasn't a corrosive, it was a catalyst, designed to resonate with and momentarily disrupt the very energy that powered the wards. He carefully applied a thin layer of the solution to the surface of the door, spreading it evenly over the intricate carvings. Then, with a deep breath, he struck the tuning fork. A low, almost imperceptible hum filled the chamber, vibrating through the very stone beneath their feet. The air around the door shimmered, and a faint, high-pitched whine began to emanate from the wards, slowly, agonizingly, increasing in intensity. Elias focused, his hands steady, adjusting the frequency of the tuning fork, coaxing the discordant energies into a fragile harmony. Sweat beaded on his brow, his muscles tensed with the sheer mental effort. He could feel the wards resisting, pushing back against the intrusion, a battle of wills and scientific precision. Finally, with a sharp, resonant crack, like ancient glass shattering, the humming ceased. The faint shimmer around the door vanished. The massive stone barrier, with a deep, resonant groan, slowly began to slide inward, revealing a chamber bathed in an eerie, pulsing green light. They entered the architect's sanctum. It was not a grand throne room, but a vast, circular chamber filled with strange, intricate machinery, glowing alchemical conduits, and shelves laden with ancient texts, bizarre artifacts, and row upon row of meticulously organized vials and compounds. At the very center, overseeing a complex console that shimmered with arcane energy, stood the architect. He was no longer cloaked. The robes he wore were of rich, dark silk, embroidered with subtle serpentine patterns. His face was finally, undeniably, revealed. He was not a wizened old man, nor a scarred warrior. He was almost unremarkable in his physical appearance, save for the intense, unervingly intelligent eyes that held a cold, ancient fire. His face was that of a scholar, perhaps a noble, but one whose features were sharpened by years of unwavering ambition and a profound, chilling detachment. He looked nothing like the monster Elias had imagined, yet every bit the manipulator. But then Elias recognized him. A flicker of memory, a faint image from the deciphered ledger, a historical portrait Finn had once shown him of a minor, long-forgotten branch of the royal family. The features, though idealized in the painting, were unmistakable. The architect was Lord Alaric, the last known scion of the lost line of Aldoria, a branch of the royal family supposedly extinguished centuries ago, long thought to be nothing more than a myth. He was a figure from history, now brought to chilling life. "So, you finally arrive, Elias?" Alaric's voice was calm, cultured, almost bored, utterly devoid of the rage he had shown at the Grand Council. "And you have brought company." "Predictable. Though I must admit, your persistence is admirable for an apothecary." Captain Thorne and his men immediately spread out, forming a protective perimeter, their weapons raised. But Alaric made no move to summon guards, no desperate call for backup. He merely observed them, a faint, almost amused smile playing on his lips. "You speak of my designs, Elias," Alaric continued, gesturing around the chamber with a graceful hand. "But you do not truly understand their grandeur. I am not merely seeking a throne. I am seeking to restore order, to cleanse this kingdom of its inherent chaos, its inherent weakness." He picked up a small, intricate hourglass filled with shimmering green dust. "The current king is a fool, a sentimentalist clinging to outdated notions of justice and freedom. He allows the people to stray, to sow dissent. I will bring true order, absolute control, for their own good." "You speak of order, but you bring chaos," Elias retorted, stepping forward, clutching the ledger. "You murder, you manipulate, you poison. You tear the kingdom apart for your own twisted ambition." Alaric merely chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "A necessary cost, Elias. A surgical removal of a festering disease. You see the blood, the turmoil. I see the birth of a new era, a truly harmonious society where every man, woman, and child knows their place, where no thought is wasted on pointless rebellion, where true peace, born of absolute control, can flourish." He gestured to the glowing conduits around him. "This, Elias, is the true heart of my power. Not just knowledge, but the means to enforce it, to shape reality." This was not a simple confrontation. It was a clash of ideologies. Alaric was not just a villain. He was a fanatic, utterly convinced of the righteousness of his cause. He believed he was saving the kingdom, not destroying it. This made him terrifyingly dangerous. "You have been exposed, architect." Elias pressed, holding up the ledger. "The king knows your identity, your false claim. Your network is crumbling." Alaric's smile widened, a chilling, predatory expression. "A minor setback, Elias. A temporary inconvenience. You have exposed a few roots, but the tree itself is ancient. Its roots run deeper than you can possibly imagine. And as for my claim, it is not false. It is ancient right, forgotten by a foolish lineage. I am Lord Alaric, the true heir, and this kingdom will be mine." Suddenly, Alaric's hand moved. He didn't draw a weapon. Instead, he slammed his palm onto the glowing console before him. The entire chamber began to hum, the green light intensifying, bathing everything in an otherworldly glow. Elias felt a surge of energy, a prickling sensation on his skin, a sense of immense power being unleashed. "You may have infiltrated my sanctum, Elias," Alaric's voice boomed, now amplified by the resonating energy of the chamber. "But you have also walked into my final trap. This citadel is more than just a command center. It is a conduit. And now it will be my ultimate weapon." From concealed vents in the walls, a thick, shimmering green mist began to pour into the chamber, filling the air with a sickly sweet, metallic scent that Elias recognized with dawning horror. It was a potent alchemical compound, far more concentrated than anything he had encountered before, a powerful neurotoxin, designed to induce not death, but complete, irreversible obedience, a mind-shattering conformity. Captain Thorn and his men immediately gasped, clutching their throats. Their movements became sluggish, their eyes widening with panic. Elias, though his mind reeled, reacted instinctively. He had seen similar compounds described in the ledger, compounds designed to break the will. He had prepared for this, but only with small, temporary counteragents. This was far stronger. The air. It's a paralyzing agent. Elias choked out, pulling out a vial of his strongest counteragent, a potent stimulant designed to resist alchemical control. He flung it to Thorn, who caught it with a desperate lurch, downing it in one gulp. Elias quickly inhaled a small amount himself, the bitter taste burning his throat, fighting against the creeping paralysis. But the mist was spreading rapidly. The serpent's heart was becoming a gas chamber, designed to break their will. Alaric, however, was unaffected, seemingly protected by the very console he commanded. "Witness, Elias," Alaric's voice echoed through the green mist, "the true power of alchemy, the power to forge not just a kingdom, but a perfect, obedient society. You cannot fight this. You cannot fight destiny." Elias knew this was their last chance. He couldn't fight Alaric directly while his team was incapacitated. He had to disrupt the source, the console. He lunged, a desperate, final surge of adrenaline propelling him forward through the thickening mist. Alaric, seemingly surprised by Elias's continued resistance, tried to intervene, but Elias was a blur of motion, driven by a desperate, burning resolve. He slammed his fist onto the console, not with brute force, but with a precise, targeted strike, aiming for a vital conduit Finn had identified as a weakness in the architect's designs. The console sparked violently, the green light sputtering, then dying out. The hum ceased. The flow of the green mist faltered, then began to dissipate, leaving behind a sickening, sweet aroma. Alaric roared in fury, a rare display of emotion. "No, you fool! You have no idea what you have done." The sudden disruption of the mist gave Thorn and his men a precious window. Though still dazed, they regained their footing, their eyes now clear, their weapons once again raised. The architect's final gambit, his ultimate weapon, had been neutralized. Alaric, seeing his plan unraveling, his composure finally shattered, drew a short, wicked-looking blade from beneath his robes. It pulsed with a faint, malevolent green light, clearly imbued with powerful alchemical properties. This was no ordinary weapon. This was his true, personal blade, forged in the fires of his ambition. "You will not stop me, apothecary!" Alaric shrieked, his cultured voice replaced by a primal snarl. He lunged at Elias, his movements surprisingly fast, his blade aiming for Elias's heart. This was it. The culmination of months of pursuit, of manipulation, of betrayal. Elias, his body screaming with exhaustion, drew his own simple, unadorned dagger, its blade dull in comparison to Alaric's glowing weapon. He was an apothecary, not a warrior. But he had learned to survive. He had learned to fight. The serpent's fall was now a visceral, desperate duel. The fate of the kingdom, the very soul of the land, rested on this single, brutal confrontation.